Identity, Book 2 in the Carver Ranch romance series, and a Love at Juniper Ridge sweet romance novel by Heather Tullis. 1. Will You Miss Me? Margot Egan leaned in for one more kiss goodbye from her boyfriend Charles. They stood just inside the door of his Atlanta mansion. Every minute. I'll come back sooner if I can, but it's only a week, sweetheart. He slid his strong hands up her arms and pressed his lips to hers. I'd rather focus on you, but sometimes business has to come first. A noise echoed from the other entrance to his home, and he smiled wryly. Speaking of. With a sigh, Margot shifted back and picked up her purse, which had fallen sideways beside the little table next to his door. Her keys had fallen out and were half hidden by the elegant cloth on the table. She scooped them up. Call me. Every day, probably more than once a day. We'll have a terrific Christmas together when I get back. He held the door for her, then followed her out to her car, pressing one last kiss on her before helping her into the beat-up Toyota she'd bought when she turned 16. Margot started the car, blew him a kiss, and wondered how she had gotten so lucky. She had only known Charles for a month, but things between them had been going so well, better than she ever expected. The man was perfect, tall, dark, and handsome to the nth degree, and he didn't mind that she didn't have an impressive pedigree or a fancy education. Not that she'd told him everything about her past, but she was starting to think he wouldn't walk away from her when she came clean. Sure, she liked that he had money, but that wasn't nearly as important as the way he made her feel, the sweet way he always saw to her comfort. Wanting to plug her phone into the stereo, she reached into her bag, but didn't find the cell. She stopped at the end of the driveway to check in her purse. It wasn't there. This is the last thing I need today, she muttered. She couldn't go anywhere without her phone. She was on call at the 24-hour clinic where she worked. Thinking it would give her an excuse to steal another kiss from Charles, Margot backed up the drive and hopped out when she pulled beside the door. She expected to have to knock at the door to have him unlock it, but when she nudged the handle, the door swung open. It hadn't been shut tight. Margot lifted the tablecloth and found her cell phone sitting under it. She scooped it up and heard voices coming from down the hall. She moved further into the house and heard Charles. You think you can just walk away, Carter? You think I'd let you do that? Margot stopped before entering the room, peeking her head around the doorway. There was a plant on a buffet against the wall between her and the two men, but she could see through the fronds. Charles stood facing a shorter man with thinning dark hair. Light glinted off of the black metal barrel of a gun as Charles waved it toward the man. A silencer was attached to the weapon. But Charlie, you don't understand, Carter said. I think I do. Come on, let's take a walk. Margot backed toward the outside door, suddenly worried. Charles had never done or said anything that made her nervous before. He'd always been a perfect gentleman. She nearly tripped over the table by the exit and caught a pen before it rolled off the top and fell onto the hard tiles. She rushed to her car, wanting to get away. How could she have been dating someone who threatened another person with a gun? She slid into her car as she saw Charles push the other man out through the sliding glass doors that led to the garage. Carter turned, though whether to fight or to speak, it wasn't clear. Charles didn't give him a chance to say a word, however. The gun went off, and despite the silencer, the noise was loud in the dark quiet. Carter slumped to the ground, and Charles snorted in disgust. He muttered something Margot couldn't hear, and turned away, pulling out his cell phone and heading toward his house again. Shaking, Margot set her car in neutral so it would coast down the driveway. The movement of her car, or maybe the sound of tires on pavement, must have alerted him to her presence, however, because he looked up, surprise on his face. Margot cranked her key in the ignition and pushed on the gas, even as she heard him calling out her name. Her back window shattered, and she ducked as the glass sprayed her from behind. A hole appeared in the front windshield under the left side of her rearview mirror. Margot's heart hammered, and she thought she might hyperventilate. She turned onto the street, taking the corner much faster than normal. Trees and bushes obscured her from view, and she headed for the main road, trying to figure out where to go. He knew where she lived, so her apartment wouldn't be safe. As she pulled out of the neighborhood, she saw Charles' red Lamborghini leaving his driveway and speeding in her direction. She drove for several miles, aimlessly dodging down random streets, grateful when she lost Charles after several turns. Her cell phone rang repeatedly. All Charles. Suddenly, she remembered something she'd heard about cell phones being traceable by GPS. It made her feel paranoid and stupid. But she gave in to the fear and turned the phone off. Her whole body shook, and she wept as she remembered the cold, merciless expression on Charles' face when he'd shot Carter. How had she thought she was falling in love with him? Why did she always pick guys who shouldn't be trusted? Was Carter dead? She didn't know, but she couldn't take any chances. When she'd been driving over half an hour and could finally think beyond her own immediate safety, she realized she should have called the police. Had someone checked to see if the little man was still alive? By now, though, Charles would surely have had someone take care of him, one way or the other. She pulled into a truck stop and got a cup of coffee at around 2 a.m. Hunched over in a booth, listening to a bunch of truckers complain about the cost of fuel and engine repairs, she finally felt her brain click back into place. She had to call the cops. She had to report what she'd seen. Her hands still shook when she reached into her bag to pull out her cell phone. She turned it on, then dialed 911. 10 weeks later, Margot had no idea what the powers that be thought they were doing sending her to the Rocky Mountains. Granted, Atlanta wasn't exactly the tropics, but the little resort town the U.S. Marshal drove her into was several feet deep in snow, and so small. The closest hospital was down the mountain 20 miles, and the clinic where she would be working only had 2 doctors. Imagining the snow bunnies with elevation sickness didn't help her feel better about abandoning the inner-city clinic filled with people who didn't have anywhere else to turn for care. But staying alive was kind of high on her priority list, so Atlanta hadn't been an option. U.S. Marshal John Sandoval had filled her in on the town's attractions. A ski resort, mountain biking and golfing in the summer, plenty of hiking, and a 5-star resort hotel with spa were high on the list. He'd been a little spare on the fact that there wasn't even a Walmart within 30 minutes, or that there was only one regular grocery store and an organic food market open 5 days a week. Lovely. The fourplex they pulled up in front of was brown brick, old, but seemed decently maintained. It was hard to tell through the piles of snow in the yard. In the weeks since she first called the police, who turned the case over to the FBI, she had been stuck in a safe house in South Carolina. It had taken them longer than she expected to create her new identity. Then they butchered her hair into one of those short devil-may-care styles and lightened it from dark brown to strawberry blonde. With the use of daily toner and more makeup than she'd ever owned before, she hardly recognized herself anymore. Margot, whose name was now Tosca Michaels, was starting over as a whole new person. Too bad she wasn't ready to leave her old self behind. She got out of her new-to-her car and followed John to the front door. He pulled out a key and showed her into the apartment. It was empty. She had always lived in furnished apartments and had expected this to be the same. "Where's the furniture?" The question was more than a little horrified. All she had was a couple suitcases of clothes. How did they expect her to fill the place with no money? And they were how many miles from real shopping, never mind a furniture store. "You've been given a furniture stipend? It's generous for an apartment this size," John told her. He handed over an envelope and she rifled through it, noticing a large assortment of hundreds, 50s, and 20s. The basement apartment was tiny, 1 bedroom, itty-bitty bath, living room, and combined kitchen-dining room. Of course, she didn't need much since she didn't get to bring any of her belongings. What was left after Charles' goons had trashed her place was now in storage. And she'd never lived anywhere someone would refer to as lavish. The apartment may have been small, but once inside, she could tell the place was well maintained. She smelled paint and a hint of pine cleaner. The countertops were a little worn, but they were scrubbed clean, and the stove and refrigerator looked fairly new and sparkled inside. Tosca looked out the window at the sound of a truck engine pulling up out front. A dark-haired man, buried in a brown coat, got out of a large, white truck. She hadn't met the man who was supposed to keep an eye on her, now that she was in the middle of nowhere, but she wondered if that was him. John was posing as her brother, helping her move her things in, and would only stay until that evening before he left to catch his flight back to Georgia. A member of the sheriff's department lived next door to protect her for the foreseeable future. She wasn't sure if that made her feel safer or not. "Please tell me he's the one," she said to John as the tall, good-looking man approached the stairs. He practically oozed strength and self-confidence. John looked out the window and shrugged. "That's not our guy. Must be a neighbor." If all her neighbors looked like that, Tosca thought things might be looking up. Then she shook her head. Trusting a man was what had gotten her in this position to begin with. And her previous boyfriends hadn't been much better. Maybe she ought to take a sabbatical from dating for a few months, at least until she figured out who she was supposed to be and got comfortable enough with her fabricated background that she wouldn't slip up. They brought in the last of her bags, and as Tosca dumped her things in the echoing bedroom, she wondered why they hadn't brought any furniture with them. "Where am I supposed to find a bed and table? You can't tell me this podunk town has a Bassett furniture." "You couldn't afford Bassett, not on what you make," John said. "Don't worry. Trent promised there was a place in town where you can get some nice stuff, used but in good condition." Trent was the ex-FBI agent turned sheriff's deputy who would be keeping an eye on her. He said he'd meet us at 6. "You want to grab some lunch and take a look around town?" She glanced at her watch. It was only 1 o'clock. "Might as well. I'm starving. Do they have a pizza place?" They climbed into the car and he directed her a couple of blocks down Main Street. The pizza restaurant was nearly empty, a depressing fact even if it was the middle of the week. If this was her future, she wasn't sure she wanted it. 2. The shopping trip went better than Tosca had expected. John first took her to a large store called Errol's Used Treasures and Hunting Supplies. The big store windows showcased large stuffed animals, a grizzly bear, a moose head, and a full-sized buck with a huge rack. A smaller sign in the window announced that Errol was also a taxidermist. The little hope Tosca had held that the town had any kind of promise fled as she looked at the grizzly standing on its hind legs, claws extended menacingly. "You've got to be kidding me. This is where you want to buy my furniture?" John looked blank, and she wondered if he was trying to hide his own doubts. "Trent said they have good stuff." "What do men know?" she mumbled as they got out of the car and headed for the front door. The selection of guns and ammunition, hunting apparel, and other gear she didn't even recognize sat in the front of the shop. The guns and ammunition were back in a 3-sided area, which could be locked off with a metal grate that fell from the ceiling. A round man with a red face and thinning hair greeted them with a grin. "Welcome to Errol's. I'm Mike. You new in town or just passing through?" "New in town," Tosca said. The partial glimpse of a dining set a few rows back gave her a glimmer of hope. It was cherry-colored and streamlined. "I couldn't haul anything with me on the plane, so I have to pick up some new things. I heard you have some nice stuff." His grin broadened impossibly wider, and Mike led them through the store, past a display of books, clothing, and tools, to the large pieces of furniture. Tosca's opinion of Trent's taste improved immediately. Some of the items were old and beaten, but there were plenty of nice pieces. Definitely nicer than the furniture in her last apartment. "There's that smile. I knew it had to be hiding somewhere." Surprised at John's comment, she turned to him. He gave her a knowing look. "Even in the wilds of the Rocky Mountains, they know something about furniture, eh?" "What are you looking for?" Mike asked as he stopped in front of a gently worn white leather sofa and love seat set. "Everything. I brought only my clothes and a few mementos. I always lived in furnished apartments until now." She ran a hand over the soft leather and checked the surface for rips and stains. The color was a little worn on the bottom cushions, but otherwise it looked great. "Do you deliver? Where do you live?" The man stuck his hands in his pocket and looked at John. "My sister just moved in by the high school," John said. "The fourplex across from the football field." "That's no problem then. If you spend over $500, delivery is free." Tosca looked up and saw a lovely old-fashioned roll-front cabinet and ran a hand over the smooth contours and fine details. The sign said it was only $60. "I think you'll be very happy with this sale," she said. This piece for sure. She moved around the room, checking out the rest of the furniture before deciding on the cherry-colored dinette set, the leather sofa set, a few lamps, a bookcase, mattresses, new, not used, and Hollywood bed frames, a nightstand, coffee table and end tables, some basic dishes, and a couple of decorations for the walls. She picked out some bathroom towels that could have passed for new, a cute soap dish, and a matching toothbrush holder with a duck pattern on them. Mike spent the whole time telling John about the good qualities of the furniture she looked at, as if her brother had to be convinced about the value of the merchandise she was buying. Thrilled by her finds, Tosca decided to ignore the chauvinistic attitude. By the time she decided she was done in the store, the owner was in a very good mood and promised delivery that evening. Tosca was pleased as well. She still had nearly half the furniture stipend John had given her. There was more shopping to do, but she should have plenty to buy what she needed. "This is a great store you've got here, Mike. Make sure you tell Errol how much I like it. I'll be back." "I'm glad you like it, little lady, but Errol hasn't owned the place in 5 years. He retired to Alaska to fish. It's mine now." Mike didn't seem to think that there was anything strange about having the store named after someone who wasn't around anymore. Considering how much she had just saved, Tosca decided to find it charming. Mike continued, "We'll load all this up in my big trailer and bring it over in a couple hours, John. Around 5? Thanks." John helped Tosca load the bags of sheets, towels, and dishes into the back of her car. "I think you've just made that man's day. If I hear one more little lady today, I'll deck someone, but otherwise it was a good shop." After running the bags and boxes home, they made a trip to the grocery store, where they loaded up her kitchen cupboards and refrigerator. They stopped at the electronics store and hooked her up with a cell phone, stereo, and signed up for internet. Tosca wondered if she would be able to be anonymous here for long. Overhearing a conversation between 2 women and a clerk in the grocery store had told her that everyone seemed to know everyone else's business. But once she got used to the bitter cold and not having a Chinese restaurant around the corner, she would probably adjust. When they pulled up in front of her apartment a few minutes after 5, a truck and trailer were parked out front, and Mike and 3 other men stood around talking on the sidewalk. Among them was the tall, dark-haired neighbor Tosca had seen earlier that day. To his right stood a lanky redhead in sheriff's office brown. Tosca figured that must be Trent. The 4th guy was a wiry teen. Trent turned and looked at Tosca as she walked over. His smile was one of appreciation, real or part of the act, she wondered. "You must be the new neighbor. I'm Trent Oliver. If you need any protectin', ma'am, give me a call." He had a southern drawl, Missouri, and an easy manner. Knowing he had been with the FBI, Tosca wondered if all that ease was a cover. John had indicated that the man had been a very good agent, and he was young, not a day past 35 at the oldest. So what was he doing here? "Hi, I'm Tosca Michaels. I'll be taking your pulse at the doctor's office." She shook his hand and approved of the leashed power she felt in his hard palm. His eyes glanced lazily over the area, but she had a feeling that he was catching every movement around them, every detail. John did the same, but his manner wasn't as well camouflaged. "This here's Hank Carver," Trent introduced, and Hank shook her hand. "He lives above you. You'll probably see the Baileys in and out. They're a young couple with a baby and live in the 4th apartment. Stephanie's real nice." "It's nice to meet you, Tosca. Is your name Italian?" Hank asked. "Yes, it means from Tuscany. My mom always wanted to go there." The lie slipped easily off her tongue after practicing with John 100 times or more. She doubted her mom had ever wanted to go further than to see her dealer on the corner. John nudged her with his elbow. His hands were full of groceries. "You want to get the door?" "Sorry?" Tosca hurried up the stairs and let him in, then returned to the car to pick up a load of her own. The men all pitched in and helped unload the furniture, and Tosca had to repeat her story about why she didn't own anything when she moved there. Finally, Mike and his helper left, and Hank went to his apartment to get ready for a date, leaving Trent with John and Tosca to discuss her situation. Once the door shut the 3 of them in, Trent shifted from friendly neighbor to serious lawman in the blink of an eye. He took the seat John had indicated, and Tosca sat across from him. They discussed strategy, new developments, and various plans. Tosca sat by while the two men more or less ignored her. After 10 minutes, she stood and turned toward the kitchen. She had things to do before she could go to bed. "Where are you going?" Trent asked. "It doesn't look like you need me for this conversation. You may be discussing my life, but you don't seem to care if I participate." She allowed the edge in her voice, not caring about pleasantries right now. He grinned and patted the seat beside him on the sofa. "Sorry, I tend to get wrapped up. Do you have any questions?" Tosca considered him for a moment, then took the spot. "Is there anything I should know about the area?"
3 snow fell as Joquell maneuvered her car through the mountain town to the sheriff's station. It had been over a decade since she'd been in Juniper Ridge last, but she remembered it being warm and welcoming, even when it was bitingly cold. She'd been trying to get a job in the Colorado Rockies for nearly a year now, and had been thrilled when she'd made it through the telephone interview and been asked to come for a job interview. The full-time position as ambulance director didn't pay a lot, especially as the rest of the department was volunteer. But money wasn't really a problem. She just wanted out from under her parents' thumbs. And if she could do it in this gorgeous small town, so much the better. The roads were slick from the falling snow, but Joquell handled them better than she'd expected, and soon she strode into the office building, putting on her most confident air. She stopped at the front desk. "Hello, my name is Joquell Westbury, and I have an appointment with Capt. Wilson?" "Yes, of course, Miss Westbury. I'll let him know you're here. Just a moment." The woman picked up her phone and dialed. Joquell studied the tiny office space, wondering if her office would be here or in the ambulance shed. The walls were a soft green, warm and inviting considering it was a law enforcement office. A door to the hall opened and a tall man in his mid-50s entered. "Ms. Westbury, I'm so glad to finally meet you. Come on back to my office." The interview went well, and Joquell was pleased when they took a walk around the building. He took her to the ambulance shed to meet the current director and see the facilities. Captain Wilson disappeared to make a phone call for a few minutes, while Joquell spoke with Darla, the current ambulance director, about scheduling and procedures. Later, as Captain Wilson walked Joquell back to her car, she was sure she wanted the job. It was everything she'd been hoping for, or at least as close to everything as a job could reasonably be expected to provide. He turned to her and smiled. "I've already interviewed the other prospect we brought in a few days ago. While you spoke with Darla, I called the sheriff and talked to him about you. We'd like to offer you the position if you want it." Shock flashed through Joquell, but she couldn't help but smile. "I do. There's nothing I'd like better than to move here and work with your department." They shook on it and discussed when she could start. Later that afternoon, Joquell decided to go for a drive to reacquaint herself with the area. Armed with a map, her GPS, and a tall cup of hot chocolate, she headed into town. The snow had stopped sometime in the past hour, and she loved the way the snow frosted all of the signs and fence posts. Her flight didn't leave until the next afternoon, so Joquell got a list of apartments for rent from a real estate company and went hunting. There weren't very many options, and most were pre-furnished and insanely expensive, even by San Francisco rates. Not that cost was a major hurdle, but it seemed stupid to pay such inflated rent for the long haul. While following her GPS to the last address on her list, she nearly collided with a parked SUV when her eyes caught sight of a for sale sign in front of an old Victorian 2-story home that was tucked behind a white picket fence. She pulled over and looked up at the balconies, the large trees, and the little white gazebo in the corner of the yard. It could use a coat of paint, and she had the sneaking suspicion that some of the trees needed trimming. But something about the house caught her imagination and wouldn't let go. It wasn't a realtor's sign, but one the homeowner had put out, and she wondered how long it had been posted. Giving in to temptation, Joquell parked in front of a nearby residence and trudged across the icy road to the white home. A bright spring wreath hung on the door, defying the early May snowstorm, and a figure passed in front of a window. The gate squeaked as she pushed through it, sticking a little, though she didn't know if that was because it needed grease or because it was half frozen with ice and snow. She picked through the mess of fresh snow and walked up the creaky front steps. On the porch, she could see that the place had not been maintained well over the past few years or the past decade. She wondered who lived here and why they had let it go. It only took a couple of seconds after she knocked before footsteps echoed back to her, and soon a short woman in her 70s opened the door, poking her white head out to look at her visitor. "Hello, my name is Joquell Westbury, and I noticed your sign out front. I wondered if I could arrange a time to walk through and look at your home. I'll be in town until lunchtime tomorrow." The woman's brow furrowed. "I just put the sign out this morning. I didn't expect such a quick response." She looked Joquell up and down as if trying to decide if she was worthy of buying the ramshackle dwelling. "I'm Nora Ledbetter. You can come through now. My Gerald is sleeping, but we won't disturb him. He's mostly deaf now." She gestured Joquell inside. The entryway was well cared for, the walls filled with handmade craft projects, and it hosted a wooden bench with a soft throw on one corner right beside a set of hooks for winter coats. The woman took Joquell's coat and hung it beside the others. Joquell towed off her boots, not wanting to leave wet puddles through the house. The carpeting needed to be replaced. Some of the rooms needed repainting, and a couple of the windows were cracked, then sealed off with plastic to keep out the cold. Upstairs one actually had cardboard in it. It was scrupulously clean, but definitely needed a facelift. She should have felt overwhelmed by all of the work that needed to be done, but Joquell couldn't help but be excited about the possibilities. The house had so many fun details seldom found in new construction. Carved decorations at the corners of the door and windowsills, wood paneling on the bottom wall in the dining area, tall ceilings fit for a small chandelier, and gingerbread at the corners of the front porch. She fell in love with the picture windows that looked out from a sitting room into a small backyard. She smiled when she saw a fenced pen out back filled with pecking chickens and honking geese. She thought a couple of ducks ran around back there as well. "You have chickens. I've always thought it would be fun to own some," she said when Nora stopped her monologue long enough for Joquell to get a word in. "Yes, they are fun to watch in the evenings in summer. And you can't beat fresh eggs when the chickens get to eat bugs and weeds," Nora said. "I'll be sorry I can't take them with me, but there won't be anywhere to keep them. I'd like to leave them for the new owners, if they're interested. Otherwise, I'll have to find someone around here to give them a home." They passed a room on the main floor where a man lay in an easy chair. He looked haggard and too thin as he snored. "My Gerald," Nora said. "His health hasn't been so good the past few years, so we haven't been able to get any repairs done around here. It's a big place and requires a lot of maintenance, but it's home, and we raised our 4 children here and didn't want to leave it. The time has come, though. I'm too old to be running up and down stairs, and we need to live somewhere warmer that doesn't bother his arthritis so much." "I understand." Joquell didn't, though. Not until Nora took her down to the basement where the washer and dryer were located. Running up and down the stairs with a load of laundry couldn't be easy on old knees. During the tour, Joquell explained why she was moving to the area and gave a little background about herself. Finally, Joquell let the woman take her back to the front door. "It's a lovely place. I can see why you don't want to leave it. I know it's too big for a single woman like you, especially with all of the work that it needs, but it's a good place," Nora said. "I really want to find someone to buy it who will love it as much as I do. I can't blame you." Joquell pulled on her coat and took the woman's frail old hand in hers. "I am interested in buying it. I just need to crunch some numbers and see where things come out. I'll let you know in a day or two." She said goodbye and hustled into the snowy darkness. She really didn't need to check anything. Joquell knew she was going to buy the house. She couldn't sound too positive about it, though, because it did need quite a few repairs, and she wanted to be sure that she offered them a fair price without getting gouged. That night, she went online and checked out several other houses of similar size in the area, comparing listings and estimating how much it would cost to make repairs. In the morning before she left town, Joquell stopped by the Ledbetters and made an offer, shocking the older woman. She had a signed contract in hand as she turned her rental car toward Denver, now to break the news to her mother. "Sweetheart, what do you mean you've been to Colorado the past couple of days?" Lyle, Joquell's mother, asked on Sunday when Joquell dropped in for brunch. "You didn't mention you were out of town when we spoke on the phone. Why did you go there?" "I was in Juniper Ridge." Joquell tried to keep her face expressionless, though she had little hope that it would keep her parents calm. "You remember going there to ski when I was still in school, of course." "Of course. It was a nice place. I hear they've made some improvements recently. Did you go skiing? Was the weather nice? And why didn't you just tell me you decided to take a quick ski vacation?" Lyle asked. "Darling, let her get a word in edgewise." Caleb, her husband, set a hand on her shoulder and then looked to their daughter. "You don't have the usual ski tan lines, so what have you been up to?" Joquell smiled. "I had a job interview. They're looking for someone to run the ambulance department in town there, and they offered me the position. It's a nice job with fairly regular hours. The office and ambulance shed is newer and in good repair, and I'd have a great opportunity to get involved in the community, to really bond and be part of something. I'm really excited." "So, you're thinking about this seriously?" Lyle asked, bewilderment on her face. "I thought this whole EMT thing was just a passing phase before you decided to go to medical school, to be a doctor, to do something serious with your life." "There's nothing wrong with choosing to be an EMT, Mom. I would get to help people all of the time." And the adrenaline rush of heading to the unknown was a definite must for her to be happy, something her parents didn't understand at all. "I've found a house in Juniper Ridge. It's in a nice, quiet neighborhood, only a couple of blocks away from work. According to the current owner, my neighbor next door is a school teacher who's marrying one of the sheriff's office dispatchers. The neighbors across the street are a mix of snowbirds and regular residents who all have kids, and the house has so much history. It was love at first sight. You've already bought a house?" Lyle's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. "Yes. I gave my notice to my department here this morning before joining you for brunch," Joquell said, steeling herself for the inevitable. "I'll start work in 2 weeks, and I'll close on the house a few days later. The moving company will bring my things once I can move in." When her mother dissolved into tears and leaned against her husband's shoulder, Joquell knew it was going to take more than an enthusiastic introduction for her mother to accept the change. Her father's frown was a little more disturbing, since he usually accepted his wayward daughter's decisions much more happily. Joquell told herself not to give in to guilt. She needed the move, and it was past time they accepted that she was capable of making her own decisions.
4. When Hank returned from his trip to Las Vegas a few days later, he was worn out and ready for the peace and quiet of home. He rolled down his window despite the cold and took deep gulps of air. The smog in Las Vegas had made his lungs feel tight and heavy. He'd gone to college in Denver, dealt with the big city and the advantages it offered, but his heart had always been in Juniper Ridge. It had thrilled him to be offered the job at Cotton Tree Engineering right after he finished school. No other place ever felt like home. Before heading to his own apartment, Hank drove to Marsh's place to say hello. Marsh lived in a small stucco house next to the large white house Hank had his eye on for years. As he stopped in front of Marsh's home, he looked at the Ledbetters' peeling paint, overgrown yard, and the cardboard stuck in an upstairs window to keep out the draft from the pane that had broken a few weeks earlier. Rumor had it the owners were talking about moving south for better weather. Hank hoped they did. He had wanted to buy their house for more than a decade. Giving his head a shake, he got out of the car and walked up to Marsh's front porch. A peal of feminine laughter wafted out to him, and he didn't bother to knock. Carissa, his little sister, must be there getting things ready for the wedding. He opened the door. "Hey, Lucy, I'm home." "Is that you, Hank?" Carissa's voice called from the kitchen in the back. Marsh came through the door and grinned up at his soon-to-be brother-in-law. "I should have known you would make it home just in time to catch dinner from us. How was the trip? Hank and Marcia's friendship went back to their Little League days. They clasped hands and pounded each other on the back in greeting. The trip was fine, Hank said. I'll have to go back in a week or so, but by then we should be ready to turn it over to the architect. I'm looking forward to my next project. City getting to you? Carissa asked when the men rounded the corner and entered the kitchen. I'm just a country boy. Hey there, slugger. Hank picked up his nephew, who was speeding toward him like a dog in chase. Did you miss me when I was gone? He gave his nephew a smacking kiss on the cheek, then ruffled the kid's hair. Paul was a big patch of brightness. Yeah, but I learned about the letter I in school today, Paul announced as he was settled back on the floor. And I threw the ball farther than anyone during recess. That's my nephew. You'll be a baseball pitcher for sure. Just follow in my footsteps. Hank flicked the end of Paul's nose with his finger and stood up again, taking a deep sniff of his sister's cooking. Yes, you can stay for dinner, Carissa said with a roll of her eyes. She stood in the doorway to the kitchen, leaning against it with a wooden spoon in her hand. You're a saint, Carissa, really. Hank leaned in and buzzed a kiss over his sister's cheek as well. The big job's almost done, and I'm going to eat real food tonight. My life is perfect. He walked over and slid a chair out from the dining table and sat next to Marsh, who had already taken a seat. Seems your life can't be really perfect without a beautiful woman in it, Marsh said, snatching Carissa around the waist and drawing her to him for a quick kiss. Not everyone's as lucky as you. Hank smiled as if he didn't still hurt when he thought of his most recent failed relationship. But hey, I heard rumors your neighbors were looking to sell soon, and then there will be no free time to spend thinking about women. An uneasy silence filled the room, and Hank wondered what was wrong. Carissa cleared her throat and darted a glance at her brother. Hank's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right here. What's going on? Is Mom having trouble again? Their mother had been diagnosed with lupus the previous summer, which caused her no end of pain and weakness, though she seemed to be doing much better at the moment. Hank knew he was jumping to conclusions, but he worried that she might relapse when he was out of town and unable to help out around the farm. No, nothing like that. No one's hurt or sick. Everything's fine, Carissa hastened to reassure. In fact, Mom and Dad went to Grand Junction to visit Uncle Henry for the weekend. They haven't gotten together in ages. Relief poured over Hank, but he still didn't understand. So what's going on? The Ledbetters put their house on the market Friday after you left. Carissa kept her eyes focused on the pan of spaghetti sauce she was stirring. A smile flooded Hank's face. Well, that's great. I didn't notice the sign when I pulled up, but maybe I should go talk to them. He stood to take care of it right away. Carissa turned and sent him a worried look. That's the thing. They got an offer on it the next morning and accepted. I talked to Nora at the store today, asked her about the house. She said the new owner would be taking possession in a couple of weeks. All of the high hopes that had flooded Hank deserted him, making him feel empty. He sat hard onto the chair and looked from Marsh to Carissa and back. You can't be serious. The house sold in one day. Who bought it? I don't remember the name. Jenny, Jamie, Jackie. Nora said the new owner just got hired as the EMT director. Carissa sent him a sympathetic look, then turned to drain the pasta. I can't believe this. Hank searched for hope. Maybe this Jamie, or whatever her name is, will think better of it. It's a major mess, with the yard work that needs to be done, and half the house hasn't been updated in 50 years at least. No woman in her right mind would take on the challenge, right? Did you tell Nora I was interested? I told her if the sale didn't go through to let me know. She didn't seem to think that would be a problem. Rotten luck, pal. Marsh stood to set the table. Hank didn't know who this woman was, but he hoped they didn't end up working together on an accident anytime soon. Chances were, as a volunteer firefighter, he'd meet her soon enough. That house had been his dream. Literally. Rickety balconies, aging gazebo and all. Hank split off another chunk from the bale of alfalfa and put it in the feeder for his favorite horse. Evening chores had become difficult for his father in the past couple of years, so Hank came by most nights to help. He'd made an appearance as soon as his parents returned from their weekend trip to visit Uncle Henry. If it were up to him, he'd sell the cows, but his twin, Bo, would be back from his deployment in Iraq soon. Bo wanted to take over the farm when he finished his commitment to the army. "I heard about that house you've had your eye on," his father said, as he followed behind Hank with a bucket of oats. "Yeah, I can't believe it, after all these years." "What are you going to do?" his father asked. Robert Carver was a big man, still muscular from the hard work on the farm, but he lacked the stamina he'd had before. "I don't know what to do," Hank said. "Hope she decides there's more work than she can handle and puts it back on the market by summer's end, I guess. If that doesn't happen, I'll have to make other plans." "It is a big house for a single guy," Robert said as he emptied his bucket in the final feed box. "You ought to look at something smaller anyhow. The way property values are around here, the taxes alone will probably kill you." He smiled, as if trying to lighten the mood. "You're right." But Hank didn't care if the taxes would be a killer. He wasn't happy about losing the house before he'd even had a chance to compete for it. Maybe he should have told the Ledbetters he wanted it. Maybe they would have called him instead of putting out a sign. He pushed the thought away and focused on the remaining chores. It wouldn't do him any good to worry about what-ifs. "So how was your visit with Uncle Henry?" Hank turned the conversation to his namesake, preferring to have the attention off of himself. Robert smiled and started an energetic story his brother had shared with him during their visit.
5 Tosca woke from a nightmare, her blood thudding through her veins, her breathing labored. Terror gripped her from the images of facing Charles, knowing the gun he held in his hands would be the end of the line for her, and there was no way out. She wiped her face and found she'd been crying. A look out the window showed it had become dark. She was still in her living room, stretched out on the sofa where she'd rested after dinner, tired from her long day at work. The dreams had been keeping her up at night, and she hadn't slept well for the past week. Her whole body shook as she sat up on the sofa and looked at the street lamp outside. Earlier that day, she had wondered, just for a minute, if someone was following her. She had detoured into the grocery store parking lot to see if they followed, not wanting to lead them to her place, just in case. But they continued on, making her feel like a fool. Still, the scare had to be responsible for her nightmare, or her napmare, since it hadn't even been dark out when she'd fallen asleep. She reached out and turned on a lamp, then stood and grabbed her jacket. Suddenly, her tiny apartment felt like it was closing in on her. She pulled her jacket tighter around her, burying her neck into the collar even as she sucked in fresh air. It was dark under the stairwell, private. She liked the feeling of privacy and protection it gave her. She liked the little family above her and having Trent pop in for coffee or his calls to see how things were going. They'd developed a steady friendship since her arrival, though she wouldn't say they were close. She even liked the rare exchange of greetings between herself and Hank when they happened to pass each other. He seemed to work insanely long hours, though, so it didn't happen often. Even as she reflected on it, Hank's truck pulled in front of the apartment building, his lights flashing across her face. She blinked, and dark spots formed in her vision. "Is that you, Tosca?" he asked as he walked toward the stairs. "Yeah, thought I'd get a little fresh air before bed." "You'll freeze out here. I thought you Southern girls were supposed to be delicate." He smiled as the neighbor's living room lights glowed enough for his features to become visible. "Everyone keeps saying that the worst of the cold is past, but it sure doesn't feel that way," Tosca agreed. "I won't stay out here long, though. You got home late? Been on a date?" Not that it mattered, but after her dream, she craved conversation, and Trent was working the night shift this month. "I've been out to the farm helping my dad. The work never seems to end." He looked worn out and a little discouraged. "I thought you were an engineer," she said. The edges of his mouth lifted. "I am, but the family farm takes up a lot of time too. Way more than I can spare right now. Forgive me for being stupid or insensitive or whatever, but if your parents are older and your dad can't handle it himself, why doesn't he sell the place? Obviously you've got other things going on in your life." "Not many other things," Hank muttered. "Besides, he wouldn't sell it, not while he lives." He nodded a little. "And my brother wants to take over. So why isn't he the one working 15-hour days? Tosca teased. There's a war going on in the Middle East that apparently needs his attention. Hank smiled wanly. He's supposed to be home in a few weeks. It can't happen soon enough if you ask me. You're a good brother. We can only do our best. He pulled his ball cap off and tapped it against his leg. I better get cleaned up and into bed. Long day tomorrow. Tell me about it, Tosca agreed. Good night. Good night. The metal stairs echoed as he walked up to his apartment. Tosca burrowed deeper into her coat and stared into the night. Trent's sheriff's department truck pulled into the parking lot none too casually, skidding a little as he came to a stop. He hopped out and tore toward her apartment, then seemed to see her and stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, his hands on his hips. You didn't answer your phone. I've been trying to reach you for an hour. I'm sorry, I fell asleep and I just woke up. I must still have it on vibrate from work. He came down and went into her apartment, shutting the door behind them as he ushered her inside. Do you have any idea how panicked I felt when you didn't answer? Uneasiness stole into her. Why, is there a reason I should be worried? No, I guess not. He pulled off his Stetson and set it on the counter. There were just some odd types downtown today. Made me a little nervous. I'm sure I'm overreacting. Better than not being vigilant, I guess. But Tosca wasn't sure about how she felt that he was nervous. If he thought there might be someone looking for her here, then her freak out about the car following her might not be as out of place as she thought. Could she really live the rest of her life looking over her shoulder every minute? Do you think someone knows where I am? No, sorry. It's this other case we've been looking into. It makes me nervous, but it's totally unrelated to you. It's just something about it is bothering me, making me itch, so I'm freaking out about you too. Pay attention, but don't worry too much. I'm sure they have no idea who or where you are. She wasn't entirely reassured. Okay. I better get back to work. Have a good night. Will do. Have a good shift. She saw him out and then returned inside the apartment to prepare for bed, trying to put his nervousness out of her mind. To her surprise, she'd been settling into this town. She hadn't thought at first that she would be able to, but she liked her job and her new friends. Acquaintances, really. She didn't do close friendships. She had started to think she could trust Charles and bring all of her barriers down back before she'd seen him murder someone. Obviously, he'd proved her wrong. This place had started to feel like home, but now she wasn't sure she could ever be comfortable here.
Hank jolted out of bed in the middle of the night to the sound of his cell phone ringing. He rubbed his eyes and reached for it, squinting at the clock that read 4:43 a.m. He didn't know anyone who would call at that hour unless it was an emergency, and if it had been a fire or search and rescue call, it would have come through his pager instead. "Lo? Hank, get to the hospital. Dad's going to be there in a few minutes." Carissa's voice was frantic on the other end of the line. The urgency in her voice woke him more effectively than a bucket of cold water. "Carissa, what's going on?" She was supposed to be working in dispatch tonight. The seriousness of the situation, her calling him from dispatch, hit him as he hurried out of bed, throwing on clothes. "What's wrong? Is Mom having problems? I'll be right there." "No, Mom's fine. It's Dad. He's had a heart attack or something." Her voice was slow and measured now, though the underlying worry in it increased Hank's tension. "It sounds bad. Real bad. They've been doing CPR for a long time. They're transporting now. Marsh will meet you there." Hank slid on his shoes and hurried out of the room. "I'm on my way." He ended the call and stuffed the phone in his pocket as he ran out the door, keys jingling in his hand. 20 minutes later, he pulled into the parking lot at the hospital, which was in the next town. He had passed a police car as he rounded the main curve of the road, going 15 miles an hour faster than the limit, but the officer didn't follow him. Hank figured Carissa must have warned whomever it was in advance. Sometimes it didn't hurt to have a sister who worked for the sheriff's office. He leaped from the truck, almost before the engine had stopped, and hurried toward the hospital. Marsh's SUV sat next to his in the lot, but he was nowhere in sight. Neither was the ambulance. When Hank hurried through the ER doors, he saw the on-call doctor slipping into his white lab coat. Dr. Jensen had been practicing in the area for 40 years. Hank felt reassured at the man's presence. Dr. Jensen was more than competent and would fix everything. Hank had to believe that because the alternative was too much to face. Marsh sat in one of the chairs in the hallway, tense, as if he'd been ordered to stay against his will. Hank hurried over. "Have you heard anything?" "No. The ambulance will be here in a couple of minutes, or so they say." Of course, they can't live closer to the hospital. Hank sat beside his best friend, and they shared a look of understanding. The Carvers had been a second family to Marsh long before he fell in love with their daughter. And since his own family now lived across the country, he spent more time with Hank's than ever. Several minutes passed before the ambulance arrived. At this time of night, and with no traffic to speak of, the siren wasn't running, though Hank could see the lights flashing red and blue against the hallway wall. Both men stood and walked to the ER door, watching as the EMTs brought in the stretcher with Robert on it. His face was ashen, and a young man was doing compressions. The sight of Hank's mother coming in behind the stretcher made his stomach clench. Beth had always been a rock for her family, but the past few months had weakened her and made Hank realize she wasn't going to live forever. He had barely considered the fact that his father was getting old, that he could go first, not with Beth's health problems. He saw her tear-streaked face and pulled her into his arms, crying with her. A moment later, Carissa ran through the ER doors and joined them. An eternity passed before Dr. Jensen came over to where they had all gathered in the waiting room and shook his head. "I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. We've tried everything we can think of, and it's made no difference. I know this is hard, but I think it's time to stop resuscitation efforts. They've been at it over an hour already." Beth gripped Hank's arms tightly, hard enough that he was sure he would bruise, but her face calmed. He had the opposite reaction to the news. He was not ready to tell his father goodbye. She looked up into Hank's face. "I prayed the whole way here. I knew he wasn't coming back. It's his time." She stumbled over the last sentence, but she turned toward the doctor and nodded. Hank's stomach wrenched as Carissa buried her face in Marsh's chest and Dr. Jensen left to return to Robert's room. Somehow seeing his stubborn sister's grief made it even more real. They stood in silence before being allowed in to say goodbye to Robert. The sun was cresting over the mountaintops as Hank walked with his mother back out to his truck an hour later. His parents had already set up basic funeral plans, but there was still a lot to do. Carissa had managed to get someone from work to cover for her for the last hour of her graveyard shift, and a neighbor had come to sit with her son. It was Saturday, and no one had to work, except that the animals needed to be taken care of. Farm work never ended. Hank stopped by his apartment in town and grabbed a change of clothes, then took his mother and headed back to the farm. He'd tend to the stock and clean up. Everyone would meet at the mortuary at 8. Hank realized he would need to get word to Bo, though with less than 3 weeks before his deployment ended, it was doubtful he'd be allowed to come home. Then there was the endless list of family to notify and arrangements to make. Hank's head pounded even thinking about it. Beth sat huddled beside him in the truck as Hank pulled onto the main road. She looked so tiny and defeated. It made his heart hurt to watch her, to know she must ache. His parents had been so in love, always. He had watched them hold hands and laugh together on the front porch swing 1,000 times, saw the love shining from their eyes. It made the pain even sharper, and he forced his thoughts to something else. There would be time to mourn later. For the next few hours at least, he needed to be strong.
It was just as well that Joquell hadn't expected her mom to quickly accept her decision to move to another state. Every day, while Joquell was trying to pack and prepare for the move to Juniper Ridge, she received phone calls from her mother's friends, and the assorted acquaintances her mother had asked to call her. None of them shook her conviction that she was making the right move, however. Joquell knew her career choice hadn't been flashy enough for anyone she knew in San Francisco, especially since her father was a renowned heart surgeon and her mother was from an elite family with ties back to the city's founding. A couple of times, Joquell simply turned off her phone and focused on the tasks ahead of her, knowing that eventually the furor would die down and everyone, except her parents and brother, who had been oddly silent on the subject, would forget she existed again and go on with their lives. Sunday afternoon, she pulled into Juniper Ridge, this time in the Jeep she'd gotten in trade for her Corvette. A sports car in the snow made no sense. Today, the roads were clear and dry and the sun shone down. The snow had mostly melted, and what was left was dirty, rather than shining diamond bright like her previous trip. Joquell squinted against the brightness, despite her sunglasses. Glad to finally be arriving after a long trip across Nevada, and Utah deposited her things in the hotel room she'd be using as her base until the house closed in a few days, and then headed out for some dinner. Exhaustion pulled at her as she maneuvered her Jeep into a spot outside Wendell's, a mom-and-pop burger joint on the far side of Juniper Ridge. She remembered the restaurant being a favorite local hangout, and if the cars in the parking lot were any indication, that hadn't changed since she was here as a teen. As she pushed through the door, the sweetness of ice cream filled her nose, mixed with the fabulous smell of hamburgers and frying bacon. She ordered and soon had her small fries, a cheeseburger, and an Oreo shake as she made her way toward the back, looking for an empty booth. She was distracted by the sight of a mother feeding fries to a toddler, the baby's near-bald head covered in a wispy halo of red hair. It was unbearably cute. It took some effort to draw her eyes away as she turned down the aisle. Then she ran into something, or rather, someone. Her shake had been thick and tall in the cup, towering above the top. Now it was all over a man's shirt. "I'm so sorry. I'm such a klutz," she apologized, righting her shake and grabbing at the stack of napkins on her tray. "I wasn't paying attention." "I can see that." He took the paper napkins, his dark brows forming a V as he wiped at the ice cream. Then he looked at her, apparently more exasperated than angry. "This is the last thing I needed tonight." He huffed a little. "It's been one of those days." "I'm really sorry." Joquell didn't know what else to say. "Is there anything?" "No." He nodded to her and headed down the aisle toward a pretty woman who held a squirmy preschooler and a tray with drinks. "Hank, everything's going to be cold by the time we get back to Marsh's if you don't move it," the woman said. "It's not my fault people don't watch where they're going," he said back, loud enough that the words carried to Joquell. The man, Hank, then took the little boy, snuggling him close. Joquell couldn't believe how rude he had been. She hoped he was just here on vacation, though the cowboy boots weren't anything she'd wear for a ski trip. She scooped the top of her shake into the garbage and found a seat. Work started tomorrow, and she needed to be ready to face it. Walking into the ambulance shed Monday morning was entirely different for Joquell this time. She was the boss now, not just here for an interview. This was her new home, in a matter of speaking. She had one day with the new director to go over everything she would need to know. She hoped she would have a chance to do a run or two as well, to get to know the crew members. Butterflies filled her stomach, and she fought to keep a confident smile as she entered the building. Darla took her through the schedule, the run reporting software that sent statistics to the state, and pulled out the books they used to order all of their supplies. They were just talking about lunch when the pager went off for a man who was having difficulty breathing. Joquell pulled the ambulance out of the garage to make it more accessible for the team when they arrived, then left the keys in the ignition. She wouldn't be allowed to drive until she completed their driver safety course being held in a few days, and she had no idea where anything was yet anyway. Another 2 cars pulled into the parking lot a few minutes later, and women popped out of them, rushing to the ambulance. One hopped in the driver's seat while Joquell finished digging through the cupboards to familiarize herself with the locations of all of the supplies in back. "Who are you?" a brunette asked as she joined Joquell. "Joquell, I'm Darla's replacement." She smiled and grabbed the oxygen tank to turn on the valve. "Oh, that's right. You start today." The woman frowned, turned away, and pulled out the big, plastic yellow case with the initials ALS written on the side in black marker. "I've got IV. You get the nebulizer ready. The patient is irregular. He has COPD and serious asthma." Taken aback by the unfriendly tone, Joquell nodded and accepted the kit, opening it up and digging in the bottom as directed for the nebulizer. She found the medication and had fit the nebulizer pieces together just as they pulled in front of a house. There was a deputy's truck parked out front as well, his lights flashing. They climbed out of the ambulance and went in to take care of the patient. Half an hour later, when they left the hospital, Joquell had finally learned the other EMTs' names. Trina and Lois had both been running with the department for nearly 10 years, and while Trina had asked a lot of questions about Joquell's experience and plans on the ride back to the shed, Lois, who had been the one ordering her around during the run, didn't say much of anything, just gave off frosty vibes. They cleaned up the rig and restocked the supplies, and then Joquell met Darla back in the office to do the report. "How did it go?" Darla asked. "I've had warmer receptions," Joquell said. "Who was it?" "Lois." "Ah, yes. Her brother works for a department about an hour south of here. She's not very happy that they passed him over to hire you. She'll get over it. Just ignore what you can and show her you're competent. Her brother is nice enough, but he was a bit sloppy sometimes, so I doubt he was ever a serious consideration." Joquell was starting to feel intimidated, though she told herself it was stupid. "Anyone else who will hate me already? I don't need any more surprises." Darla grinned. "From what I hear, you bought that house out from under one of the fire guys. He might not be making kissy faces at you anytime soon. Too bad, too. He's a mighty fine-looking guy. And nice." "Perfect. Just what she needed." "What's his name?" "Hank Carver. But you probably won't see much of him, so I wouldn't worry about it, unless he comes to training tomorrow night." Joquell hoped he didn't. She was starting to wonder if moving to Juniper Ridge was such a brilliant idea after all.
Hank needed the break from all of the stress surrounding the funeral, so he was glad for fire training Tuesday night. An hour with his brothers in the fire department, tearing apart a car, sounded like good therapy. He hadn't been in the fire station for more than 5 minutes before seeing the woman who had dumped ice cream on him a few days earlier. And she was wearing the gray polo shirt that designated her as an EMT. The new director? He couldn't be sure, but she was deep in conversation with Darla. She was much more put together this time. Her long hair flowed down her back, though it was held away from her face in a band. Her makeup was perfectly applied, subtle, and her skin was flawless. Feeling spiteful, he wondered how much money she spent on makeup. Since she was new in town, she had to be the woman who had stolen his house out from under him. Maybe he should have skipped the training after all. He turned away, greeting one of the guys and asking him about the Nuggets' chance in that weekend's game. Announcements were made. The new director, Joquell, was introduced to everyone, and they went outside to practice extrication techniques. In the parking lot, Hank nearly ran into the well-padded Joquell as he circled the car to rip into the front window with the windshield saw. "Hey, aren't you the one I gooped up with my shake the other day?" she asked him with a friendly smile. "Yep. You have amazing aim. I'm really sorry about that. I hope I didn't ruin your shirt." It washed. He jabbed the saw in the glass and began tearing a line around the edge. It was just a bad day. The worst day ever. His father had died that morning. Today wasn't shaping up to be much better. Her brows furrowed. "Oh, but..." "Drop it." His voice was louder than he'd intended. He sucked in a breath and used a lower tone as he noticed several sets of eyes on them. "Sorry. Just forget it." He tapped the guy next to him, passed the window saw, and mumbled that he should take over before stalking off before he lost his temper over something stupid.
"What was that about?" Joquell asked as she watched him walk away. She had been barked at by strangers before, but somehow it seemed a lot more personal coming from this tall, dark man. She wondered if he was upset with her for more than the ice cream, though how that could be possible, she didn't know. One of the firefighters beside her spoke up. "Don't worry about him. He's not usually like that, but his dad died over the weekend, so he's a little on edge." "Oh, when did he die?" Joquell asked. "Must have been Friday night, Saturday morning. Funeral's tomorrow. Give him a few weeks and things will cool down. Hank's a good guy." He passed a blanket to the EMT who was inside the car holding C-spine on the patient. Really, a CPR anti-torso. When they were both covered to protect them from shattering glass, he called to the guy hefting the jaws of life to get to work. "Hank Carver?" Joquell asked. recognizing the name Darla had mentioned the previous day. Yeah. Have you met him before? Briefly. Joquell opted to be vague. That was just perfect. She'd spilled ice cream all over him right after his father had died. If he also knew she was the one who'd bought the house he was after, he probably hated her. She pushed those thoughts away. There was no time to worry about what some man thought of her, no matter how good-looking he was. She watched the other EMTs, studying how they worked together. Who complained, who held back, who was talking instead of learning. Seeing Lois scowl in her direction, she knew she had her work cut out for her.
7. The line for the viewing seemed to stretch for miles, and Hank was starting to wonder if it would ever end. Robert Carver had been active among the local growers to protect their farming rights, sat on the city council in Wellsville, and was well liked by nearly everyone. Mrs. Ledbetter, Hank greeted her when she came through only a few minutes before the funeral was about to start. "Thank you for coming. I'm so sorry about your father." She gave Hank a hug. "I remember when he was just a little boy and I was a teenager. It's such a shame." "Thanks for coming," he said again, fighting back the unreasonable grudge he felt that she'd sold the house to someone else. Thoughts like that had no place here. "I appreciate you taking the time when you must be very busy getting ready to move. We're going to miss having you around." "You're such a sweet boy. We are moving soon. We close on the house in 2 days." It had only been 2 weeks since she'd sold the place. That must be a turbo loan to clear so quickly. Actually, Joquell's paying cash. It makes things faster, I guess. She gave him another hug. "We're really going to miss this place, but it's time to move on. I know you'll be happy in your new home, too." Hank swallowed the knowledge that the woman buying the house must be rich to be able to buy the Ledbetters' house with cash. It was just one more reason to dislike Joquell. And what kind of name was that anyway? Snooty. He pushed the thought away and smiled at the next person in line, thanking them for coming. The house was merely an irritation compared to what had brought everyone here.
Friday, Joquell took off from work and signed ownership papers on the house. She'd paid the whole cost in cash from the inheritance from her grandmother. Or she never would have been able to afford it, but it had still taken 3 weeks for the title search and other paperwork. The Ledbetters had finished signing the paperwork and handed over the keys. "You seem like such a nice young lady," Nora said, holding Joquell's hands between hers. "I'm sure you'll love the house as much as we did. Find yourself a young man and fill it up with children." Joquell felt her face tighten a little around her smile, as if she needed a man to make her feel complete. "Good luck to you, too," she said instead. When she slid the key into the lock of her new front door 20 minutes later, she felt a thrill of anticipation. This was hers. All hers, and no one else's. She didn't have roommates to come in and wake her up in the middle of the night or from a much-deserved lazy Saturday morning. Her parents wouldn't come over and criticize her choice in furniture or colors, or the fact that she'd left her purse and a book on the living room table. It was all up to her. She pushed the door open, excitement racing through her, and found an empty shell of a home. There were holes in the wall from the pictures, dark spots where the paint had faded, or rather, not faded. The floor that had seemed sunny bright before seemed less so and was covered in the little debris that is always left behind when one moves. The wide windows seemed cloudy now, not sharing enough of the sun's light, and the kitchen was sad without Nora's happy sunflower decorations. Even the curtains had been stripped from the windows. Joquell's things would be arriving in a few hours, but she'd been renting a one-bedroom condo in San Francisco. There wouldn't be nearly enough furniture for a place this size. She didn't have a fridge or washer and dryer. Her dinette set was perfect for the little breakfast nook, but the dining room would be bare. She shivered and turned up the heat, then pulled out the old phone book she'd picked up at the ambulance shed. First things first. The cold drafts had to go, so new windows were in order. The phone book was 2 years out of date, but she'd heard the local glass company had been in business for decades, so she had no trouble finding them in the yellow pages. Joquell started making note of the cleaning supplies she needed to pick up and a grocery list. She heard the geese honking out back and decided to check on the birds. This was going to be an adventure, and she would enjoy it, one way or another. This was her first real home of her own, and she was starting out in a new town. Everything was going to be perfect. She'd make sure of that. Joquell pushed through the gate to the chicken pens and checked the water in the child's play pool. Nora had left it filled, and everyone fed, she'd said, along with a note on the counter saying where she bought her feed. The geese were loud and persistent, following her as she moved to the chicken coop to check out the nests from their outdoor access. She was surprised to find 3 eggs in there. Odd Nora hadn't picked them up already. But maybe she didn't want to travel with fresh eggs, Joquell said aloud. More for me. She pulled them out and felt a hard pinch on her leg. Jumping to the side, Joquell looked down to see that the white goose, the male Nora had said, had bit her and was coming back for more. She held her hands out between them, making shooing motions, and dropped one of the eggs. She managed not to curse as the goose came back for more. Wasn't a male a gander? Nora said his name was Blue Eyes, the only feature the monster shared with his namesake, Frank Sinatra. The 2 other geese were gray, and while they were yelling at her too, at least they weren't attacking. A few more shooing motions, and Joquell nudged the bird with her foot. He attacked her designer boots, and she hightailed it from the pen, the gander giving chase. As she slammed the gate closed behind her, she thought that maybe she had gotten in a little over her head. The pager interrupted Joquell a few days later as she was taking inventory in the ambulance shed's supply cupboards. It had been a quiet couple of days, but the notice that a woman had fallen and may have a broken femur had Joquell jumping to get the ambulance out of the bay. Her crew members showed up 3 minutes after the page went out. Excellent time, and Joquell had one of them give her directions to the address. The flashing lights of one of the deputies' trucks made the location easy to spot. Joquell pulled in front and slid on a pair of protective gloves, and she grabbed the traction splint from one of the outside compartments on the ambulance, then headed to the stairs. She could hear a baby's wails before she even got close. Deputy Oliver came out of the apartment and met them at the top of the stairs. A neighbor from downstairs is holding the baby. I'll call for extra help to get Melissa out of the apartment. Joquell nodded in relief. Getting the gurney back down the stairs with a patient on it wouldn't be easy, as she hurried past and into the little living room. A baby screamed in a blonde woman's arms. The blonde kneeled over a 20-something brunette, who sat on the floor, agony etched across her face. "Hi, I'm Joquell. Can you tell me what happened?" She kneeled beside the patient and opened up the traction splint while she asked questions. When she asked how long the woman had been lying on the floor, the patient, Melissa, seemed unsure. "About 15 minutes, the blonde said. I heard her fall and wondered if she'd dropped something. It was a few minutes before I heard her start to scream for help. I rushed right up here and called 911. I knew I couldn't get her out of here if she'd broken her femur." She tucked the hair behind her ear. "She has a pedal pulse, so I knew her circulation was still good." Joquell was surprised. "You knew to check for a pulse in her foot?" "I work at the clinic in town. I'm Tosca." "Good to have your help," Joquell said as she took the morphine kit from the 3rd EMT and prepped the tube so Lois could administer it when the IV was set. A fire truck pulled up as Joquell set the traction splint, and she felt new tension enter her shoulders when she noticed that Hank was one of the firemen. Tosca said something about it being a neighbor reunion, and he chuckled. The firemen helped the deputy bring up the stretcher, and once the leg was stabilized, they helped load the patient onto the stretcher and got her down the stairs to the ambulance. "You got off work in the middle of the day?" Joquell asked Hank as she walked beside him to the rig. She carried the oxygen bottle while he guided the stretcher. She'd noticed the way he'd spoken to Melissa by name. Did he know everyone in town? "I hadn't taken my lunch yet. Heard my address and thought I'd better see what was up." He helped load the gurney. "You have a problem with that?" A little on edge still, wasn't he? "Of course not. Thanks for coming out. We couldn't have carried her on our own." He grunted and joined the other firemen as they headed back to their truck. Joquell passed the oxygen to Lois and circled to the front of the ambulance and hopped in the driver's seat. Did he live in the building too, she wondered, then dropped the thought, focusing on finding her way back to the main road so she could get the patient to the hospital. It could be a long afternoon.
8. Tosca walked back into Errol's used treasures and hunting supplies with the hope of finding a set of shelves to go in the corner of her bathroom. It had been a full week with 4 days of work at the clinic and then Melissa's accident, so she was enjoying her leisurely Saturday morning poking into shops. The golf course and mountain bike trails were open now, and the town was starting to fill with summer tourists, even though it was still quite cool. And many of the schools weren't out yet. She poked around the shop for several minutes before a well-heeled brunette walked into the store and started glancing over everything. A minute later, the woman stopped and looked at Tosca. "Hey, aren't you Melissa's neighbor?" she asked. Tosca realized it was the EMT she'd spoken with a few days earlier. "Yes, I didn't catch your name." "Joquell Westbury. I'm new in town, so I don't know very many people." "Someone said this place had nice furniture. I have to admit I'm pleasantly surprised." She touched the sofa table beside her, running her fingers over the contours. "Tell me about it. The first time I pulled up out front, I thought for sure someone was pulling my leg. I bought most of my furniture here, though. I'm Tosca Michaels, and I haven't been here long either, almost 3 months." They chatted about where they were from and how they had ended up in Juniper Ridge. Tosca felt guilty, as always, when she lied about her background. It couldn't be helped, though, so she tried to ignore the pang. She hadn't made many friends in town. She had conversations with her coworkers, and Trent was nice enough, but she hadn't felt like she connected with anyone else. So when she glanced at her watch and realized she and Joquell had been talking for over half an hour, she was surprised and decided to take a chance. "Are you in a hurry to get somewhere?" Joquell asked. "No, but I'm starting to think lunch isn't a bad idea." Tosca paused for a second and considered. "The sandwich shop a couple of doors down is pretty good. Want to grab something? You can tell me all about San Francisco. I've always wanted to go there." "I could eat." Joquell waved to Mike and said she'd be back to pick up some things after lunch, and they walked outside. An afternoon getting to know a new friend was exactly what Tosca needed.
The airport crawled with people coming and going, and Bo felt the exhaustion dragging at him. It wasn't that the flight from base to Denver was that long. It had just been a rough few weeks. The hardest of his deployment, knowing his father was gone and that Hank was having to fill in for him at the farm. He'd lost 2 more friends in a bomb blast the day before their unit was scheduled to come home as well, just capping the misery. The luggage carousel spit out his duffel, and he grabbed it, wondering where Hank was. He'd promised to be waiting when the plane arrived, but wasn't there yet. Pulling the strap over his shoulder, Bo turned to scan the crowd and saw Hank, Carissa, and his mom all rushing toward him. Joy washed over him. He should have known that his mom and sister would insist on coming to meet his plane. He'd never been so glad to see them before, not even after his first deployment. 2 steps from his family, he dropped his bag and pulled his mom into his arms, tears squeezing from his eyes. "Hey, Mom, I missed you so much." Beth held him tightly, her slight frame all but buried in his. "I'm so glad you're back in one piece. It's been so hard having you gone and worrying all the time." Bo didn't feel like he was exactly in one piece. He felt shattered from the horror and loss he'd lived with, but he couldn't tell her that. "I'm fine, Mom. See?" He held out his arms so she could inspect him. "What happened here?" She touched the scar that ran along the right side of his jaw. "You never said you got hurt." "It's nothing. Barely even needed stitches. In a year or 2, you probably won't be able to see it anymore." That was an outright fib from beginning to end, but there was no point freaking her out now. The stitches had come out nearly 2 months ago, and the scar would be permanent. But it wasn't the only scar he'd gotten in the past year, and not even close to the worst thing he'd dealt with. He hugged Hank and Carissa, exchanging light banter, then grabbed his duffel again and shouldered it as they headed for the car. When the conversation lagged, he asked Carissa about the wedding, which was only 2 days away. As he'd predicted, she filled the awkwardness with wedding details, half of which he didn't even understand. He told himself that after a couple of days in his own bed, without the threat of imminent death, everything would go back to normal. It was a lie, but he needed it for now. He could face the truth later.
With a sigh, Tosca thumbed through the file on the wall. Of course, Janet had picked out the file for Joshua Coate, the grandfather Joshua, not the file for the grandson that Tosca actually needed, who had walked in holding his mother's hand. Tosca straightened and stretched her back. It was late afternoon, and she couldn't wait for the day to end. The sunshine over the past few days had cleared away all but the most stubborn and shaded patches of snow. There had been an overabundance of skateboarding and other gravity-related injuries, making the days long and exhausting. She pulled out the correct file and checked the birth date, then put away the grandfather's folder. "I must have been out of town too long," a deep voice said from behind her. "I don't remember you." Tosca looked up in surprise. Standing at the counter, leaning on one elbow, was a hulk of a man, well over 6 foot and broad-shouldered as a boat. His hair was a pale brown, cut military short. His eyes were turquoise, his face deeply tanned, sporting a scar along his jaw that wasn't more than a couple of months old, and his smile sparkled. "I've been working here about 3 months." She studied him for a moment. "You look a little familiar. Should I know you?" "My name's Bo Carver," he said, offering his large hand for a shake. "I reached home yesterday afternoon." Automatically, she let his hand envelop hers. She had heard about Bo. He was the twin brother to her neighbor Hank. He looked smooth as a chocolate shake and twice as cool, and hadn't that type been her biggest weakness? Tosca pulled her hand away, realizing that he still cradled it in his. She stepped over to the counter and glanced at the list of afternoon patients and found the name Robert Carver Jr. listed. "Robert?" He nodded. When her eyes returned to his, she answered, forcing her most casual expression. "You don't look sick. Your visit just couldn't wait until you've been home a few more days?" "I've been putting off the trip to the doctor for a while. I've got leash." She'd never heard of that before. "What's leash?" Bo's grin broadened. "A protozoa spread by the sandfly in Iraq. It's short for leishmaniasis, and I should have taken care of it when I first saw it, but I didn't want to delay my trip home." He gestured to his arm, where she saw a skin lesion that looked like a small crater. Tosca pulled a face. It didn't look pretty. "How long have you had that?" She handed him the clipboard so he could sign in, and he scribbled a signature with only the R and C legible, then handed it back. "A couple months. My division was transporting supplies and hit an ambush. There was a base not too far away, so we headed there, and I got my jaw patched up." He ran a finger along the scar on his jaw. His tone turned ironic. "Guess I got lucky. Sandflies can barely move a couple feet on their own, but I caught the right one. That base is notorious for the disease." "What, the military can't treat you themselves? A country doctor got them beat?" She was surprised at how comfortable his laid-back acceptance was. Of course, that casual attitude of the people around here had been one of the things she had come to love most about this town. It was completely different from where she worked before. His flashing grin returned. "Actually, the military doesn't carry the medicine. It's not FDA approved because there are no sandflies in the U.S., so they haven't done any studies on it. We aren't allowed to be treated on base. The doctor will have to send off to the Center for Disease Control for the medication. They'll send it back, and I get an IV for 10 days. Annoying maybe, but nothing serious." Tosca glanced up at him before reaching for the next file. Percent. She would have to get the Kramers to a room before the doctor finished up with his current patient. Then she could find an empty room for him. "You're taking an IV pretty casually. Most people at least cringe at the suggestion," she said, looking back at him. He shrugged and gave her a level look. "My pal lost a hand in that ambush. I'd say I got off easy." She blinked in surprise. His answer was so unemotional, she wondered when he became so callous, or if he had always been that way. "Yeah, I guess. Excuse me." She picked up the next file and called to the Kramers to follow her to an examination room. During the next 10 minutes, she forced herself to think about her work, to focus on checking Dick Kramer's pulse and temperature. When she finished and returned to the office, she avoided looking at Bo, focusing on the work in front of her. When she led him back to the examination room a little later, he asked, "What brought you to this hole in the ground?" I needed a change after living in the city and working for a surgeon. This was almost as different as I could get. Small-town hospitals, small-town doctors, knowing all of the patients by name. It's a nice change. I hear a little southern in your voice. Where are you from? He asked. Birmingham, Alabama, she said, though she'd only been there once when she was still a kid. Your accent is beautiful. He studied her, a look of appreciation in his eyes. Thanks. She focused on her job, all business as she checked his blood pressure. She felt her heartbeat skitter slightly as she held his wrist to check his pulse. You free for dinner tonight? His question threw her off balance and her eyes flew to his. She wasn't sure if she had heard him right. He seemed serious. Sorry, I have commitments, Tosca said. Her only commitment was to her television set. But she didn't want to get involved with someone like Bo. She'd had enough of that ruthless cool and had no intention of getting caught in it again. She released his wrist and made a few notes in his chart on the computer. She asked him a few basic questions, then turned to leave, but he grabbed her elbow. What about tomorrow? He asked. She lifted an eyebrow as she looked at his confident gaze. I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Carver. The surprise in his eyes registered, but he released her. Let me know if you change your mind. I'm sure my number's in the system. She nodded and hurried out of the room. When she got back to the front desk, she could feel her face burning. She'd been attracted, all right, but when she started dating again, it wouldn't be with someone like him. Maybe a nice, boring accountant or school bus driver. Did you already take Bo back? Janet asked. When Tosca nodded, Janet sighed. Isn't he gorgeous? He was one of the popular guys in school. Tosca's muttered response was non-committal as she bent over the clipboard of the next patient. She was in the back room when Bo left a few minutes later. The notes the doctor had left confirmed what Bo had told her. He suspected leash. She picked up the ringing phone and made an appointment for a child with a cold. Bo asked about you, Janet said from behind her. Really? Tosca tried to pretend she didn't care. Apparently, he didn't give up easily. He wanted to know if you were seeing someone. I think he likes you. The woman gushed her excitement. That's nice. Tosca looked up to see new patients approach the front desk and hurried to help them. By the time she finished with them, Janet was busy and the subject was dropped.
9 shells fell all around Bo as he tried to pull his friend out of the line of fire. The stink of exploded ordnance and smoke filled his nose and hazed the air. He heard the rain of bullets going off all around them as his unit returned fire against their attackers. His heart raced and adrenaline pumped through him as he pulled on Ryan's legs, but the man didn't move. He called behind him for help, but no one came. Blood trailed down Ryan's face and his arm was mostly gone. The sight turned Bo's stomach, but he tugged harder, firming his grip on the heavy combat boot. When he saw a phalanx of enemy soldiers rushing toward him, guns drawn, he reached for his weapon. Bo, wake up! Come on, wake up! The woman's voice called him out of sleep mid-yell. Bo sat up like he was being pulled by strings and opened his eyes, disoriented, still reaching for the weapon that wasn't there. It took a few seconds of looking around him before he realized he was home. Home in his old bedroom with his high school trophies displayed on shelves around the room. He sucked in air as he focused on his sister, who looked terrified, almost as terrified as he still felt. What? Sorry. He rubbed his forehead as he tried to reorient himself. It wasn't the first time he'd woken from a nightmare echo from his past. Sorry I woke you. It was just a dream. He knew it was a dream, but adrenaline still pumped through him, making his hands tingle and his head a little fuzzy. He looked at Carissa again. You're getting married in the morning. You need your sleep. Sorry. He knew he was starting to sound like a broken record, but he couldn't help it. She sat beside him. Hey, no, don't worry about me. I'm worried about you. She touched his cheek. You're sweaty. What was the dream? He took her hand in his and gave it a squeeze. Just a nightmare. Nothing serious. Don't worry about it. He heard Paul call out for his mom. You better go take care of your son. I probably woke him up. He didn't want to apologize again, but he didn't know what else to say. The sheet was wrapped around his legs, so he had to untangle himself before he could get out of bed. He sucked in another deep breath. I better go check on Mom, make sure I didn't wake her up too. He staggered out of bed and to the kitchen, where he grabbed a cup of water. His mouth was dry and his throat felt scratchy after yelling. He took several big gulps and then crept to his mom's door. There wasn't a rustle of sound, so he relaxed a little. The last thing she needed was more reason to worry about him. He passed back through the kitchen as he turned toward his room. Carissa stood in the way. "Paul's already dropped back to sleep. You want to talk?" "No. And you don't want to hear it." "I'm fine, really. You need your beauty rest, though." He smiled, though he didn't feel it. "Are you saying I look haggard? I might have to beat you up for that." She folded her arms over her chest. "I'm not going to sleep again for a little while anyway, so you might as well talk." Bo leaned back against the counter. "How are things at work?" "Fine, but that's not what we're going to talk about." Her expression was implacable. "Do you have nightmares often?" "No more often than most of the guys I know." He shrugged. He didn't plan to tell anyone how bad they were sometimes, and he definitely wasn't going into details about it the night before her wedding. His family didn't need to know. They wouldn't be able to understand anyway. "It happens. You probably have bad dreams sometimes, and you weren't in a war." "That doesn't make me feel any better." He picked up an apple from the bowl on the table and took a bite. "I can't help you with that. But I made it back here in one piece, and I'm not going to re-up, so there's nothing for you to worry about. A few nightmares won't hurt me." "Always the tough elite sniper guy, aren't you?" "I try." The apple was on the tasteless side, but he continued eating it, knowing that taking a break from bed and his thoughts could sometimes reset his brain so he could fall back to sleep again. "As long as you're up, how about if you tell me how Mom is really doing? She's been bustling around as if nothing is wrong, but she looks tired, more fragile than I remember. I'm afraid she's pushing herself too hard." Carissa shrugged. "She's in a good phase at the moment. It comes and goes. No doubt you'll see her in a less happy situation before the summer ends. I try not to baby her too much when she feels well and to ease things for her when she feels like crap, but it can be a balancing act to not make her feel like I'm taking over. I'm really glad you're back so I don't have to worry about her out here all alone." That sounded a little ominous. Could he handle her health problems and the farm at the same time? Is that why things weren't in the same condition they'd been when he left? Had he been right that it had just been because his father was older and couldn't do as much, or had it been because his mom needed so much help? "How bad is it, usually?" She shrugged. "When the lupus isn't flaring, she's still slower, asheer, and more fatigued than she was even a couple of years ago. How much of that is because she's getting older and how much is the disease, I don't know." Guilt piled on guilt that he hadn't been around when she got sick, when his dad died, when his sister had to deal with her divorce. "Hank's been carrying the heaviest part of the load on the farm, hasn't he? Both of you have been carrying more than your share of the work while I've been gone. I'm sorry." He took another big bite of the apple, then tossed the rest into the garbage. It wasn't that good anyway. "You haven't exactly been sitting on a beach somewhere taking it easy," she said. He smiled half-heartedly. "There was plenty of sand. Does that count?" "Not even remotely." She leaned against the door jamb. "If things hadn't been crazy here in the past year, would you have regretted going to Iraq? You know, beyond the whole nightmare and bloodshed thing? Overall, do you think it was the right thing for you to do?" With the nightmares still lurking in the back of his head, Bo had to take a moment to consider. "Yeah, it sucked, but we did a lot of good there. Right? Wrong? Who knows? It felt like the right decision that we were there, until recently." He ran his bare foot over the ridge in the floor where the vinyl was seamed. "I'm not so sure anymore, but that could be because I wished I was home to help out here." They stood for a long moment with only the hum of the refrigerator to break the silence. "We're glad to have you back. We know what you were doing was important to you, and we don't hold it against you that you were gone." She moved in and hugged him. "I'm so glad you're home, and not just because I'm worried about leaving Mom alone. I love your guts." He chuckled despite himself. "I love your guts too." The hug did him good, though, and made him feel like maybe he could get his life back in order again. It had been a long time since he'd been able to really relax. He gave her an extra squeeze, then released her. Now you really do need to go back to bed. You've got to be ready to drop. The talk had helped take his mind off of everything. With any luck, he would be able to get back to sleep. If not, there was more than enough to do around the farm, starting with getting the books in order.
Hank checked his watch for the third time in 5 minutes. Everything was set to go for the wedding, except that Carissa was still in the changing room, primping. He looked at Bo, who had dark circles under his eyes. "Didn't you sleep at all?" Hank asked. Bo rubbed a hand over his short hair. "Some. I woke up around 3. Couldn't settle down again." He peered through the lattice into the main room where everyone was seated and muttering, waiting for the cue to go. Hank glanced up and saw Marsh tugging at his sleeves nervously. "I never thought I'd see the day, you know. Marsh and Carissa are really getting married." "It's pretty incredible. All those puppy dog eyes he shot her way over the years. I thought for sure he would give up and find someone else. I guess it just goes to show." "Sure does." Hank turned when he heard his mother's voice. "Nice and easy. No reason to rush down the aisle to get to him. You kept him waiting this many years. I'm sure he can stand an extra 30 seconds. "Mom." Carissa's voice was little more than a hiss, for all its emphatic qualities. "I'll be fine. Don't worry about it." Beth lined up the bridesmaids, a couple of cousins they saw little of, and Paul as ring-bearer, then turned to her sons, putting a hand on each of their shoulders. "You both look so handsome. I know if your dad were here to see this, he would be proud." She leaned in and kissed them each on the cheek, wiped at her eyes, and then straightened her shoulders before heading to her seat at the front. "Aren't you beautiful today?" Bo asked, looking Carissa up and down. "Someone kept insisting I get my beauty sleep," she said, as she adjusted her voluminous white satin skirt. Her hair was a cascade of curls, and either she didn't have much makeup on, or it had been applied with more care than usual. It made her look younger, brighter, but maybe that was the happiness radiating from her. She studied Bo for a moment. "Someone didn't, though. Couldn't you settle in again?" "Nah, too much paperwork to handle." Bo brushed it off as if it was no big deal, leaving Hank to wonder what had happened. Had they both been up and around in the middle of the night? The music started, cueing the bridesmaids. "Are we ready to go, gorgeous?" Hank asked. "Someone up there is kind of anxious to see you." Carissa smiled so brightly, she practically glowed. "Me too." Her eyes watered a little, and she dabbed at them with a handkerchief she had magically pulled from somewhere. A shirt sleeve? "I'm so glad you both decided to walk me down the aisle, since Dad can't be here. It means a lot to me." "Well, if we can't give you away to one of our best friends, who can we trust you with?" Bo teased. He brushed a kiss on her cheek. Carissa nodded. "Let's get this show on the road." "Look," Paul said in a stage whisper, holding up the little blue pillow. "I get to give Dad the ring for Mom." "You sure do." Hank stroked his nephew's hair, happy Paul was so thrilled about the marriage. "You keep a hold of that, okay? Don't lose it." "I won't." Paul turned and followed the last bridesmaid out. Hank looked at his sister again and took the arm she hadn't already given to Bo. He knew somewhere his father was looking down on them and smiling, but it still hurt not having him here with them in the flesh. Carissa's eyes were wet when she gave his arm a squeeze. "Let's make Dad proud." "Yes," Hank agreed. He looked across her to his twin and saw the determination in his face as well. The music changed and Hank sucked in a breath. "Let's go."
Tosca had been expecting Bo's arrival. She had been the one to call to tell him the medicine had come. He managed to catch her unawares anyway. She was making an appointment for Bobby Sutton, who had come in to have his cast checked. When Tosca looked up to say goodbye to the sickly Mrs. Sutton and her son, Bo stood against the wall, watching her every move. He smiled and ambled over when she saw him. "Hey there," he greeted. "I was hoping to talk to you again. Are you the one who gets to poke holes in me today?" Someone told her Hank was the better-looking of the twins, and she'd thought it must be true, until she'd actually gotten a good look at Bo. When he smiled, something inside her melted. She fought the reaction and tried to act indifferent. Tempting. "I'll see if I can arrange it." Tosca passed over the clipboard for him to sign in, then turned away. When his turn came up to head to one of the back rooms, Tosca was the one leading him back. She hadn't planned it that way. She wouldn't have. It just happened, she told herself. Roll up your sleeve, she instructed him as she prepared the IV bag and opened the Heplock kit. The antibiotic would piggyback on the main IV line, and she wanted to get things set up before she injected the catheter. I've heard rumors that there's something between you and Trent Oliver, Bo said. But Carissa says no. What's the truth? He asked as she rubbed iodine over his vein in a circular pattern. The suddenness of the question made her pause in surprise for a moment, but she recovered quickly. She tossed the cotton ball in the garbage can and picked up the alcohol wipe, opening the package. I don't see that it concerns you. Oh, it concerns me. Tosca felt his breath on her neck and ear as she bent over his arm, running the wipe in one long stripe over the vein. It shouldn't, she said. Trent and I are good friends, that's all. He dates all the time. The alcohol wipe joined the cotton ball in the garbage, and she reached for the Heplock. She twisted the catheter to make sure the needle was loose, then slid it into the vein at a 20-degree angle. To his credit, he didn't jump at all, though he did suck in a breath. But you don't date much, he said. So why won't you go out with me? She saw flashback as blood entered the plastic chamber, showing that she had reached the vein, and she taped the IV in place. You're not my type. I prefer geeks with pocket protectors. It was a blatant lie, but she didn't care. His face fell, almost comically. That's the worst news I've heard in a long time. It took some effort, but Tosca managed to keep from smiling. She set the drip on the saline line, then piggybacked his medication onto the line. You'll be here about an hour. I see you didn't bring a book. Do you want a magazine? As she moved away, he grabbed her hand with his free one. I'd like you to stay and tell me your life's story. I need company. You want entertainment, and I have a job to do. She removed her hand from his grasp, her skin tingling from his touch. Do you want a magazine or not? His lips quirked. They were great lips, strong and extremely kissable, fitting his rugged features. Sure, anything except Woman's Day. Please, I'll get a book for tomorrow. I was a little distracted this morning by my nephew screaming that he couldn't find his boots. Is Carissa's son staying with you until they come back from their honeymoon? Tosca asked. He grimaced. Yeah, he's a terrific kid, but he can be a handful. This is my hour to relax and enjoy the silence for a little while. She snorted a little. Getting poked with needles is your idea of relaxation? Can I have you speak with some of my other patients? They don't seem to enjoy it as much as you do. My ego is hurt now you turned me down twice. I'm not sure I dare risk rejection again. That was an odd segue. She stared at him. I was talking about you telling my patients that needles aren't scary. How is that related to rejection, she asked. His lips tilted up at the corners. The only way I'd do it is if you went out with me. This time she allowed herself to smile. A little. I better not ask you to help then. Ouch. He didn't seem surprised or upset, though. She felt a warm thrill run through her system at the way he looked at her. Baby. She turned to go. The magazines, he reminded her. She nodded and vacated the room. A couple minutes later, she leaned over the rack, pulled out a couple of manly magazines, hunting and fishing, mostly. She smiled meanly to herself as she buried them under Parenting Magazine and one on pregnancy. When she stalked back into his room a few minutes later, she tossed the reading material onto his lap and watched his face. He shot her a disbelieving look. Are you serious? I don't need to read articles about me and my fetus. I don't have a fetus. You said anything but Women's Day. His eyes narrowed, and he continued to the magazine on fishing. His relief registered, and he flipped to the fourth one, which was a copy of Sports Illustrated. You're very funny. A real hoot. You know? I try. She backed out of the room and returned to her regular duties. Score 1 for Tosca. Unfortunately, she had to return to him at the end of the hour to remove the drip. These rooms are boring, Bo said when she walked in. Sorry we don't have any cattle for you to rustle in here. You'll have to forgive us. She stuck a cotton ball at the insertion site and pulled out the IV catheter. Bo put his hand over hers, holding it there until she looked him in the eye. Do I scare you, Tosca? She lifted an eyebrow, so he explained. You act nervous, but it's not like you're trying to impress me or anything. No, she answered honestly. She scared herself when he was near. She was not going to date someone like him, even though she was completely attracted to him. She'd been burned time and again. One of these times, she really did need to find that geek she'd mentioned. She wrapped the cotton ball in place and tossed the used IV equipment. "We'll see you again tomorrow about the same time." "Sure," he said. "It'll give you another chance to refuse my offer of dinner. Your cows are probably missing you, Bo. Go home." She headed straight for the front desk. It wasn't even lunch yet, and she wouldn't waste her time thinking about Bo Carver, except that she did.
Joquell had decided that she should start with the outside of the house before worrying about the inside. New paint and curtains would make her life a little more pleasant, but doing the outside would make the neighbors happier and let people know she really was working on it. So after she got off work on Thursday, she bought a pair of long-handled nippers and headed for her yard. There were trees and roses and a bunch of bushes she didn't recognize that were all overgrown. She had barely begun when a white truck pulled in front of the neighbor's house. When Hank got out carrying a couple of plastic grocery bags and headed for the front door, she almost called out that they weren't there, except he was doing such a good job of ignoring her. And if he wasn't doing it on purpose, she didn't want to draw attention to herself. He didn't knock, though, pulling out a key to unlock the door instead. Through a few branches in the rose bushes, she watched him go inside, and a few minutes later, he returned, without the bags. Hank glanced in the direction of her house, but then resolutely returned his attention to his truck. She cut another branch off of the overgrown bush and tossed it to the side. He looked over, seeming to see her for the first time. His mouth formed a frown as he stared at what she was doing, and then he looked ahead again. He was 2 steps from his truck door when he let out an audible huff of air and whirled back around, heading for her, his strides eating up the ground faster than she had thought anyone could do without running. "You're doing that wrong." He pushed through the gate and crossed to her. "Give me those." "Excuse me, this is my house. These are my rose bushes. I think I can handle it." She couldn't believe the nerve of him, moving in and trying to take over, as if she were a helpless female. "Sure you can, but your bushes will love you more if you learn something about trimming them properly first." He held out his hand expectantly. She was not impressed and glared at him. "Who died and made you gardener for the city?" He put his other hand on his hip, not backing down. "Do you love this house as much as I do?" "More." "Then you want to do this right, don't you?" She considered his words for a long moment, her pride battling against her irritation at his high-handed attitude. "Just tell me what I'm doing wrong." His lips thinned and he kept his hand out. Finally, she slapped the clippers in his hand. "Fine, show me." He pointed to where she had just cut. "You trimmed the branch that was pointing outward. You don't want to do that. You want to encourage the outward branches. You cut the ones that point to the middle or that might rub together to encourage better sunlight and airflow." He made a few quick cuts with the clippers. Her irritation seemed to grow exponentially as she saw what he meant and realized he was right. "Thanks, I think I get it now." She reached for the tool. He shifted away, moving around the bush. "Some of the trees could use a few cuts as well. I've got a little time. I'll take care of it for you." "You're too kind, but this is my yard. I'll do it." It was all she could do not to grind her teeth together. "Don't worry, I've got it." Joquell stared for a long moment, unable to believe his stubbornness. Finally, she decided he really was going to be that big of a pig-headed jerk. She returned to the porch and retrieved the heavy leather work gloves she'd bought the same time as the yard tools. At least she could stack the branches to haul away. "What were you doing next door, anyway?" she asked. "The people who live there are on their honeymoon." "I know, Carissa's my sister, and Marsh is one of my oldest friends." Hank continued around the bushes, leaving a pile of branches behind him. "Your sister?" This was worse than she thought. He would be coming and going from there all the time. "If you were so anxious to buy this place, I'm surprised she didn't tell you it was for sale before I even saw the sign." He looked over his shoulder at her, his eyes narrowed. "This town is so full of gossips." He turned back to his work. "I was out of town on a job. By the time I returned, you already had a signed contract. Lucky me. Yeah, lucky you. He saw her reach for a bunch of branches. Don't haul those off. Just leave them under the bushes as mulch. It'll improve your soil and make it hold water better. She stared at him. I thought you were an engineer or something. What makes you an expert on soil improvements? I took some horticulture classes in school, and my mom always made me help her when my dad didn't have me driving the tractor on our farm. Well, I don't want the mess under my bushes, she said, grabbing a bunch of debris. He frowned, and the furrow in his brow deepened. Your house? Your choice. Yeah? Why don't I feel like that's true? She asked. Hank stayed half an hour, cutting back most of the trees and bushes in the yard to a nice shape. She wanted to hate him for being so type A, but couldn't quite manage it. After he helped her load the rest of the cuttings into the back of his truck, offering to dispose of them, she forced herself to be gracious. Feeling like she had to at least attempt hospitality, she said, "Thanks for your help. Would you like a drink?" "No, thanks. I need to go help my brother on the farm now. Have a good day, and take care of your bushes, okay?" Without looking back, he climbed into the truck and backed away. If he hadn't been so sexy and helpful, it wouldn't have been so hard to remember that she didn't like him.
11. One of the tractors needed repairs. Some of the fencing was down again, and mice had gotten into the seed. Bo thought that going back to war was almost preferable to facing the tasks that kept the farm running. Then he dismissed the ridiculous thought. He'd definitely rather be here. He was just a little overwhelmed at the moment. Elbow deep in paperwork at his father's desk, though, Bo had to face facts. The farm had lost money the previous year and was probably almost bankrupt. He wasn't sure how bad it was because the bookkeeping wasn't up to date. Almost a week on the farm, and he'd only eked out a few hours each evening to catch up on the accounts. "Mom, can you come in for a minute?" he called out when he saw her walk past the door. "Sure." She backtracked and entered the room. "What's going on?" "There are no entries for expenses for the past 3 months. Do you have a list of the bills, or can you put them into the computer?" He needed a hand with this so he could straighten it all out before he ordered more supplies. She sank into a nearby chair. "I never did any of that before. Your father kept track of the books. I only handled the personal accounts. I don't even know how to use that program." Bo held in a growl of frustration. "Do you have the passwords to get into the farm's bank account so I can track expenses myself?" She bit her lip and shook her head. "I don't know the passwords. There just didn't seem to be a need. Your father kept up on everything." Her voice trailed off. Her eyes took on an empty, haunted look. Bo knew she missed Robert. So did he. More every day, in fact. As for keeping up with the accounts, Robert hadn't, and it had been the slow season. Bo took another angle. "You're listed on the business account, though, right? So you can add me?" "Yes, dear." "Great." He stood from the desk. "Let's head into town." When she looked like she was going to protest, he pushed on. "As soon as I'm on the account, I can get the password reset and straighten this out. I can't buy anything else for the farm until I know where we stand financially." Her brow furrowed. "Don't we have everything we need? Your father bought seed last year, and we've had a couple of good years, big crops, nice prices." Bo waited for a few seconds until he could keep his voice calm. It wasn't her fault that he was upset. Her health hadn't made it easy for her to keep up around the house, never mind the rest of it. And Robert should have made sure Beth knew how to access the accounts and balance the books in case something happened to him. "You said you want me to take over the farm, right? That means I need to have access to the farm accounts. I need to know what money we have coming in and what's going out. And if I need to pull from my savings to fix the tractor, that's sounding funny." "Oh, there's a problem with one of the tractors?" She twisted her hands on her lap, and her face took on a pinched look. He knew stress would make her health worse and didn't want to risk making her sick, so he backed off on the pressure a little. "It's nothing I can't handle, but I need to know if you're okay financially and how things stand on the farm. I've barely had time to take care of the animals and check the fences to see what condition the place is in." She looked at her hands. "I'm sorry, honey. Neither of us expected this to happen. I'm the one who's been sick, you know." He stood and pulled her into a hug. I know. I'm sorry I haven't been home when you needed me. I feel bad about it. Guilt ate at him like a blackbird on carrion. Her arms snaked around his waist. It's not your fault things have been rough here. This year will be a good one. I know it will. And Hank, Marsh, and Carissa will help out when you need it. I'm feeling better too. For now, she didn't have to say it for Bo to hear the words. He knew things could go south at any time, both with the weather and with her lupus. I just want to make sure that you're taken care of. Don't worry, your dad took care of everything. I know things got a little behind in the past few months, but it'll be fine. You'll see. Her blind faith was heartening. He appreciated her attitude. He just wished that he was as sure. Maybe this evening he'd have to go for a drive, blow off some steam.
The man stood near Tosca's table at Wendell's, watching her over the rim of his malt. Every table in the place was taken, and his food hadn't arrived yet. "Are you from around here?" he asked when he noticed her watching him back. "Yes. You?" "Denver. I'm an accountant." Accountant. Perfect. He was bound to be bland and uninteresting. She was sick of sitting alone every night, wondering why she was only attracted to the wrong kind of guy. Maybe her luck was changing. He looked nice enough. "Packed tonight, isn't it?" "Yeah, I've never seen it so bad." He paused for a moment, then tossed her a flirtatious smile. "You know, if we were in Europe, the protocol here is for someone, even if I don't know them, to make a space for me at their table." "Really?" She smiled at his suggestion. "Well then, most of my table is free." He grinned. A number was called and he held up a finger for her to wait for a moment while he moved to get the rest of his order. When he returned, though, it wasn't to sit in the empty bench across from her. No, he nudged her aside and sat next to her instead. "You have a lovely accent. Southern?" he asked. "Yes, I'm from Alabama. I've only been living in Colorado for a few months. Have you been in Denver long?" She winced as a set of headlights flashed across her face from the big windows that surrounded the building. She had wanted to look into the night, but had forgotten that meant she'd be blinded every few minutes. "All my life." He nudged closer to her, his hip grazing hers. Tosca shifted to put more space between them and wondered if Trent would magically come to her rescue if the guy got too fresh. "Winters here are a little on the cold side for me." His smile turned to a leer. "If you're chilly, I'd be happy to warm you up." Tosca moved further away from him, trying to put as much space between them as possible. What had she been thinking encouraging this stranger to sit with her? Was she so desperate for companionship? She touched her purse and remembered the stun gun Trent had gotten for her. It was a little dramatic to think it might be necessary, especially since she was in a restaurant with at least 60 other patrons. On the other hand, he was placing a hand on her thigh. She moved his hand back to his own leg and slid a little farther away, bumping up against the wall on the other side of the bench. "I think you've got the wrong idea. You see, I'm not that kind of girl." He smiled. "Oh, but you could be. You're not married? Engaged?" "No, but—" "She's taken," a male voice said from behind her. She looked up to see Bo Carver standing behind them, a hand stretched out to her. She let out a sigh of relief. She grasped his hand, noticing the way his black leather jacket hung on his rangy frame, the strength of his fingers tightening on hers. "Have you finished eating yet? Sorry I'm so late." He leaned down and pressed his lips to her knuckles, making her heart race. "Excuse me," she said to the man, whose name she hadn't gotten yet. Her food was only half gone. But getting away was higher on her priority list than her stomach. The man moved away so she could slide out of the bench. "It was good to meet you," she said over her shoulder as she hurried out the door, nearly dragged that direction by Bo. She tugged back on his hand when they were out of the man's sight in the parking lot, and he came to a stop and turned toward her. "Thanks for the help back there. I appreciate it." He didn't release her. "If you could give me back my hand?" He studied her for a long moment. "What were you doing with that creep, anyway?" She hated to admit the truth to him. It was humiliating. He seemed nice enough at first. I wanted someone to talk to. Then he got all touchy-feely. "I don't like guys who won't take a hint." She gave her hand an extra tug for emphasis. "You could call and talk to me anytime you're feeling lonely. I'm sure you're aware I wouldn't turn down the opportunity to talk. And what do you have in this purse? It feels like you're carrying rocks." He jiggled it a little, as if testing the weight. There was no way she would tell him she carried a stun gun. "This and that. Most women's purses are probably heavier than you think." She snatched the purse away and realized it only worked because he let her. Still, he hadn't let go of her hand. "Maybe I didn't want to call you. Maybe you only talked to that man because he was a stranger, passing through, thus no ties to deal with later." His gaze seemed to burn through her, even though his voice was light. Kicking herself for being so transparent, she pulled on her hand again. Still no luck. "What I choose to do is none of your business. If I'm bored and need a distraction, well," a slow smile crawled onto his face. "Bored? Looking for a bit of excitement? I have a solution." She threw him a nasty glare. He chuckled. "I wasn't talking about what that guy had in mind. I thought maybe a ride on my bike. We could go to a lookout point so you can see all the excitement of the big city in one glance." She couldn't believe him. "A lookout point? Why should I trust you?" "Because I won't hurt you, or let anyone else hurt you. I won't do anything you don't want me to." He tipped his head a little. "I think you know that." Tosca was tempted to trust him, especially since he had come to her rescue, but she hadn't exactly had good luck lately in the guy department. She tried to ignore the way her skin tingled in his grasp, the warmth and comfort she received from his touch. "If that's really true, then let go of my hand." Bo immediately released her. "If you insist, but I think you're starting to like my company." "Oh, really? Do you think you're irresistible?" His smile was lazy and complacent. "You seem to be having a hard time staying away from me." "You're the one coming into the place where I work every day, remember?" She shook her head and smiled sweetly at him. "And how do you ever fit your ego on that little motorbike? Are you sure there's room on it for me too? Is that an acceptance?" He was so infuriating and stupidly appealing at once. "No." "Come on, you admit you were bored, in need of a little thrill. Let me show you an innocent one or two. Maybe we'll see some wildlife. Should be plenty of deer and elk. We might even see a moose." Dang, he was irresistible. She couldn't help herself. "Fine, just a friendly drive, nothing more." To his credit, he didn't gloat. "Great, I have an extra helmet." A few minutes later, he had pulled the spare from the hidden compartment under the seat of his motorbike and stashed her purse in its place, then helped her with the helmet straps. His fingers felt warm against her face in the cool night as he adjusted the strap under her chin. "It seems to fit you okay. A bit looser than on some, but then, we all know you don't have an ego to squeeze in there." His voice was teasing. "Of course I don't. On the other hand, yours must be awfully crowded in such a confined space." She smiled teasingly and thought to herself that it was refreshing to see a man on a motorcycle who wasn't afraid to wear his helmet and leathers. He just grinned as he gave her strap a final tug, then slid onto the bike. "Get on." After only a moment's hesitation, Tosca accepted Bo's invitation and slid onto the motorbike behind him, putting her hands on his hips. When the bike pulled out of the parking lot, she wrapped her hands around his waist for security. Tosca had never ridden on a motorcycle before, though she'd had a few friends who owned them. She wondered if the thrill of the ride had more to do with the air whipping at her face, or the trickles of electricity that seemed to pour through her every time she was near this man, and she had never been so near him before. He directed the bike down the main road, then turned off toward the canyon. Though the air flowing past them made it seem like he was driving fast, she knew he was taking the road at a safe, reasonably sedate pace, something she appreciated. They rode on and on as she buried her face as much as possible into the back of his jacket. Over the whooshing air that flashed past her face, she could smell the leather in his cologne. Instinctively, she knew this ride was a mistake. She shouldn't be getting close to someone when she'd never be able to tell him the truth about herself, but as she was already on the bike, she decided to enjoy it. After 15 or 20 minutes, he slowed and came to a stop, and she looked up to see the small town lying down in the valley below them. Her jacket wasn't as warm as she had thought, or maybe it was perfectly fine for running around town, but the cold night air had driven through it, chilling her. She got off the bike and wrapped her arms around herself, taking the few steps to the edge of the parking area. It was a charming town, probably even more so when it was blanketed with snow. "Are you cold?" Bo asked after she shivered beside him. "Next time I'll have to get something leather for you to wear to block the wind." "Who says there'll be a next time?" she asked. "Call it wishful thinking." He removed his jacket and slid it onto her shoulders. The warmth of his body along with the scent of leather and his cologne wrapped around her, soothing. It made her ache a little, wanting the little thread of promise his words and actions offered. "Oh, I can't ask you to give up your jacket." She moved to take it off, sure the scent alone would drive her crazy enough to kiss him. "You're shivering, and I don't recall hearing you ask. I'll take it back before we head back down the mountain, if you'd like." His smile said he didn't plan to, but Tosca knew she would have to give it back, with him taking the full brunt of the cold air. "So, bring many girls up here?" she teased. He shook his head and talked about the other places he'd taken girls when he was in high school, which branched into places he and his brother and friends hung out or visited, things the local kids did for entertainment. She rolled her eyes at some, but made comments about the things she and her own friends had gotten involved in. Quite a while passed as they talked and laughed easily, the atmosphere comfortable between them. "You really should let me take you out, you know. It's obvious you and I get along well," Bo said after a brief moment of silence in the chatter. "This can be our first date." She felt herself stiffen. "This isn't a date, but I appreciate you bringing me up here. I needed a change of scene tonight." "Happy to help." He picked up her hand casually, wrapping his warm fingers around her cold ones. "Why is it you won't go out with me again?" Tosca couldn't come out with the truth, so she used the standard answer she'd given every other guy since moving to town. "We wouldn't suit each other. You're nice enough and all, but it's not like there's anything else there." He stepped closer and put a hand on each of her shoulders. "Isn't there?" Then he leaned in to kiss her. She turned her head and he caught her cheek. He touched his forehead to hers, and she melted just a little at his gentleness and closeness. She could feel his breath teasing the side of her neck, and she shivered when it caused goosebumps to raise on her skin. He'd been right, there was definitely plenty of attraction between them. "You don't trust anyone, do you?" he whispered into her ear. She swallowed, wishing things were different. "It's easier that way." He lifted his head and touched her chin, turning her to face him. "It may seem like it, but living without trust only makes us crazy." She didn't say anything in response, didn't know what to say. Trusting had only brought her heartache and grief. She trusted Trent to keep her safe, but he didn't have a part of her heart, and Bo was worming his way in. She'd already let things go too far. There was a moment of silence when neither moved nor spoke. Then he moved away, taking her hand again. "I think it's time we return to town. Milking comes early." Emotions poured through Tosca as she donned the extra helmet and climbed onto the bike behind him, after having insisted that he reclaim his jacket. She'd been asked out by other men since she'd moved to this small town, but Bo was the first one to tempt her. Because that was true, she knew she needed to stay away. She wrapped her arms around him and pressed her face to his back, taking in a deep breath of leather and musky cologne. After he dropped her off, she would insist on stepping back. Tonight had been fun, much better than the conversation she'd planned with the man passing through town, but she couldn't risk this turning into more.
The sun was setting, but Joquell couldn't settle down. That afternoon, the pager had gone off, calling out all 3 ambulances to an accident scene. She hadn't been on call, and her work hours were long past, but 3 ambulances were more than the regular on-call staff could handle. The accident had been a bad one, with a death on scene. A young mother who had broken her pelvis and had been flown to a trauma center in Denver, and 3 others who were transported to the same trauma center by ambulance. It wasn't any worse than what she'd seen regularly at her old job, but the image of the dead teenage boy's face haunted her. A bad call like that always made her edgy and restless. She wandered through the house, making note of the things she still needed to do to get everything in order, and studied the dining room wallpaper. It was pale blue with flowers and ribbons on it. It was nice enough as it went, but was obviously at least 2 decades old, and Joquell had been considering a new glaze technique one of her friends had used. It had to be easier to remove wallpaper than to trim back bushes, right? Deciding there was no time like the present, she searched through the tools she had on hand and, armed with a spatula, set to work in one corner. The paper didn't want to release from the wall, making her wonder if the previous owners had used superglue to attach it. She dug at a corner and ripped it toward her. The paper only loosened on the corner, then ripped away. She dug at it some more, then ripped off another tiny piece. "This isn't working," she said aloud. There had to be a trick to it. Deciding she needed a little guidance, she went to her computer and looked on YouTube for videos on wallpaper removal. The best home remedy she could find was a spray bottle with vinegar in it. She dug through her cupboards and found a bottle of nearly empty window cleaner and dumped the rest down the sink. Then she found the small bottle of vinegar in her cupboards. She filled the bottle and returned to the kitchen. A glance at the clock told her it was nearly 9. She'd wasted almost half an hour. "Onward and upward," she muttered, then stood on the chair and got back to work. The bottle of vinegar seemed to help, though the smell was pretty strong. She sprayed the piece all down with the vinegar, poking some holes in the paper with a knife to make it easier for the liquid to soak in. But when she started pulling the paper, it ripped and tore off in small chunks, and the wall was left an ooey-gooey mess. Rolling her lip, she went in search of rags to scrub off the glue. Her cell phone rang before she got to the kitchen. Recognizing the ringtone, she answered with a much happier voice than she felt. "Hello, Mother. How are you doing this evening?" "I'm fabulous, sweetheart. Your father and I were thinking about making a trip to Sonora next week. It'll be so much fun. Sun and warm air. You have to come with us." This was so typical, thinking anything Joquell had planned was not nearly as important as her own ideas. "Mother, it's going to be blistering in Sonora at this time of year. Besides, I have to work." "Get someone else to do it. Surely you can take off a few days. You're the boss." Joquell had thought she would be free of these guilt trips, to drop her life and go somewhere with her mother, now that there was so much distance between them. She was obviously being unrealistic, though. "No, Mother, I can't. I've only been here a few weeks. But you have a great trip. I'm sure you'll have a terrific time." "But, honey, you're going to wither and die in that place. You need to get out into real life once in a while. I mean, what are you doing tonight, anyway?" The sound of Lyle's heels clicking against the marble tiles in the entryway to her home made it clear she was getting ready to go somewhere. "I'm redecorating, actually. The dining room has so much potential." "Well, that's good, but after you've given the workers suggestions, you're going to have too much time on your hands. I mean, it's not like you're a doctor or anything. Your father's schedule is unbelievable, and he's taking time to go with me to Sonora." Joquell held back a growl of frustration. "I'm not paying someone else to do this job. I'm taking care of it myself. I think it'll be a nice accomplishment I can look back on. The dining room wallpaper is going to be first to go, even if it takes me the next 3 weeks to get the stuff off." "You're doing it yourself? Honey, you know you've never been good at manual labor. And why should you? You can afford to have other people do that kind of thing. Come with us." "I can't this time." "Well, if you're going to abandon me to the wilds of Arizona like someone who doesn't love her mother or appreciate how many hours she was in labor, I can't stop you." Joquell let her head fall back in weariness. She couldn't count how many times her mother had used this argument. It had lost its strength and mostly just irritated her now. "I'm sorry you feel that way, but it doesn't change my responsibilities." "Your responsibility was to get a full education, become a surgeon like your father, and then find yourself a good man who is worthy of you. This playing games in Colorado is beneath you, honey, especially when you're stunting your future. What, are you hoping to rescue an eligible bachelor from the side of the mountain or something? It's not exactly Aspen there, is it? The fashionable set don't gravitate there. You know you deserve better than what you'll find in that place." Was she better or worse than everyone else? Listening to her mother, Joquell had never been sure. "I love you, Mom. Fine. Go back to your wallpaper. But remember, I'm willing to accept you back when you get tired of this rebellion." Joquell was glad to end the call. She stuffed the phone back into her pocket and grabbed the cloths she'd found a few minutes earlier. She unearthed a bucket to fill with water and returned to the dining room to scrub the goo off the walls. Her mother would never change, Joquell knew it, and she knew she would never be good enough for the people who raised her, but she couldn't help being disappointed that they couldn't accept her. "Move along, Joquell. That train has passed. You've made your own decisions in life. Go to it." The little pep talk worked sometimes, but not today. She pulled out her phone as she reached the wall again and turned on some music. A little Bon Jovi would go down really well right now.
13 Beau's eyes felt gritty, and he knew he needed a shower and a long nap. The croupy horse he'd stayed up with all night was doing better, though, so he felt safe making the trip into the doctor's office for his daily IV. Tosca hadn't been in when he went for treatment the previous day, and he was anxious to see her again, to see how she would act after their bike ride. He caught a glimpse of her as he checked in, but she was taking care of another patient and didn't look his direction. Janet showed him to the room and set up the IV, so Beau was stuck with his book for company. Though between being exhausted from the previous night's adventures with the horse and wondering if he would get another chance to speak with Tosca before he left, he had a hard time concentrating. When the drip finally finished, Beau stood and looked into the hall. He grinned when he found Tosca coming out of one of the other rooms. "Hey, I'm done in here. Could you help me out?" "I'll send someone to take care of it," she said, her body stiffening when she saw him. "It'll only take a minute." He reached out to touch her wrist. "Come on, give a veteran a hand, will you?" Her lips twitched. "Are you really going to try that tired old line on me? You're healthy as a horse, not some feeble old man." "I'm obviously not healthy, since I'm in here for treatments, and my horse isn't doing so great either. I really need to get back to her. I thought for a little while last night that I might lose her." He'd helped foal Chestnut when he was 17 and had always felt a special bond with her. A look of concern came onto Tosca's face, softening the lines of her jaw and those around her eyes. "Is she going to be okay?" She moved closer and he pulled her into the room with him. "She'll be fine. We got her past the worst, and Mom's keeping an eye on her." He worried about leaving her with his mom, though, since Beth hadn't been feeling as well as usual. He didn't want to leave them alone too long. "Maybe you can help me out so I can get back there." "I guess I could. It'll only take a minute after all." She set down her clipboard and pulled her hand away. "How many more treatments do you have left?" 5. I'm halfway there." He wasn't sure if he was happy or sad about that. Without the daily interactions, would he get her to unfreeze enough to give him a chance? That many? She grabbed a cotton ball to cover the insertion point and removed his IV. "It seems like you've been in more times than that. You're in a hurry to get rid of me. That hurts, Tosca. You're going to deflate my ego if you're not careful." He'd never worked so hard for a woman before. If they weren't interested, he'd walk away. But she intrigued him on so many levels, and he had felt a connection to her while they talked Friday night. He'd thought she felt it too, but maybe it was just wishful thinking. "Impossible. I don't think your ego can be hurt." She taped the cotton in place, folded his hand back toward his shoulder to apply pressure, and elevated the arm to reduce the flow while it clotted. "It's been taking a real bruising lately. A guy takes a girl out for a ride on his bike, and next time he sees her, she treats him like nothing but a patient. You're breaking my heart. You'll get over it." Her lips lifted in the corners, giving him hope. "I don't know if I will. Unless—" He paused until she looked at him. "Have dinner with me tomorrow night. You don't give up, do you? Not when I know what I want. Come on, you had fun with me the other night. Give it another chance." "You're incorrigible." She didn't look unhappy, though. He grinned in response, and she smiled but shook her head. "I'm not going out with you, Beau. I have a policy of staying away from guys who will break my heart." She picked up the clipboard again. "I would never do that," he said. "Go take care of your horse." She walked out of the room without looking back. He sighed. There was always tomorrow to try again.
Tosca's workday was nearly over when the pharmaceutical rep, Leo, showed up at the clinic. He stopped at the front desk where she was adding data to a patient's medical chart. "Hey, how are you doing today?" he asked. "Really well. And you?" She tossed him a smile, as always, allowing him to flirt with her, though she'd never offered more encouragement. "Great. This is the end of my route today. You're about to go home too, aren't you?" "Yes, just a few patients in the back, and then we'll clear out. Isn't this late in the day for you?" She thought he usually came in the middle of the day. He smiled, leaning on the counter. "I admit, I rearranged my route today with the hopes that you'd have dinner with me. I understand the new hotel restaurant has a nice menu." Tosca stared for a moment. She thought he was just the flirty type, not considering that he might actually be interested in her. She took a second to think about his offer. She hadn't eaten there yet, though she'd heard great things about it. He seemed nice, and not the dangerous kind of man who she usually dated, making him exactly what she was looking for, so maybe she should give him a chance. It wasn't like she was against dating completely, just against dating someone who might hurt her. "All right, I'd prefer to take my own car over, but I could meet you in." She glanced at her watch. 30 minutes. That would give her time to rush home, change into something less pajama-like, and run a comb through her hair. If she was fast. He beamed. "That sounds perfect. I'll see you there." He took the handle of his sample suitcase and headed for the door to the back hall. She checked out the remaining patients, said goodnight to the office manager, and headed home to clean up. Once Tosca had changed from her butterfly scrubs to a pair of navy dress pants and a green silk blouse, combed her hair and touched up her makeup, she headed for the hotel. She had no idea what kind of dress code they had at the five-star restaurant, but she didn't want to look like a slouch. When she pulled into the parking lot, she was nearly 10 minutes late and hoped it had taken him longer at the clinic than expected, so he hadn't been waiting too long. She entered the restaurant and found him standing at the hostess station. A woman with a name tag reading Marla stood behind the counter, looking at something on her desk. Leo walked over to Tosca, taking her hand for a moment in greeting. "Sorry I'm so late. It took a little longer than I planned on." She apologized. "Don't worry about it," he said. "You look nice. It was well worth the wait, and I haven't been here long. It took me a little more time to finish up than I'd planned on, too." The hostess called his name, and they followed her back to a table. Tosca felt a little intimidated by the decor. Charles had taken her to fancy restaurants a few times, but she had been a different person then, in so many ways. She really didn't know this guy, and she felt underdressed even though there were plenty of people in similar attire. She doubted Beau would show up and rescue her here if she realized she'd made a mistake, not that she expected Leo to give her trouble. "I kind of expected you to say no when I asked you out tonight," Leo said after helping Tosca into her chair. "Most women as pretty as you don't go for someone like me." Tosca gave him a closer look than she had before. He was early to mid-30s, with a full head of brown hair, a decent build, and a nice face. Not someone women would necessarily step on each other to get to, but he seemed nice, and when one was looking for a man in that age bracket, there weren't a lot of nice guys left to choose from. "I don't see what's wrong with someone like you. Most women must be idiots." He rubbed his hands on his pants under the table and smiled, looking slightly less nervous. "What brought you to Juniper Ridge? It's a long way from the south. Your accent is lovely, by the way." The waitress took their orders and brought the food while Tosca told him the mix of truth and lies the U.S. Marshal's office had twisted for her, and she learned more about him. Leo was divorced with a toddler and had been working in pharmaceutical sales for 6 years. He was 32 and owned a home in Denver. He was perfectly nice, thoughtful, and sweet, but if she'd been hoping for attraction to sneak up on them while they ate, she was doomed to disappointment. When Leo walked her out to her car afterward, he took her hand. "I wondered if you might be interested in a round of golf on Saturday. The course up here is great. I know you said you don't play, but you might enjoy it." Tosca wasn't sure what to say. She'd always thought golf looked incredibly boring, but who knew, she might like it if she was playing it, and by all accounts he was pretty good, so he might be the right person to teach her. Maybe the second date would be the charm for them. In any case, the distraction from thoughts of Beau would be good. "Sure. What time should I meet you there?" "I can pick you up," he offered, hope in his eyes. "That's sweet of you, but I do have a lot of errands to run that day, so I'd prefer to drive myself." Actually, she rarely let guys drive her anywhere on the first few dates, preferring her own transportation, which made her capitulation to the bike ride all the more unusual. His disappointment was clear, but he smiled anyway. "I'll check on tea times and let you know." He pulled a card out of his pocket. "My cell number is on there. We could play a game and get something to eat." "That sounds good." Tosca took the card, then unlocked the car door and slid inside, waving to him before starting the engine and pulling out. The evening had been nondescript at best, but compared to the other man who had asked her out that day, Leo didn't seem nearly as dangerous to her emotional balance. She could definitely give him another chance.
14. "Mom, did you use the farm credit card at the grocery store?" Beau asked from his desk the next evening. He was so exhausted, mentally and physically, and he hadn't caught so much as a glimpse of Tosca at the clinic that afternoon. The last thing he wanted to be doing right now was try to keep the books balanced and make projections. Beth came into the room, an apologetic expression on her face. "I'm sorry, honey. I just forgot to take my checkbook, and I didn't realize it until I was through the line. I meant to tell you." Beau needed a ride on his bike. He needed a day or 3 to just lie on a beach somewhere and veg, not a thought in his head. It wasn't going to happen, though. "We have to be more careful about that now. You'll have to call the bank tomorrow and have them transfer the money back to the farm account. We need to keep them as separate as possible in case of an audit." He dug into the drawer and pulled out a stack of Post-it notes, scribbled the account number and amount on it, and handed it over. "Let me know when you've done it so I can make a note in QuickBooks." "Your father never thought it was a big deal before," she said, her voice halting and repentant. "I know." He rubbed the back of his neck. He didn't want to upset her. It was nice that she'd felt well enough to go shopping, and he certainly didn't have time to deal with it on top of everything else. "Just try not to do it unless you get in a bind, okay? If we're going to separate the business from your personal accounts now that I'm taking over, then I'll need your help." "I'll do better." Her face looked wan and pale, making the butterfly rash across her nose stand out. He stood and came around the desk to give her a hug. Feeling guilty, she felt chastised, even though he'd tried his best not to sound that way. "I'm really glad to be home, Mom. You're the best. Do you know that? I feel like such a burden. The last few months with your father, I could hardly even help him around here, and Carissa had to pick up the slack. Now you. I know it must be hard for you, but we're happy to help." She felt brittle, like she might break in his arms. "Dad loved you so much. You were his world." Tears clouded her eyes. "He was such a special man, and he was so proud of you. I know he would appreciate the way you've stepped in to take care of me, of the farm." Yeah. The need for air rushing against his face nearly overwhelmed Beau, as the future he'd always wanted started to close in on him, and he released her. "I'm going to take a ride. You don't mind, do you? Do you need anything?" "No, dear. I'll be fine." She touched his face and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Beau shut down the computer and went to take out his bike. When he drove past Tosca's apartment, her car wasn't there and the place was dark. He wondered what she could be up to at this time of night. Beau rubbed his eyes. He had finally gotten onto the farm bank accounts, dug through the payment histories, and balanced the accounts against the ledger, though he hadn't had time to study them yet. That was for tomorrow. He pushed back from the desk and stood. "Honey, is everything okay?" His mom entered the room. She'd mentioned earlier that her temperature was starting to rise again, and the arthritis was worse. Both were signals that her lupus was about to flare up. It was barely after 9, and she looked ready to drop. Beau considered protecting her by pretending the books were in better condition than they were. The reason things were such a mess was because his father had been taking extra payments from the farm accounts to pay her medical bills. They'd had a couple of good years the past 2 seasons. She had to know that, so she'd need an explanation for the farm's finances, and he didn't want to be too straightforward. It would only make her feel worse than she already did. "It's fine, Mom. We have a few things to work out, but it'll be okay. Have a seat." He took her arm and led her to the sofa by the door. "Is something wrong with the books? You've been holed up in here every night since you got home." They sat together on the sofa, and her hand seemed frail as she rested it on his arm. "It looks like things are a little tighter than I expected. Your retirement is intact, and there isn't a huge amount. But when Dad's life insurance and everything clears, you'll be fine, especially since you already have a home with no mortgage." "But the house does have a mortgage," she said nervously. "No, the farm does," he clarified, though technically they were the same plot of land. The loan had been taken out to cover the farm, so he wasn't going to have her worry about it. "You're putting the farm finances in my hands, so don't worry about it. It's my responsibility." It wasn't supposed to be all his responsibility. He was supposed to work with his father for a few years, take most of the burden for the physical stuff, ease into the whole thing. He'd looked forward to long days outside in the fresh air while his father managed the books and business details. Then Robert and Beth could have taken trips to all the places they'd never been able to go. Twice-a-day milkings did not lend themselves to long vacations. The life he'd planned wasn't going to happen now, and if there was anything Bo learned in the Army, it was that he could do more, push harder, and move beyond all of the limits he'd believed in before. The farm was everything he had left, so he'd make it work, somehow. "So what's the problem?" Beth asked. "Things aren't as comfortable finance-wise as I'd expected. It looks like medical bills ate into things a little when they were trying to diagnose you. Thankfully, the farm did well the past couple of years, so there was money to cover it. Dad paid all of them, but it'll be tight for a while." He shrugged, downplaying the seriousness of it. "Nothing we haven't been through before." They really needed another good season if he was going to keep from missing payments. The chances of 3 good seasons in a row weren't spectacular. Farming in the Rockies was notoriously unreliable. Mother Nature was a capricious mistress. "How tight?" Worry creased Beth's face. "I've got some savings. There's some money left. If we have a decent season, we'll be fine." He grinned and tapped her on the chin with one finger. "We're not actually in the red on any accounts, and you know how it is running a farm. Ups and downs all the time. That's the way it goes." She looked a little wistful. "It was such a hard year for your father, trying to keep up on the work and manage with my lupus. I think he was tempted to sell the herd to Landon Kerrigan when he offered, but Robert wanted to leave that up to you, even though it was so much work. I hope I don't become a big burden to you, son." Bo pulled her into a hug. "You could never be a burden, Ma. You're the best, and it'll be fine. I barely spent anything while I was deployed, and I have some savings from working for Old Man Vernon a couple years back. We'll make it through." So maybe he had been a little more optimistic in his report than things actually were. It wasn't much of a stretch, and letting her know things would be tight would be enough for now. He didn't want to make her health worse by stressing her out. He stood. "Time for you to lie down. I can see you're ready to drop. Don't push yourself so hard, or Carissa will be back here nagging and babying you." "She is like that, isn't she?" Her lips curved with fondness. "Yeah, because you raised her," he said. She slapped his arm playfully. "You boys never could get enough teasing. Are you going to settle down too? It's early for a young man like you to sleep, isn't it?" He grinned. "A little. I'm kind of wound up and thought I'd take a ride, get some fresh air, clear my head before bed." "You do that. Drive careful." "I will." He hadn't planned on going out on his bike tonight, but the memory of his time with Tosca the previous weekend was enough to convince him to go out again. Maybe he'd get lucky.
Tosca was snuggled up on her sofa watching reruns from her childhood and munching on popcorn. She had come home from work with the intention of relaxing for a while and heading to bed early, but every few minutes she found herself getting up again and moving around the room. She didn't know why she was so antsy, but she didn't think she would be able to sleep with the way things were going. She wasn't expecting anyone, so she was surprised when the doorbell rang at 9:45. Trent was at work, but he was stationed in town, so he could be stopping in. There really wasn't anyone else who would pop by so late. She looked at her pajamas and pulled her robe tighter around her, then moved to the door. Bo Carver was the last person she had expected to see that night. He looked unbelievably delicious in his unzipped jacket, a taut white t-shirt underneath, and wind-swept hair. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I was out for a drive to clear my head, and the next thing I knew I was here. I saw your light, so I thought I'd stop to see if you'd like to go for a ride." Her eyes narrowed. "How did you know where I live?" She hadn't told him. She was sure of it. "Hank. I mentioned you a few days back. He said you lived here." Bo hooked his thumbs in his back pockets and looked her up and down. "You're adorable in those pajamas. You can come for a ride in them or change into something a little warmer. I suggest a jacket." She lifted her brows. "Are you serious? What makes you think I'm interested?" A smile moved slowly onto his face as he watched her. "You haven't said no yet. Call it wishful thinking if you like. I'd really like some company. And you know I'll be a gentleman." Charles had been a gentleman with her, too. That didn't make him a good guy. Tosca remembered the hardness she'd seen in Bo's eyes the first day she met him and tried to remember it, though she couldn't read any of that now. Maybe that was a trick of the light. Still, when she opened her mouth to say no thanks, she found she couldn't. She liked him, was attracted, so instead of pushing him away, she agreed. "It sounds like fun. I'm a little restless myself. Fresh air might be just the thing." "Great. I'll wait by my bike while you do whatever you're going to do about your clothes." He stepped back without turning away from her. "I'll just be a minute." She shut the door between them and hurried to her room to throw some clothes on over her pajamas. If there was anything she'd learned on her last ride, it was that air cut through her clothing like they weren't even there, so extra layers were a big bonus. She grabbed a leather jacket from the closet as well and checked her face in the mirror, glad she hadn't removed her makeup yet. This could be an interesting hour or two.
15. The wind whipped at Bo's zipped coat and blew fresh and cool on his face. It was a beautiful night with a half moon and a sky full of stars. He glanced at the moon rising over the ridge and soaked in the peace, and the feel of the woman holding him tightly on the back of his bike. This was exactly what he needed, the chance to be free with a woman who intrigued and attracted him more than any had before. He had thought for a moment there, standing on Tosca's porch, that she was going to say no, but she hadn't. He didn't have a problem with easing into things with her. He still had to adjust back to civilian life, which hadn't been as easy as he'd expected at first. Taking things slow seemed like a good idea. In relationships, anyway. He rounded a bend and pulled onto a dirt road, heading for one of his favorite spots. He felt her grip shift a little, as if she was taken by surprise by his destination and not sure what to think about it. A moment later, he stopped in a little glen. Moonlight dappled through the trees, and when the engine sounds died in the night, he could hear the creek running nearby. "Where is this?" Tosca sounded nervous. "One of my favorite spots. It's quiet here, and beautiful in any light." He dismounted from the bike and turned back to help her off. Her eyes were wary, her forehead furrowed. "What are you thinking, Mr. Carver?" "Don't worry, I'll be a perfect gentleman. I want to show you something, though." He held out a hand to her. She stared at it for a few seconds before tentatively putting her hand in his. It was small, delicate. Her skin was soft, and as she straightened, putting her only inches from him, the light scent of her perfume drifted across the night to him. He desperately wanted to kiss her, but decided it would scare her away, and he didn't want that. So he stepped back and gave her hand a little tug, leading her through the trees. "If I didn't know better, I'd wonder why you were bringing me to a secluded mountain spot in the middle of the night." There was a slight tremble to her voice, like she wasn't sure she trusted him after all. "It's a good thing you know better. If you're worried, you can always call Trent Oliver and let him know where you are." He still wasn't sure how he felt about their friendship, but she insisted that's all it was, and he didn't have a right to pry into her relationships with others. She hesitated. "That's actually not a bad idea. He might worry if he realizes I'm gone and my car's still there. She pulled out her phone and sent him a text message. Bo wondered what the deal was, why Trent was so protective of her. It was something to think about. When she put the phone back in her pocket, Bo studied her for a moment. "You're sure nothing's going on between you two?" Her chuckle held an edge of nervousness. "Trust me, we're just friends. He watches out for me, though." Bo decided to take her words at face value and grabbed her hand again. "Come on." He intertwined their fingers. The trail was clear, despite the fact that it wasn't a full moon, but he had a flashlight in his pocket if he needed it. The sound of the water bubbling over rocks grew louder as they picked their way through. The path dropped them on the edge of a clearing with the water running in front of them and ending in a small pool about 15 feet across. He heard Tosca catch her breath. "This is beautiful," she said. "How long have you known this was here?" "Always. It was one of my dad's favorite fishing spots. I don't remember the first time he brought us here. I was just a toddler." He led her to a fallen log near the pool and sat on one end, leaving room for her beside him. "Are we going to wait for the deer to come drink or something?" she asked, teasing. "Maybe, if we're really lucky, but I just needed a little change of scene tonight, some fresh air, and good memories to fill his brain with the hopes that it would stave off the nightmares." "Right, because there's a real shortage of fresh air when you're a farmer," she teased. He smiled. "How about you? Why did you come with me tonight? Those four walls starting to close in on you." She shrugged. "A little. I don't really know a lot of people here yet." "Do you miss your friends back home? We're a long way from Alabama." She turned her face away so he could only see the curve of her cheek and chin. "I didn't leave much behind. I had some acquaintances. One good friend." "Colorado is a pretty drastic move. Why did you leave?" he asked. She was so stingy with the details of her life, and he wanted to know them all. "Bad breakup. It must have been a doozy. I've never had a breakup bad enough to send me halfway across the country." When she stiffened, he decided to shift the conversation. "But I've never been in a really serious relationship." Tosca turned to him, surprise written in every feature. "Never? I've had girlfriends, but no one serious. No one really important. I think my mom's starting to worry that I'll be alone forever. I keep telling her I'm still a young buck, no need to settle down yet." Except that was an excuse. He'd love to settle with the right woman. He tried to ignore the impulse inside him that whispered that he'd found her. The woman he needed was in front of him. It was too early to know, and he didn't want to pressure her like that. Right, because the life of a farmer is nothing but taking it easy and having fun. I'm surprised she would allow such a lack of responsibility. She turned toward him, her face turned up in a silent laugh. Again, the urge to kiss her gripped him, but he reined it in. "She figures I'm entitled to a little lack of worry or responsibility since I got home. Give her a few more weeks and she'll start cracking the whip." He wished he'd been able to take a break after his deployment, but there hadn't been time to breathe between one responsibility and the next. Not that he was complaining. Too much time to think wasn't exactly a good thing either. "How is your mom? I haven't seen her for a while. I guess that's a good sign if her lupus isn't flaring up." "The signs are there. It's getting worse again, so the next month or so could be rough. But she's handling losing Dad okay, I guess, if there's a good way to handle something that devastating." He didn't think he'd ever completely get over it. How long were they married? 33 years. She always said they'd make it to 50 at least. The thought brought a lump to his throat. I figured he'd be around a little longer. She leaned against him, resting her cheek on his shoulder. "I can't imagine being with someone that long. I don't know hardly anyone whose parents stayed married for more than 8 or 10 years. "Your parents?" he asked. They'd been dating for quite a while when Mom got pregnant. He freaked out and disappeared. She married when I was little, but it didn't stick. She had a lot of boyfriends, in and out, but she never stayed with anyone for long." There was sad longing in her voice and a faraway look in her eyes. "Do you miss your mom? Where is she now?" He ran his thumb along the silky softness of her knuckles. "She died a few years ago. An accident. I don't have any brothers or sisters." Her face was a little pinched, her voice cool, discouraging more questions. He decided to give her a break and turn the conversation back to himself. I can't imagine growing up without Hank there all the time, getting into trouble with me. We gave Mom more than a few gray hairs. Actually, she blames them all on us. Carissa agrees, but I know that she's responsible for her share. He felt relieved when Tosca looked back at him. Have you met Carissa's son, Paul? He's a little crazy man, loves the farm and horses. I told Carissa I was going to leave the farm to him someday. The memory made him chuckle. Why do I get the feeling she wasn't thrilled about that? She loves the farm, but it's a lot of hard work and not exactly the most stable source of income. Still, I can't imagine doing anything else. I tried school, thinking Hank had the right idea to prepare for something else. Something I might be able to do when we have a rough year or during the winter in my free time, whatever free time was. But other than my ag classes, I didn't like college, and I couldn't find anything else that appealed to me. I missed my tractor. That's cool. I kind of fell into medicine, thought I should have some kind of regular skill to earn a living while I went to school. Then things went a little nuts, and I didn't make it through school, just my med tech class. But I like it. I get to help a lot of people, and the medicine is interesting, even if I don't do much beyond take blood pressures and give shots. It's important work. People count on you. It's good to be needed. He knew the feeling. Yeah. She leaned back as the sounds of crickets and bubbling water enveloped them. Tell me what it's like growing up on a farm. He sensed that she was trying to shift attention from herself again and wondered why she was so reluctant to be the one to talk. That was okay, though. She'd told him a lot, probably more than she thought, and he was happy to entertain her with his childhood hijinks. When he dropped her home more than an hour later, the mood was a lot lighter. He walked her to her door. So, do you want to grab a bite for our third date? Third date? Since when have we had a first one? Her brows lifted at his audacity. This is date number 2, he insisted. I don't think so. When I was growing up, boy plus girl plus activity equaled a date. That makes this date number 2. You're dreaming. You have to ask in advance. A teasing glint was in her eyes, and she clung to his hand as much as before. I asked in advance. Every day when I went in for my treatments, but you kept blowing me off. Thankfully, you seemed to have slightly less resolve at night. He grinned as charmingly as he could. She turned on her front stoop and rolled her eyes. You keep telling yourself how desperate I am to date you. You might even convince yourself. I never thought you were desperate, he said. If you were, you wouldn't make me work so hard. So for our third date, he asked again when she didn't respond, I was thinking about going for a ride on the horses and a picnic. What do you think about tomorrow? She gave him a look that said he was pressing his luck, but amusement shone in her eyes. I don't ride horses. He had her pegged for a city girl, through and through, so he had expected this, but he acted surprised anyway, sliding their joined hands over his heart. Is that because you've never had a chance to try it, or because you did try it once and it didn't agree with you? I've never had the chance, she admitted. Such a lack in your education cannot be tolerated. Now you have to come. I'm busy tomorrow, and the next day. She anticipated his next question. What about the day after that? Were you born this persistent? Yes, just ask my mom or my brother. He glanced up through the metal mesh porch to Hank's door. The lights were still on. She tipped her head and studied him. Why do you keep asking me out? He considered, then let a grin slide over his mouth as he focused on hers. Because I enjoy spending time with you. You're good with people, organized, not squeamish about blood, and you apparently aren't a first or second date kisser kind of girl. I have to admit, your mouth drives me a little crazy. He'd never fallen so hard and fast for a woman before, but something about her tugged at him the moment he set eyes on her. Several emotions crossed her face, too fast to catalog, but she settled on disbelief. Right, I'm not going to kiss on the third date either. He let his face fall, shooting for comedy. How many dates is it going to take? She tapped her lips for a moment as if considering. 8. This time his heart really did drop a little. It was going to kill him to spend that much time with her before getting a kiss. I guess I can deal with that. I think you're probably worth it. This time it was her turn to be surprised. Really? Yeah, so picnic and a riding lesson on Monday? I can pick you up when you get off work. He saw the war in her eyes. Finally, she nodded. If I'm going to live in Colorado, I probably ought to try horseback riding at least once. Good. Give me your number so I can call you? She rattled it off, and he put it in his phone. Then he took her hand again and brushed his lips across her knuckles, enjoying the taste and texture of her skin. When his gaze met hers, there was surprise and the slightest softening in them. Good night, Tosca. Sweet dreams. You too. She pulled her hand from his with some reluctance. He made himself walk away. Feeling a lot less stressed than before, he headed for home.
Tosca closed the door behind him and let out the breath she'd been holding. She'd told him 8 dates thinking it would discourage him, but it obviously hadn't. The attraction was definitely not one-sided. Talking about her mom, about growing up, had been hard. The U.S. Marshal's Office had stayed as close to the truth as possible about the fake history without making her identifiable, but even small lies made her uncomfortable. She pulled out her phone and sent Trent a text that she was home so he wouldn't worry about her. She would consider where things might be going with Bo later. 16. As Tosca prepared for bed after her second motorbike ride with Bo, she found herself thinking about a coworker from her old life. Leslie had been a good friend of hers, and they'd gone out for dinner after work or gone shopping dozens of times. It had been 6 months, though, and Tosca wondered how Leslie was doing. She, at least, had been smart enough to recognize Charles for what he was. Tosca could use her insights now. Spending time with Bo confused and excited her, but she still couldn't let herself go completely with him. She'd created an email address after her name change, because anyone without an email address in this day and age was totally behind the times, and some of her job applications had asked for one. Though she'd been a big fan of Facebook before, she hadn't gotten back on since her change in identity. It wasn't like she knew anyone she could friend. But as the pressure to check on people back home grew, she broke down and created an account with a second false name. She used a photo of the pine tree in the corner of her yard she'd taken with her phone camera, made up a location in Maine, and aged herself 5 years with a birthday in March instead of June. Then she went looking for Leslie. Her best friend's page wasn't private. She always claimed she had nothing to hide. So Tosca spent some time reading through her history, checking to see what Leslie said in public anyway, which wouldn't be the whole story, but better than nothing. She was in a new relationship, and there were smiling pictures of her and her boyfriend. There were generic comments about funny things that happened at work, and then there was this. Has anyone heard from Margot? I'm really worried about her. I can't believe she's been gone so long and hasn't gotten word to me somehow. If anyone knows if she's okay, please let me know. Tosca felt sick. Leslie was looking for her? Before the U.S. Marshal's Office reinvented her from Margot Egan to who she was now, she had wanted to contact Leslie, to let her know that she was fine and not to worry, but the marshal in charge, John, had told her no. Now she wondered if that was the right decision. She kept looking further back in Leslie's timeline, searching for more until she found several posts in the weeks immediately after she left town. Leslie had been frantic, posting all over the place, requesting any news of Margot. Tosca couldn't see her own old profile, since it had been closed to the public, but from the things she read on Leslie's page, there had been more worried people than Tosca had expected. She stood from her laptop and went into the kitchen. Worrying everyone had not been her intention, but she couldn't just log on to her account and say she was alive and fine. Charles had access to her private account and might have someone watching for activity there. She went through the motions of making stir-fry, adding teriyaki sauce, and plating it up on a bed of brown rice. Was there a way to set Leslie's mind at ease without putting herself in jeopardy? Tosca stood in front of her closet, trying to decide what to wear on her date with Leo. She'd seen people golfing on TV, but knew she didn't own anything like that. She felt like a dowd as she pulled out a nice yellow blouse and pair of jeans. For the 1000th time, she wondered why she had accepted the second date. Leo was nice enough, but she wasn't looking forward to making a fool of herself at the golf course. She clipped up her hair on the sides, added a touch of makeup, and headed out. Leo waited for her in the parking lot wearing a green polo, dress pants, and carrying a set of clubs in an expensive-looking case. He grinned when he saw her. "Tosca, I'm so glad you could come. We're going to have so much fun." She forced a smile. "I look forward to learning from your expertise." If she kept telling herself she was excited, would she start to feel it after a while? Leo suggested they share his clubs, and soon they were ensconced in a golf cart and headed for the first hole. "I thought we'd start with only 9 holes this time, since you're new to this. If you do well, maybe next time we can do a full round of 18. "Great, that sounds good. I have to admit, I've never even touched a golf club before. I'm bound to be terrible at this." "It'll be fine. Just go with it and have fun. We don't even have to keep score if you don't want to," he assured her. "Since my score will probably be somewhere in the 200 range, that would be appreciated." She forced her shoulder muscles to relax and decided he was right. She'd just go with it. It would be an adventure, even if she made most 5-year-olds look like pros. He went first, hitting the ball 3/4 of the way to the hole, then set up her ball on a tee. "This is the best club for this kind of hole," he said, passing over the one he had been using. She stood up to the ball and turned the right direction. She'd watched him when he took his turn, and she was sure there had to be more to the game than just swinging a club, but it looked fairly simple. She lifted the club and swung it down, hitting the ball. It flew a decent distance, but veered to the left. "Wow, I'm not much with the aim, am I?" she asked in embarrassment. "Don't worry about it." Leo shouldered the gold bag. "You did pretty well considering this was your first turn. Let's find your ball and I'll give you a few pointers." They loaded into the cart and he drove them across the grass to the ball. "It's all in the stance," he said when they stood on the grass again. "In time you'll get better." Tosca wasn't sure that she cared to give it enough time to make the kind of improvements she would need. "I appreciate any suggestions you can give me." She knew how to be a good date anyway, and she'd do her best. Leo put her ball on a tee and touched her hip, shifting her stance. "Bend your knees a little. Lift your chin." "Right. And when you lift your club," he grabbed it and pulled it back. "You want the club to be in this region in your backswing. Before you had it way down here," he demonstrated. "If it's down that low, you won't be able to hit the ball as evenly." His other hand rode her hip through it all, making her very aware of how close he stood. She nodded. "Okay. Are you ready? Take a couple of test swings before moving up to the ball." She did, feeling like an idiot. When his other hand touched her waist, she knew he was just looking for a chance to touch her. She was mildly amused. Then he shifted closer to help her guide her arms in the correct arc, and amusement fled. He was practically plastered around her back. "Thanks," she said, stepping out of his embrace. "I appreciate the pointers." She tried to remember what he'd said, checked her club to make sure the flat side was angled correctly, and took a swing. Her ball flew straight on target at the hole, but not nearly as far as the first time. She bit back a sigh as she realized she would be taking 5 strokes to each of his. Not that she hadn't expected it. When they reached the green, she didn't fare much better, and he used this as an excuse for another mini-lesson touchfest, which quickly veered toward teeth-achingly annoying. Though she did her best to pretend she was having fun, Tosca couldn't help but wonder if she would be having a better time if it were Beau giving her pointers instead. Did he even play golf? She dismissed the thought, not wanting to think about him or his perfect physique or his amazing smile or the way she had felt when she was with him the previous night. After the date, Leo took her to a little Italian restaurant for lunch that Tosca had never even heard of. "This is one of my favorite places to eat when I'm in town," he said. "They have terrific food. It's so out of the way, I didn't know it was here." Tosca allowed him to help her into her seat and set the napkin across her lap. "So, how did you like your first golf experience?" Leo asked when they had their water and were looking over the menu. "Ready to go out again next weekend?" Next weekend? He had to be kidding. She had improved by the end of the 9 holes, but she had still been terrible, and she had the feeling that even if she had been pretty good at it, she wouldn't have enjoyed it much more. The fact that she still felt no real attraction to Leo wasn't helping the experience. I don't think golf is my thing. It's nice to cross it off my bucket list, though. How long have you been playing? He started a lengthy discourse on his lifetime of golfing and the tournaments he'd played in over the past few years. It doesn't hurt that it's a good place to make connections either, he said. Of course not. If you can find a way to network and have fun, you'd be a fool not to take it. The food arrived, and Tosca had never been so happy to see a square of lasagna in her life. When Leo walked Tosca back out to her car, he mentioned a golf course farther down the mountain where they might try the next week. Tosca could feel a headache growing behind her eyes. The last thing she wanted to do with her next Saturday was spend it golfing with Leo. She thought about accepting another date, a different activity, telling herself that if she just gave him a chance, things were bound to work out. He was everything she wanted, after all. Steady, reliable, loved his little daughter, had a good job. But Beau's face kept popping into her mind, reminding her that what she felt for Leo wasn't enough to base a romantic relationship on. Though she really wanted to like Leo, to feel that kind of connection and have it go somewhere, she couldn't dredge up the tingles for him. She decided if she felt nothing now, it was time to cut the guy loose. "What do you think?" Leo asked as they stopped in front of her car. She turned to him, trying to look friendly, but not too encouraging. "I think you're a really nice guy, Leo, but I don't think this is working." His brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "I mean I like you, but I don't have romantic feelings for you. You deserve someone who will be thrilled for any reason to spend time with you, and while we could be friends, I just don't see anything more than that developing between us." Hurt and disappointment filled his face. "Are you sure?" "Yeah." She reached out and touched his hand. "Thanks for introducing me to golf, and for being such a nice guy." "Right." He stuck his hands in his pockets and turned away. He took a few steps, then looked back at her. "If you change your mind, you'll be the first to know." She watched him walk away and get into his car before sliding into her own. "What am I doing?" she asked aloud. "I shouldn't seriously date someone like Beau, so why am I not jumping all over a nice steady man like Leo?" There were no answers, though, so she started the car, waited to make sure Leo took off before her, and then headed home. There was laundry to do and Saturday infomercials to ignore while she cleaned. At least she could say that she tried, she told herself, but she knew she really hadn't tried all that hard. She already knew who she wanted. Darn it.
17 ambulance pass-offs ended up being a bit of an ordeal. Joquell had known they took a training evening once a quarter to review medications and heart attack procedures, but she hadn't expected it to be so exhausting. Nor had she expected to overhear Lois talking about how Joquell sat at her desk and didn't do any real work for the money she was being paid. Joquell had nearly snapped when she heard that, but she decided instead to wait until she had a chance to speak with Lois privately. Plus, if she dealt with the woman while she was mad, she was certain to say or do something she would regret. She hurried home after cleaning up and put a slice of leftover lasagna in the microwave. The wallpaper was calling to her, even if she didn't want to succumb to its screeching demands. The first few strips had come off the wall easily enough, more or less, so she ate her dinner and got to work. Music hummed through her stereo speakers, and she started peeling back wallpaper again. She pushed away worries about work, her mom, and anything else that had plagued her while she focused on the job. This was usually a very effective technique for calming down, but this time, it ended up not quite like she'd hoped. As she removed a strip of paper near the window, some of the plaster on the wall crumbled and fell to the floor, leaving ugly spots in the wall. As she scrubbed the glue from the plaster, even more broke up and fell. Anxiety crept back into her chest as she moved to the next strip. The following several strips were every bit as bad, and by the time she finished them, the tentative peace she'd begun to feel had completely disappeared. The wall looked like someone had taken buckshot to it, with uneven spots all over the place. Exhausted, frustrated, and near tears, she gave up on the project, cleaned up the mess on the floor, and headed to bed. Maybe tomorrow would be better.
Hank stretched as he got out of his truck. He grabbed his heavy gloves and turned to the barn. He'd already worked a full day, starting with a consultation with his client at 7 a.m. He felt like he'd barely been sleeping, and he didn't want to be at the farm today. Unfortunately, the cows needed to be milked and fed, even if he didn't want to be there. He met Bo in the milking barn. He was getting ready to open the doors so the girls mooing out in the pen could come in for some relief. "How you doing?" Hank asked. "Fine. Tired. I'm working on the fence line this week." Bo didn't look at Hank beyond the initial check to see who was coming in. "You? I need a vacation. I wonder what Alaska is like this time of year." A 2-week trip to the middle of nowhere sounded about perfect. "Good fishing, I hear." Bo moved toward the doors. "I'm letting them in now." They worked together in near silence, the hum of the machine and the low moos of discomfort from the cows filling the quiet. "I bet you'll be glad to finish your treatments. How much longer?" Hank asked. 3 more days, and they're not so bad. They keep things interesting." "You like getting a needle in your arm and waiting around for an IV drip to finish?" Hank asked. "Was Bo crazy?" "No, that's a drag, but the scenery is nice." A smile hovered on Bo's lips. That didn't take long to figure out. "Ah, you mean my lovely neighbor, don't you? I saw your bike out front on Friday. Why didn't you stop by?" Bo had changed since Iraq, holding back from all of them, but especially from Hank. Or maybe it just seemed that way. Hank missed the way they used to be so close and felt let down that they hadn't regained that when Bo returned. Bo shrugged. "It was just late when I dropped her off. I figured you were tired. I'm having dinner with her tomorrow night. We're going for a ride and a picnic. Could you help again then so I can get done and cleaned up in time?" And wasn't that just the way his life was going now? "You want me here so you can go out with a woman? Great, just what I need. You know it's not going to work out. Women are all crazy." His current attraction to a woman he couldn't stand was testament to that. Or did it just prove that he was nuts? Bo's face was unreadable when he looked over at Hank. "We're all a little crazy, aren't we? And Tosca, she's, I don't know, something different, interesting, special. I like her. Your funeral. She's a little too quiet and standoffish for my taste." Hank shrugged, though he felt more than a little jealousy that Bo seemed to be moving on to a pretty, nice woman, even though it wasn't about her. Hank wasn't attracted to Tosca at all. Joquell, on the other hand, the attraction was manifold, but after getting burned by Shani, no way was he taking a chance with another rich socialite who was just slumming in the area. "Glad to hear it. Can we get this done? I still have a mountain of paperwork to juggle." "Fine by me." Hank felt his scowl become permanent as he dealt with the new cow coming in. He wondered why Bo was so gruff lately. Why was he holding back? Hank didn't know how to deal with him anymore. He didn't know how to deal with life. Bo seemed to think that Hank owed him the help on the farm. His mom's health was getting bad, and the ambulance supervisor got on his nerves in every sense of the word. Add to that his job, and he had more than he could handle. Still, he didn't walk away until the cows were all finished and the equipment was cleaned up for the night. It wasn't Bo's fault that everything had been left in his lap, and Hank didn't want to take it out on him. Maybe he just needed a few days off to brood.
In the morning, when Bo came in after milking, he found his mother still in bed with a temperature and complaining of aching joints. The lupus was reminding them of its existence with a vengeance. He made breakfast for them and got her everything she thought she would need for the morning. Then he made sure she had her cell phone handy in case she needed to call him when he headed back out to work on the fence line. As soon as he left the house, he pulled out his cell and sent Carissa a text message. She and Marsh had returned from their honeymoon several days earlier, but he wasn't sure if she'd worked the night before or not, and didn't want to wake her up if he didn't have to. "Mom's having a bad day today. Call her to check on her later if you can." He considered his date with Tosca that evening. With a sigh, he found her number in his contacts list and called her. "Hey, this is Bo. Change of plans," he said when she answered. "My mom's lupus is acting up. I don't dare be far enough from the house tonight for horseback riding. I'm sorry. Can I meet up with you when I can arrange for someone else to be here?" "How is she doing? Does she need anything?" Tosca's immediate concern made Bo like her even more. "She says she's fine. You know, other than the pain and temperature and weakness, I'm wigging a little because I've never seen her when she's sick. I contacted my sister. Hopefully she can come out today and walk me through everything. Let me know if there's anything I can do." She hesitated for a moment before continuing on. "I wouldn't mind a picnic at your house. If you still want to get together, unless your mom is too sick, we can put it off if you think that's better for her." "No, that sounds great. You might be stuck with peanut butter sandwiches. I'm not much of a cook and I won't have time to go into town to get you and pick up something." "No problem. Just tell me how to get there. I like peanut butter." He smiled, relieved and pleased. He gave her directions to the farm and made sure Tosca knew his number so she could call if she got lost. "See you tonight then?" he asked, looking forward to it even more now. "See you." Bo couldn't help but feel a trickle of excitement run through him. It might be an unorthodox date, but he'd get to spend time with her, and he couldn't think of anything he'd rather do. Carissa came by that afternoon to check on Beth. She spoke with Bo for 15 minutes, talking about what she had done to help her mom during the last flare-up. She seemed to be trying to reassure him, but it wasn't very effective. He felt a little better about everything, but still anxious that his mother might need something while Tosca was there. He should have just canceled the date, but he couldn't pass up the chance to spend time with her. It was a terrible snare to be caught in. "Are you sure you don't mind?" he asked his mom for the third or fourth time. "Of course not. You need to have a life too, you know. And Tosca is such a sweet woman. I know you'll get along great." "Why do I get the feeling you love the thought of me with her?" He knew it was her dearest dream to have the kids all married and a house full of grandchildren running in and out. He liked the image himself, but wasn't ready to jump into anything just to make his mother happy. "Just be a gentleman, and I do love it." She took his hand and gave it a squeeze. "I'll be fine, I promise. I'll be here on the property the whole time. If you need anything, you'll call me, right? Don't even get up to the bathroom without taking your phone with you." She shot him an irritated look. "Honey, that's overkill. So I'm cautious. You'll have to deal with it for a while. Just promise me." "For my own peace of mind?" He wheedled and gave her the smile that she had always found so hard to ignore when he was a kid. She smiled tiredly. "Okay, I promise. I'll carry my phone if I leave bed for anything." "Good." He pressed a kiss to her forehead, then moved to shower and put on some clean clothes before Tosca arrived.
18 Tosca pulled up in front of the farmhouse and studied it for a long moment. She'd never been on a farm before. A city girl to the core, the thought of walking around on the dairy had made her wonder if she should be wearing boots. But the house was pretty, surrounded by grass and flowers, and the porch that stretched across the full length of the building held a lovely little swing. Then the front door opened and Bo was on the porch, watching her, waiting for her. Her heart started to beat faster than ever, and she felt suddenly shy again. He could be a gentle man, in addition to a gentleman, but she knew he wouldn't be like that all the time. She didn't know him well enough to know if he would bend or stand firm when his mind was made up. She wondered if his confident attitude covered weakness, or if he really had an ego the size of Montana. What kind of man was he? She hadn't thought he would really take her out for long rides twice without making a move on her. She'd been sure when he parked in the private glen that he had more on his mind than talk, but she'd been wrong. He hadn't pushed at all. He came down the stairs as she got out of her car, carrying some cookies she'd picked up at the store before heading in. "You brought dessert," he said. "Yes, I thought you might appreciate it. Especially since you said we might be stuck with peanut butter." He took her hand, twining their fingers together, his big, warm hands so gentle with her smaller ones. "Carissa stopped in to see Mom. She brought me a few things, but I didn't make it to dessert. That looks great." "How's your mom doing?" Tosca followed him into the house, where there were a couple of pans on the stove. A closer look informed her they were having pasta for dinner. "She seems to be fine. I talked to her about half an hour ago. I think she'd like the company if you'd like to speak with her while I'm finishing dinner." She stared at the food on the stove. "I thought you said you didn't really cook." "Anyone who can't make a passable spaghetti is too pathetic for words," he said. I didn't have everything I needed when we talked this morning, but Carissa brought the last ingredients. He picked up a spoon and gave the spaghetti a quick stir. Nice, it smells good. She was impressed that he tried when so many men wouldn't have. I hope it tastes good too. It'll be about 10 minutes. Then I'd like to chat with your mom for a little while. I could use some girl talk. And get out of his unnerving company for a moment. The intimacy of the kitchen seemed too much all of a sudden. He led her back to his mom's bedroom. Knock, knock, you have a visitor. Oh, Beth touched her hair. I look a mess. No, you don't. You look fine, Mom. Bo tugged Tosca into the room. You've met before, right? Yes, dear, we've met. Tosca, right? Beth asked. You have a gentle touch with me at the clinic. I'm glad you think so. How are you doing? Bo said you're having a rough day. Tosca released Bo's hand and he let her go. She sat on the chair next to the bed, taking up the older woman's hand. It was cool and thin. Your son is making spaghetti. Is he any good in the kitchen? Yes, all of my children learned the basics. Don't have him bake you a cake or anything. Mom, he protested. But he's quite good at simple meals. He hasn't poisoned anyone yet. She winked at her son. That's a relief, Tosca teased. I was starting to wonder if I made a mistake agreeing to come. She liked seeing the easy banter between mother and son. It made her feel more comfortable than she would have with just Bo alone. If you're going to abuse me, I'm returning to the kitchen. He winked at them and disappeared. Good. Now, I didn't get a chance to really talk to you before, Beth said. Tell me all about yourself. Tosca felt awkward in the woman's bedroom, talking about the mix of truth and lies the FBI had managed to create for her. Still, this woman was kind, open, welcoming, with not the tiniest hint of judgment in her expression. Before she knew it, Tosca had relaxed and was being regaled with stories about Bo as a child. Then again, maybe I shouldn't trust you two together, Bo said when he appeared nearly 15 minutes after he'd left them. It could be dangerous for you to talk. Why? Beth asked. Are you afraid she'll tell me something about you that will shock me? No, but you could easily scare her away, and this is only date number 3. Beth's brow cocked at the unexplained phrase, but she didn't ask. Then maybe you ought to take her back and feed her. The food smells wonderful. I'll bring you a plate before we go out to eat, Bo said. He snagged Tosca's hand again, and she called back a goodbye to Beth over her shoulder. You really think she would intentionally scare me away from you? Tosca asked when they were out of earshot. No, but you're a little flighty. I think I'd rather wait until you know me better before you hear every embarrassing thing I ever did. She grinned. I don't know. It certainly has made me look at you differently. It might be just the thing I need to save me from heartache. She met his gaze and felt the flare of attraction that glittered their heat all the way through her. She swallowed, her mouth suddenly very dry. No heartache here, he promised. I'm not going to hurt you. The blood rushed through her veins. I've heard that before, from more than one guy. They all lied. I'm not like them. His gaze seemed to pierce through her. I keep my promises. So you can guarantee this is all going to end perfectly? She asked, not believing it. He paused a few seconds before answering. Who says it has to end? That really took her breath away. They had barely met. They didn't even know each other. What exactly did he mean by that anyway? He tugged her into the kitchen and they dished up food for all 3 of them. He disappeared down the hall with a tray for his mom, then returned a moment later. We have a picnic table out back, if you still want to eat outside. She had started to get back in control of her thoughts, but had to avoid looking straight at him so she wouldn't get churned up again. Yeah, sounds good. She picked up her plate and followed him out to the table. The scent of cows lightly perfumed the air. She wrinkled her nose, but didn't comment. It was his world, and he always seemed to smell terrific when she saw him. The smell isn't as bad as I expected, she said. Just wait until the ground is soggy after a few days of rain. That's Stink City. We have them back from the house away, though, so most of the time I don't notice it. Comforting, he grinned. Why? Because you plan to spend a lot of time here in the future? She lifted her brows. I never said any such thing. A man has to have a wish or two, right? Instead of answering, she took a bite of the spaghetti and nearly sighed in appreciation. This is so good, I want the recipe. He put on an apologetic expression. Can't. It's a family secret. If I share it with someone not related to me, I get my fingers broken. I don't blame you for not wanting to risk that, she said. You probably use your fingers around here. Pretty much every day, he agreed. There's no way I could find out, she wheedled, then touched his fingertips playfully. Maybe if you earn enough points with me, he teased. Points? Will it take a lot? Yeah, a whole lot, but you can do it. I'll get working on it then. She twirled her fork in the spaghetti again. So what else do you cook when you're not being helpless in the kitchen? He chuckled, and they started discussing their various culinary expertise.
19 Bo woke, breathing hard and covered in sweat. He blinked at the clock, which read 3:27 a.m. His heart was still pounding from another nightmare. This was the third time in the past week, and they weren't getting any easier. He turned and set his feet on the floor, leaning over slightly as he caught his breath. Though he had refused when his unit commander brought it up after they reached U.S. soil, Bo had started thinking maybe counseling wouldn't hurt. He'd thought he heard the sound of enemy voices in the barn the other day and took cover, before he realized it was the radio Hank had left on the previous evening, turned down low for some talk show. And sleeping had become a real problem of late. Not something he wanted to admit to his family. They all had enough worries without adding him to the mix. Shaking a little, he stood and moved to the bathroom. There was no point trying to go back to sleep now. He'd learned in the past couple of weeks that he would need more than a few minutes' time to reset his brain after a nightmare that bad. Instead of going back to bed, he pulled on jeans and boots and headed for the barn. The tractor part had come in, and he needed to get it installed. When he finished that, it would be time for the morning milking and feeding, and maybe he could sneak in a little time for a nap later in the morning. He consoled himself with the thought that only the cows cared what hours he worked. The puppy he'd picked up at the city pound a few days earlier greeted him in the kitchen with a bark, scrambling against the crate they kept him in at night while they trained him. "Come on, Naughty, let's go out and see how the cows are doing." Bo snapped a leash on the mutt before letting him out of the crate, knowing it would take a week or two before the dog fully accepted this as home and would stick close. Naughty was thrilled to get out and walk around in the chilly mountain air. He stopped to sniff every blade of grass and marked 10 spots before they reached the barn. Once inside with the door tightly closed behind them, Bo let the dog off the leash to investigate while he checked the horses and then made his way to the far end, which was blocked off from the animals so they could fix vehicles. In 10 minutes, Naughty had settled to sleep on a pile of horse blankets, and Bo had wiped all remnants of the bad dream from his mind as he set to work on the tractor. "You were up early this morning," Beth said when Bo came in for breakfast around 10. "Yeah, I had trouble sleeping. I guess I haven't adjusted to the new time." Bo pulled a carton of eggs from the fridge and set a pan on the stove to cook them. "Don't give me that, Bo. I know you're having nightmares. Carissa told me." He wanted to curse his sister for sharing that with their mom. Didn't she realize Beth didn't need anything more to worry about? It's not that big of a deal. Everyone gets them after combat. They'll go away on their own. What if they don't? Beth wrapped both hands around a cup of coffee. "I hear you up in the middle of the night, moving around, going out to work early a lot more often than you admit to. It worries me." He added a pat of butter to the heating pan and reached for a bowl to scramble the eggs in. "It'll be fine, Mom. Don't worry about me." He looked over his shoulder to her haggard face. "How are you feeling? Should you be out of bed? I can cook a few extra eggs for you if you want." He noticed there were no breakfast dishes out. "I'm okay. Not great, but not the worst either, and I'll take a couple of eggs." When he studied her, she lifted a hand to face him. "Really, I'll take it easy. Where's the mutt? I put him in the dog run for a few hours. I'm going to try to catch a nap after I eat. He's entirely too active during the day for me to bring him back inside, and you shouldn't have to take him out for breaks." He added the eggs to the bubbling butter and used a spatula to mix them up before reaching for the shredded cheese in the fridge. I fixed the tractor this morning and took care of the animals. So now that we've established that we're both more worried about each other than ourselves, I'm going to be a mom, Beth said. You need to get some help. We can't afford help right now. Maybe next summer. Bo intentionally misunderstood her. Quit playing dumb. You know that's not what I mean. Beth huffed in irritation and stood to join him. What happened out there in Iraq that you aren't telling me? Some of my work is classified, Mom. I can't talk about it. Bo sprinkled on the cheese. He didn't want to think about much of what happened. Never mind talk about it. You could try the patience of a saint, and heaven knows I'm not a saint. Her shoulders fell a little. Fine, don't talk to me about it, but you need to talk to someone. Call one of your buddies, see a counselor, talk to Hank, something, please. He looked at her, guilt creeping through him. I will, I promise. When he'd manage, it was another issue entirely, but he'd contact his commander and get a referral for his mother's peace of mind, if not for his.
20 Tosca stood over a pot of rigatoni boiling on her stove and took another quick stir in the sauce bubbling happily next to it. She looked up when the phone rang and glanced at the caller ID. It was a local call, but she didn't recognize the number. Hello? Hey, Tosca, it's Bo. How are things going? His voice was cool and smooth, giving her cold chills. She hadn't expected to hear from him so soon after their lunch date, but couldn't help smiling. I'm well. Did you finish cutting your hay sooner than expected? No, I wish, but my sister, Carissa, is hosting a barbecue tomorrow night, so I'm going to cut off early to attend. I'd really like it if you came along. She was both flattered and embarrassed by the suggestion. It was one thing to have lunch with him, it was another entirely to go to a family dinner where everyone would be watching her. Oh no, I couldn't. It's a family thing. Really, I appreciate it, but I can't. Come on, you know most of the people who will be there, and with gatherings like this, it's always the more the merrier. I'd really like it if you could come. I miss talking to you most every day. His voice turned a little low and husky at the end, making Tosca shiver. I'd really like to see you again. You say that now. I'd say it any time. Come on. I won't have another break for several days if the forecast is right, and I'd really like to see you. Plus, I know they'd like to have you join us. Carissa even said so. She's inviting her neighbor, too, and some friends in town, so it won't just be us. Tosca wavered, wanting to spend time with him, but going to a family activity was tantamount to announcing they were a couple, wasn't it? Come on, he wheedled. How am I supposed to get to that 8th date so I can kiss you if you won't see me? That made her smile, and her lips tingled a little at the thought of kissing him. If you put it that way, I feel mean saying no. Good. I can pick you up around 6. I better meet you there. She wasn't sure how quickly she'd get off work and didn't want to keep him waiting in her living room while she changed out of her scrubs and touched up her makeup if she ran late. I don't always get off on time. That's fine, but don't keep me waiting too long. As she made a note of Carissa's address, Tosca felt a thrill of excitement.
Joquell had dithered over the perfect thing to wear to a casual neighborhood barbecue, but finally settled on a pair of blue jean shorts and an apricot scoop-neck t-shirt that flattered her figure. She grabbed the macaroni salad she'd made the previous evening and headed for Carissa's house. There were already 2 cars parked out in front of the house, not her neighbor's cars, when she strode up the sidewalk to the front porch. She pushed the doorbell, waiting anxiously for someone to answer. Had she dressed right? Would she feel totally out of place there? The door flew open and Paul stood on the other side. Hi, everyone's around back. Come on! But instead of going through the house, he raced past her, down the porch steps, and around the corner into the back. Joquell followed, hearing voices when she got closer. She saw Carissa's husband standing at the BBQ with another guy she didn't recognize, and Carissa stood at a folding banquet table, setting out the paper plates and napkins. She looked up. Hello, Joquell. I'm so glad you could come. Have you met Kyle and Alana? Alana grew up here. They live just down the street. Joquell greeted the perky brunette and her handsome, British-accented husband. The 3 women started getting to know each other while Kyle and Carissa's husband, Marsh, talked sports. It was another 15 minutes before the inevitable moment arrived. Hank entered the backyard carrying a couple bags of chips. His smile was huge and totally transformed his features after the perpetual scowl Joquell had been exposed to. An older woman came with him, and from the resemblance, she placed them as mother and son. Another guy followed behind, tall, buff, with a military haircut and biceps that looked big enough to break boards. He carried a covered dish. "Hey, we're here. Is the meat ready yet?" Hank asked his sister. "You'll have to ask Marsh. He's the grill man. Put that on the table there." She pointed to the one with the rest of the food on it. When both men passed her, Carissa turned to Joquell. "Have you met my neighbor yet? This is Joquell. She's the new ambulance supervisor. These are my brothers, Hank and Bo." Hank seemed to notice Joquell for the first time, his face hardening a little with the look of disgust he usually shot her way. "Yes, we've met." Bo grinned and took Joquell's hand, cupping it in both of his and giving it a squeeze. "It's good to meet you." He turned to Carissa. "I invited my friend." He looked around the yard. "I'm surprised she's not here yet." "Your friend?" Carissa asked, putting a little innuendo in her voice. "Just what kind of friend is it?" He turned his head toward the front of the house. "Speak of the devil. I think I hear another car pulling up. I'll be back." He strode away. Carissa and Hank shared a knowing look, making Joquell wonder what that was all about. A moment later, however, Bo returned with Tosca beside him. She spotted Joquell immediately and walked over to greet her. "Hey, I didn't think I'd see you here." "That's my place," Joquell gestured to her home. It felt good that at least one person she knew would be there that evening. One who didn't hate her guts, that was. She wouldn't have to worry about being the odd man out. Though if Bo's expression was anything to go by, it looked like he wanted to monopolize Tosca's time and attention. It wasn't long before they were lining up for food and finding seats at the tables. Without planning it, Joquell found herself seated next to Hank with Bo and Tosca across from them. The men talked farms while she and Tosca discussed flowers. "I've been using peat moss to bulk up the beds, but something's not quite right," Joquell said. "Maybe you need to add compost, not just peat moss," Tosca suggested. "I don't know much about gardening really, but these guys are experts at growing things." She jerked her thumb in Bo's direction. That seemed to grab his attention, and he focused on the girls again. What was that? The last thing Joquell wanted was for Hank to start telling her how to take care of her yard again, as if she wasn't capable of figuring it out on her own. "They had books about it, right?" "Oh, I don't want to waste your time. It's no big deal." She hoped he would take the hint and leave it alone. "Don't be so shy," Tosca said, waving her hand at Joquell. "They like to help. They're very nice guys, and if you need pointers for your yard, they're the ones to ask." Joquell wanted to differ, about one of them anyway, but she didn't. Instead, she tried to cry off again. "That's really sweet, but I don't want to bother anyone." "No," Hank said. "It's no problem at all. Really. What can we do for you, since you're obviously overwhelmed with everything you need to do over there?" He appeared perfectly innocent in his interest, but there was a hard edge to his words and actions. "Just soil conditioning, I guess. Nothing I can't handle." She felt put on the spot. "Well, let me take a look. I mean, you decided not to use the mulching method I suggested, but maybe you'll find some other tips you'll be willing to use." He stood and moved next to her. "Show me what you mean." Joquell took a moment before she responded to remind herself to be gracious. He wasn't going to be turned away, and good manners dictated that she accept his friendly advice, whether she had any intention of using it or not. She stood, hoping they made it back in time to taste the brownies before they were gone. "Thanks. I appreciate it." They walked in silence to her yard. "You've been planting flowers," he said. "I noticed when we arrived. Nice choice. I always liked those tall blue ones." He pointed to some delphinium. "Yeah, you're the expert. You don't know what they're called?" she asked. "I know how to grow things. That doesn't mean I know the name of every flower. We tended to focus more on useful plants, not just showstoppers." His voice held a snide edge. "Is there anything wrong with having a nice yard with beautiful flowers?" she asked, irritated by the way he dismissed her efforts. "No, of course not, but it doesn't hurt to pick useful plants, too." He crossed his arms over his chest. Then you'll be happy to know I planted a number of herbs and berry bushes in addition to the pretty flowers to suit my vanity. He huffed in frustration. Do you want my help or not? Not really. But as you're here, I'm willing to listen to your advice. Joquell wanted to send him packing, but couldn't bring herself to do it. He crouched beside one garden bed and dug a little. Yeah, that's some nasty soil. All right. You're using a lot of peat moss. You might want to top dress it with some compost or aged manure. Yeah? Thanks. Anything else? She crossed her arms over her stomach, wishing he would just let go of this whole thing. He wiped his fingers on the grass and stood beside her. Look, I'm sorry. It's not your fault I didn't get to the house before you did. I shouldn't take it out on you. He looked around. You're doing good things with the yard, and I'm sure that you're working equally hard inside. She considered his concession and nodded. I am, for what it's worth. She thought of the wallpaper and plaster fiasco. Apparently it wasn't worth much if the state of her dining room was anything to go by. His brows lifted. Trouble? Nothing you need to worry about. I've got it, but thanks. She said the words grudgingly. You're welcome. You want to go back for dessert? Yeah. And not just for the brownies. They had reached an understanding. She really wanted to get a little space between them before they messed it up. He let her lead the way.
21. I hear you and Bo Carver are getting pretty friendly, Trent said as he came through Tosca's door the day after the barbecue. He flipped the deadbolt behind him. You work with Carissa, don't you? Tosca asked. She hadn't expected the word to spread quite so fast, but supposed she shouldn't be surprised. Despite the large tourist population, the locals still managed to keep track of each other and spread the good word. Yeah, but I actually heard about it from Hank. He walked to the cupboard and got out a glass, then filled it with water from the tap. You and Bo have been out a few times now, haven't you? What happened to that drug pusher you were dating? He wasn't a drug pusher, he was a pharmaceutical salesman, and that's history. She shrugged, not sure how else to say it. He was boring, but she didn't want to say that, settling instead for, not my type, and I decided I really do hate golf. And you and Bo? Trent shot her a sideways look, as if he didn't want to come across as nosy, but he wasn't going to give up either. I don't need an agony aunt, Trent. She sat across from him at the bar. He chuckled. I thought you didn't really like Bo. Confused emotions assaulted her. Maybe she needed a listening ear after all. I do really like Bo. It's just that he reminds me of Charles in a lot of ways. I always go for the tough guy with ice in his veins, and then I regret it. Apparently, I crave someone hard and dangerous instead of someone sweet and dependable. Not that Bo couldn't be the latter two. Even Charles had been from time to time. She picked up a package of crackers that was sitting on the counter and opened it. Trent chuckled. I don't know about sweet, but from what I hear, Bo's fairly dependable, grounded, growing legal crops, so not in trouble with the law. And he has a boatload of awards for bravery and stuff from his time in the army. Tosca paused, a cracker halfway to her mouth, and realized what she should have considered before now. You did a background check on him, didn't you? She tried to keep the accusatory tone out of her voice, but wasn't sure she succeeded. One side of her was glad to know Bo was at least legit, but the other side of her didn't want his privacy invaded like that. I had to know. It's sort of my job to make sure you're okay, and he does have that hard look in his eyes. And one of the girls you work with said he's been pursuing you pretty hard. Hey, he said, holding up his hands to stave off the anger rising inside her. I didn't ask. She just thought I should know. Seems to think there's something more going on between us than there actually is. She's been hitting on me for months. Then I already know who it was. Tosca wasn't too happy about it, but she couldn't blame Lisa, considering the situation. And he tested the waters several times before I finally accepted. Okay, so testing the waters wasn't the right term either, but she was allowed to keep some details to herself, wasn't she? She ate the cracker to give her a chance to think. Finally, she said, I have a dilemma. What's that? Trent cadged a few crackers out of the box. I'm lying to him every time we get together, about who I am and where I came from. How can I make a real relationship with anyone when my life is a lie? Trent's brows lifted. How many times have you been out now? 5, she smiled. I told him I didn't kiss until the 8th date, so he's been kind of pushing the dates closer together than most guys. Trent broke into guffaws. That is hilarious. Are you mad at him? Is that why you're punishing the guy? The idea that Beau would consider the enforced wait time a hardship pleased her. She liked that he might be that attracted to her. No, I wanted to discourage him because I don't really trust my judgment anymore, and I thought if I said that he'd leave me alone. It didn't work, though, did it? Trent's grin was all amusement. She shook her head and fished for a few more crackers. No, but we're getting to know each other better than I knew the other guys I dated, so maybe there was a good reason for the kissing moratorium. Even if she was getting anxious for that first kiss. Silver linings, that's what it's all about. He snatched the last few crackers and tossed the package into the nearby garbage. But seriously, you are Tosca now, not Margot. You're not lying to people about who you are, and your safety is more important than the secret of your past. You can't take any chances. But I am lying about where I came from and who I used to be, my background. How can I have an honest relationship with Beau or anyone else if I can't tell them the truth? Trent chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth, then took a sip of water, allowing the silence to stretch. You're best off just never saying a word about it, but I guess you'll have to make a decision. If you feel like you have to tell him, make sure he's really the one now that you can trust him completely, and then go somewhere safe and private where you won't be interrupted and no one can overhear. When you finish the discussion, he needs to know he can't talk about it ever again, to anyone, for any reason, not even you. From what I've learned about Beau, you'll be able to trust him if you decide he's the one for you. But don't let your emotions sway you too quickly. This is your safety we're talking about. He let her stew on that for a moment before continuing. Even after Charles is convicted, you're not going to be home free. He has connections and could still send someone after you. So this life is going to be the truth until the day you die. The hit on you isn't going to go away until he's dead. Don't put yourself at unnecessary risk. If you do end up telling Beau, or anyone else for that matter, make sure you let me know beforehand. But what if I'm wrong about Beau and I decide he's the one and he ends up not being who I think he is? The worry ate at her. She really didn't think she could handle making a mistake like that again. Trent didn't respond until she met his gaze. Don't be wrong. Be careful. The words echoed in her mind long after he left her apartment.
Yes, sir. I understand why you're unhappy. I'll take another look at the plans this evening and get them to you by noon tomorrow. Hank guided his truck down the wet, rutted roads to the farm for the evening milking. The client made some vague threats about what would happen if the design didn't get fixed and ended the call. Hank tossed the phone onto the seat beside him and rubbed at his eyes. He'd been tired when he'd drawn up the plans the previous night and should have slept on it and double-checked them before sending them out, but he hadn't. Now his client was fuming because of a tiny mistake that could have been a big, big problem on site. Hank was so tired, stretched to the limit, and in desperate need of a break, but between work and the farm, every minute of every day had been sucked up. He pulled into the driveway and parked near the milking barn, then headed inside. Running behind tonight? Beau asked over his shoulder. Yeah, I'm screwing up left and right. You want my help? Hank checked the teacups on the closest milking machine and untwisted the tubing that led back to where the milk would be collected. You know I do. I appreciate you coming out here so often. What's eating at you? Beau stared at him. None of your business. Hank turned around and got to work, not saying another word. They hooked the cows up and gathered milk together in silence, an all too common occurrence for them now, until they were on the last couple of cows. We've got a nice crop of calves, Beau said. You and Dad must have run ragged when they were all being born. Yup. Hank still vividly remembered the long nights and weekends he and his father had spent in the barn waiting for the mothers to deliver. It had been wickedly cold, so they kept the mothers inside until the calves were a day old and wouldn't freeze outside. And you get the benefit. What? Beau patted the rump of the cow he'd just finished with and let her out. He stared at Hank. Are you upset I'm taking over the farm? I didn't think you wanted it. I don't, okay? You can have it. Hank pulled off his gloves, as irritated with himself as he was with anyone else, but not able to deal with one more thing right now and feeling underappreciated. In fact, you can have it all. I'm going home. Whoa, hold on, Hank. Bo moved toward him, but Hank was already headed for the door. The last thing he needed was a good, old-fashioned fight with his brother when he was in such a foul mood. They were bound to come to blows, if history was any indication. And considering his combat training, Bo would probably win if there was a winner, which wouldn't make Hank feel much better. He yanked open the driver's side door to his truck and jumped in, gunning the engine and heading away from the barn. In his rearview mirror, he could see Bo come out of the barn to watch him drive away. Hank pounded the steering wheel with his fist and cranked the country tunes on the radio, needing something to drown out the anger, bitterness, and worry that poured through him. He couldn't deal with Bo right now. Not until he got his own life under control, whatever that meant. But he didn't have the first clue about how to do that. When he pulled into his parking spot at home, he could see Tosca standing outside her door in the shadows. It was only 7, so it wouldn't be dark for quite a while, but she could have been a ghost for all she would be noticed by most passersby. It was like she didn't want anyone to see her, but she couldn't quite stand to stay inside either. He knew the feeling. Hank forced himself to push away the anger, at least for a moment, while he grabbed his laptop and schematics and headed for his place. "A nice night for a little fresh air," he said to Tosca when he was close enough. "Yes. Have you been out to the farm? It's after milking time, isn't it?" she asked. "Yeah, I've been there. I'm beat now, though." He headed up the stairs to his second-level apartment, not wanting to make small talk with his brother's girlfriend, or whatever they were. "You look it. You should take a day off or something before you explode." "Right. I'll do that when the world stops turning. Good night." He headed into his apartment, shutting the door behind him. The last thing he needed was unsolicited advice from someone who couldn't possibly understand where he was coming from. He booted up his computer and made the change to the client's schematics while the oven heated up for one of his frozen pizzas. There had probably been food at his mom's place, and he should have stopped in to see her, find out how she was doing, but he couldn't do that when he was angry. The last thing she needed was something more to worry about, and she'd always been able to tell when he was upset. Everything looked fine on the plans now, but he saved the file and closed it to review in the morning before sending it back to the client. He was tired, and a good night's rest was exactly what the doctor ordered.
22 Tosca stared at Leslie's Facebook page again. She'd been visiting it every few days, checking on the latest posts, but hadn't left any comments. This time her fingers itched to touch the keyboard. It was her birthday, and Leslie had posted on Margot's wall. "Thinking of you, Margot. You're 26 today. I worry about you and think about you every day. When you get a chance, drop me a note to let me know you're all right. Please." Tosca read it twice, pain arcing through her. How could she make Leslie worry about her every day? She knew what Trent would say, but there was no way to connect her back to Colorado and Tosca Michaels, right? She'd been careful when she created her profile. She clicked on private messaging and started typing before she could change her mind. "Leslie, this is Margot. Sorry about the way I just disappeared. I've been placed in the witness protection program because I saw Charles kill someone. Thank you for your friendship. Know that I'm safe and have a good new life. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. I shouldn't have written you this, but I don't want you to worry anymore. Take care, and thanks for the birthday wishes." She clicked send, afraid if she looked it over for typos that she'd chicken out and not send it, or that she might add something that could lead someone back to her. Trent would have a fit if he knew she was even checking on Leslie. Tosca shut down Facebook and walked away from the computer. It was too late to change her choice, and she didn't regret it.
Bo was getting ready to milk when Hank walked into the barn. Bo looked at him in surprise. "I didn't expect you to show tonight after the way you rushed out of here yesterday." He had been running reasons for Hank's blow-up through his mind, trying to figure out if he'd done something to make his twin mad. He thought his comments had been appreciative, but apparently he hit a hot button he hadn't known about. Hank grunted and got to work. But Bo walked over, tired of the tension and wanting to get whatever was going on out in the open. "Hey, what's eating at you? Things with us have been off since I got back. Are you mad at me or something? Like you're one to talk." Hank shot him a dirty look. "You're so quiet, pulling away from everyone, and not just me. Admit it, you're holding back from all of us. What is it? Is it Dad? Are you just upset because of him? Is it the war, the issues with the farm? What? Because you could talk to me about that. Any of it." "No, I'm not upset about Dad." Bo stopped and rolled his eyes a little at the absurdity of what he'd just said. "Yes, of course, I'm upset. I miss him more than I imagined, but it's a lot more than that." "Then what is it? Carissa's worried about you. Mom's worried about you. It's not just me." Bo moved closer to him until they were only a couple of feet apart. "Yeah? And the only thing bothering you is the fact that I'm holding back a little?" No way was he going to buy that. "A little? Answer the question. You know you're wigging out about something else. What is it? Why are you so grouchy and obnoxious all the time? It's like you can't be satisfied no matter what I do or say." And that hurt because there was a time when they were so close they finished each other's sentences and knew what the other was thinking without saying a word. Now they felt like strangers. Bo was sure it wasn't all him. Hank poked him in the chest, his face pinched with fury and deep creases in his forehead. "You just come back and move in. Take over like nothing happened and nothing's wrong. Are you my boss now?" "What are you talking about? I haven't been bossing you around. You come and go when you want, help when it's convenient, leave when you get pissed and have had enough. I'm working my guts out here trying to keep it all from falling down around us, and I'm glad you come help out, but I don't treat you like a hired hand." And why did the suggestion hurt so bad? Well, I feel like one. Only hired hands get paid, don't they? Is that what this is about? You want money? Bo yanked his wallet out of his pocket and grabbed some bills out of it. Hank tried to tell him to stop, but Bo handed him the 320s that were in there. "This is just about everything I have. You want it? Take it. The farm is failing, Hank. There's no money. Mom's retirement account isn't all that pretty. You think this has been easy for me? You think I didn't want to take a few days or weeks to put my head back in order after coming out of battle? You think I haven't been up nights from bad dreams and walking the halls because what happened keeps me from sleeping? You think I don't jump with every loud noise, thinking it's going to be a gunshot or something?" Bo pushed his brother in the shoulders. "It's been hell being back and having to pretend like everything's perfect. Like I can handle Dad being gone and Mom being sick and trying to juggle a girlfriend and keep the farm going and track the paperwork on no sleep and not completely fall apart. What I really want to do is spend every day out on the tractor alone so I don't have to worry about hurting someone or letting my anger get the better of me. Sure, I can take on the world, no problem." He gave Hank another shove. "So if I crawl inside myself so I don't take it out on all of you by being bad-tempered and impossible to live with, like you're doing, then you'll have to forgive me." Something inside him broke, something that had been holding back all of the emotions, and the tears started to pour down. He turned away from Hank before his brother could see, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand. He felt like an idiot for blowing up, though at least he hadn't thrown his fists like he had been itching to do. "Hey, wait a minute. Hold on." Hank grabbed Bo's shoulder, trying to turn him back, but Bo pulled away. Hank grabbed Bo's upper arm harder this time, not managing to turn him around, but not letting him get away either. "Why have you been holding all this in? Don't you know you can talk to us? Don't you think I care? Like you'd understand." Bo swiped at his eyes, embarrassed that they were wet. "I thought it would be a big relief to come home, that everything would be better. I'd been looking forward to it for months, and then Dad died and everything just seemed to pile up, and I haven't even had time to put it all together in my head. Then everything else started happening, and you're just this dumb pile of anger so I can't talk to you, and even if I did, you wouldn't understand." "You never tried," Hank said. How do you know I wouldn't understand? I wasn't stupid enough to try. You come over, you help out, but you're not really here. You're just filling time and getting madder every day. What's up with you? Do you hate the farm that much? Do you hate me? The words echoed in Beau's mind, but he didn't dare say them, afraid of the answer. Hank released him, apparently deciding Beau wasn't going to take off. He leaned back against the wall and sighed. No, it's not like that. I'm sorry. He rubbed his hands together, staring at them instead of looking at Beau. I'm tired. I haven't had time off for ages, and almost every evening I'm here, helping at the farm, and every weekend. It's been at least 6 months since I took more than a day off, and those have been few and far between. He rubbed his eyes, which looked a little bleary. I have a regular job and a client who's expecting the moon, and I'm screwing up because I'm always tired and worried about Mom. And then Dad died and I was trying to run this place single-handedly. Okay, with a little help from Marsh, and not get behind at work. And then you came home, and it doesn't seem to be getting better. Hank looked at Beau, looking as tired as Beau felt. I just need a break. I need a long weekend where I don't have to worry about anyone or anything, just unwind and recenter myself. But you need help. I know things have fallen by the wayside around here since you shipped out. I don't want to leave you hanging, but I don't know if I can keep going at this pace. They sat in silence, only hearing the whining moos of the cows who were anxious for the relief being milked would give. We're a pair, aren't we? Beau asked. And then some. Hank tipped his head against the wall. Are things really that bad with the farm? I had no idea. Beau nodded. Bad enough. Dad dipped into the accounts to pay Mom's medical bills when they were trying to diagnose her. He even took out another loan. She's a terrific farm woman when she feels decent, but she had no idea what their financial situation looked like. The life insurance check came yesterday and we banked it. It needs to be saved for her retirement, hard to access, so neither of us is tempted to use it for the farm. What about the farm accounts? Are you going to make it if he was pulling more than usual from them? Hank asked. I've poured some of my savings into it. I've got a little left, but if we have a bad season, we might have to sell the cows. That's pretty drastic, don't you think? I don't know. I've got everything in QuickBooks, but I'll have to analyze that part of the business still. Landon offered to buy out the cows and lease the dairy end of things last winter. I don't know if he's still interested or what's going to happen, but I can't lose the farm. It would kill Mom. It would kill him too. It had been his dream to live out here on the family land. It was in his blood. How much did you tell her? Hank asked. Just that the accounts were low because the medical bills made things a little tight. I didn't tell her about the extra loan. She would feel all guilty and try to pay for it out of the life insurance. And there are still a few expenses for Dad's medical care that haven't been covered. Her Social Security benefits won't be all that much when they kick in, which they won't for 3 more years, and she has no on-the-job experience. Hank shook his head. You always were stubborn, trying to do everything yourself. If you need money, I have a nice little pile in the bank I'm apparently not using as a down payment on a house anymore. His words held a wry twist, and he rolled his eyes. I'm not taking your savings. Beau stood and started back across the room. They needed to get to work. If things get bad, Hank started. Beau whirled around. I'm not taking your money. The deal was that I get the farm unless I sell it, and then everything goes to Mom, or we split it if she's gone. I'm not making you pay to support me and Mom. I'll take care of it. Keep your money. Hank stalked over, his hands on his hips. You're talking about Mom's house. Mom's house. If you need money to help with her, to keep her going or pay her bills, don't you dare get all proud and refuse to let me help. She's not just your responsibility, you know. We all love her and want her to be happy. Beau shifted on his feet and felt a little stupid for expecting Hank to let it go. Okay, for Mom, if there's no other option. But that's it. He pointed at Hank, then turned and walked back to the door to let the cows in. But you're taking this weekend off. 3 full days with no farm duties. Spend the weekend hiking or laying by a pool or something. I'll get Marsh or someone else to help me if I need it. You need it, Hank said, not arguing with the time off. Then I'll find someone. For now, though, get to work. When the first cow started through the door, Bo felt a little of the pressure that had been circling his chest loosen. Nothing was actually better. They hadn't fixed a thing, but he felt better anyway. 23 Bo added the most recent withdrawals from the bank account to the bookkeeping software and then ran a report. It was worse than he thought. They still had a bank payment to make, and there wasn't money for it. How could his father have drained the accounts to pay the medical bills? Didn't hospitals have special funds to help people without insurance? Didn't they have to take payments or something if you couldn't afford to pay all at once? Did he really have to buy the new baler? Couldn't the old one have been coaxed through another season or two? And how was it that the dairy was barely breaking even when they were getting a decent price for the milk and government subsidies? Bo pushed from the desk and stormed down the hall, anger rising inside him. The last thing he needed right now was to worry about how they were going to manage the mortgage payments on a farm that should have been solvent. "Where are you going?" Beth asked as he strode by. "Out. I need some air," before he spewed his anger all over her. "What's going on? You're mad about something." Hurt and concern filled her voice. "I'll get over it. But only if he got outside somewhere. Right now." "You shouldn't let it fester if you're upset," Beth said, tugging his arm. He whirled on her. "Yeah, I'm mad. I didn't ask for this, you know? Why didn't Dad talk to me if he was having a hard time? Why didn't you keep track of things? You've never been a helpless female. You couldn't help organize the finances? Make sure you made the best decision? No, you just left it all to him to do, or not do, as the case may be." Mad that she'd pushed him to say something he hadn't wanted to. He grabbed his hat from the rack by the door and slammed it behind him, not giving her a chance to respond. The wind whistled around him as he moved to the barn. A good hard ride would clear his head, take away the anger that welled inside him. It had to. He already felt guilty about laying into his mom. It wasn't her fault, but he knew he couldn't talk to her now. And he did resent the fact that things had been dumped on him. Hank's words echoed back to him. Bo got the benefit of their dad's hard work. But right now, he didn't feel like much of a beneficiary. He saddled one of the horses in record time and was out of the barn and riding through the back fields in the fading evening light. The air blew on his face, cool and fresh, a smattering of clouds providing spots of shadow as they raced across the sky. Bo leaned low over the horse's back and prodded him into a full gallop. Freedom rushed over him, like the freedom he felt when he was on his bike. Right now he'd give most anything to have Tosca clinging to his waist. They had a decent hay crop, but he couldn't afford to sell much of it. They'd need it for winter feed for the horses, and he couldn't just hope the rest of the season went fine. He'd have to dip into his quickly diminishing savings yet again. Would he have anything left at the year's end, though? If they had a bad fall, and the alfalfa didn't grow fast enough, would there be anything there to get them through the winter? What about the corn for the cows? If he sold the cows, leased the dairy, would that get the debts under control enough that he could make a living off of farming alone? What other options did he have? He rode for over an hour, the thoughts creeping back into his head periodically, though he managed to keep them at bay most of the time. He walked the gelding back to the barn to cool him down, then brushed him and put him into the stall with a little extra oats as a thank you for the good ride. By the time he walked back into the kitchen to find his mother standing over the stove, Bo was feeling a whole lot better. He still didn't know what was going to happen with the farm's finances, but he was calmer and ready to have a rational discussion. "Sorry, Mom." He set his hands on her shoulders. "It wasn't fair to say any of that. I've been on edge since I got home, and I took my frustration out on you. I didn't mean to. You're not wrong, though. I left a lot of things to your father, and the bookkeeping was one of them. I should have taken a more active role in the finances. It would have made this all a lot easier for you. And I know you're having trouble adjusting back to civilian life." There were tear tracks on her face. Guilt grew, and he pulled her into a hug. "That's no excuse. I got a referral to a therapist at the VA hospital. I'm going to go make an appointment to see if I can work through my anger and everything. Maybe if I sleep decently, get some of this out, I won't be so quick to react. The last thing I want to do is upset you. How are things coming in that bookkeeping program you've been sweating blood over? She asked after a short pause. Not well, I'm assuming. I've got everything in and balanced. Unless I've missed something, I know exactly where I'm at. He forced a hopeful note into his voice so she wouldn't know how bad it really was. She still weakened quickly. Even being up to cook was going to wear her out. It'll be tight, but we'll make things work, one way or the other. Don't worry. There's your dad's life insurance if you need it, she offered. No. He realized the word came out harsher than he'd intended, and he softened his voice. Not unless there's really no other option. That's your retirement money. I know you don't have much, and you need to keep that for future expenses. I've saved most of my combat pay. If we have a decent season, it'll be fine. And if they didn't, he'd have to cross that bridge when they came to it. He held her for a long moment before releasing her and pulling plates to set the table.
Tosca had worked a lot of extra hours while Bo was busy on the farm. She picked up an extra shift and volunteered to stay late when one of the doctors was running nearly an hour behind. She caught a movie with Joquell, but part of her waited every day for her phone to ring and to see Bo's number on the caller ID. She always felt flutters in her chest when she saw his name there. At the end of their impromptu lunch date, she had been sure he was going to kiss her. She wondered what she had been thinking, telling him he had to wait until their 8th date, when she didn't want to wait that long. She had hoped to discourage him, to make him think that she wouldn't be worth the effort to make things work between them. If he had really been one of those good time guys, wouldn't that have been enough to make him walk away? Or was he one of those who loved the chase so much that all she had done was make things worse? She could feel herself falling for him, falling hard, and she didn't think she could take it if, when they had finally gotten through their 8 dates, they kissed, and the electricity that she was so sure burned between them just wasn't there, or if it wasn't there for him and he walked away. She was thinking about this for the 50th time, at least, when Trent showed up on her doorstep. "Hey, what's going on? You've been so busy I've barely seen you lately," she said as she opened the door wider to let him in. "You're one to talk. I'm pretty sure you've been in hiding." Cool air from the rain outside poured in with him. He shut the door and flipped the dead bolt, a particular habit of his. He took off his hat and set it on the counter. "It's cold out there tonight. Could I get a cup of something hot?" She flinched a little as lightning flashed and thunder sounded. "I was just heating some water for tea. I could make yours cocoa if you like." "Perfect." He slid onto the seat at the bar. "Everything going well here for you? No trouble?" She intended to blow off the question, but couldn't when she saw the serious look in his eyes. Her phone rang, and she saw Bo's number pop onto caller ID. She nearly answered, but decided this conversation might be more important. She'd call Bo back later. "Gonna get that?" he asked. "Nah." She muted the ring as the teapot began to whistle. She grabbed 2 cups and set them on the counter. "What's going on? You seem upset." "Not upset exactly, but we do need to talk about your case." She fumbled as she grabbed the canister of hot chocolate. "It's not going to trial yet, is it? I mean, they said it would take the better part of a year, probably longer." "Right, and I don't want to worry you, but I thought we should talk." She scooped the powder into his cup once, twice, 3 times, then gave it a good stir. She didn't face him for a moment, needing to get herself back together, braced for whatever he might have to say. She had no one in her old life for Charles to go after, no family who he might hurt or kill to get back at her. He knew well that she had been almost completely alone. That being the case, everything had to be fine. She must have been overreacting. She let out a long breath, then turned and passed his cup to him. "I have marshmallows in the cupboard if you want some." "I'm fine." He watched her pull out a tea bag and dip it in the water in her cup. She slid onto the seat across from him and played with the tea. "So what's going on?" Trent's expression was dead serious. "The U.S. Marshals have been watching Charles and his crew, and it looks like they've stepped up their search for you. There's no reason to believe they're headed to Colorado, but the marshals want you to be extra careful about not creating any links to your old life. Stick to your story like glue. Fear poured through her. Of course, I haven't said a word to anyone about anything. There had been the Facebook note to Leslie the previous night, but she hadn't checked for a returned message, and she'd been very careful to keep the information listed there completely misleading. Good. I might be keeping a closer eye on you than before. I'm not going to get in your way if you're dating someone in particular. She narrowed her eyes at him. Is this about Bo Carver? Because who knows if that's going to work out. Why would I risk anything by giving myself away with someone I was just dating? Though her feelings were rapidly advancing, inching toward love with every conversation and meeting they had. I don't think you would tell him the truth anytime soon, but I had to say something after the talk we had the other day. And no, there's no reason to believe he isn't exactly who we all think he is. Right. He had wanted to put her on her guard, and he succeeded. Worry rose, and she tried to push it back long enough to ask the things she needed to know. Do you think I'm putting people here at risk if I develop friendships? There's this new lady, Joquell Westbury, he finished for her, the new ambulance director. She's a looker. His lips twitched up a little before he focused back on the topic at hand. No, I don't think you need to worry about that. Charles' gang knows you're working with the feds. Even if they found you, which they won't, there's no reason to think they would hurt anyone else. Relief poured through her, but she wasn't quite done. Are you afraid of an information leak? They said I was completely hidden here. There was a long moment of silence. I don't think there's any reason to worry that a leak will put you at risk. Just be alert, sit tight, and go about your business, and it'll be fine. She wanted to believe it, but she didn't know if she could.
24. It was nearly a week before Bo was able to leave the farm once the haying began. He called to chat with Tosca several times over the phone for 10 or 15-minute snatches while he was moving from one job to the next on the farm. But his rush to get the hay baled before the rains and his mother's health problems meant he couldn't get out. When he did emerge from the tractor for a respite, he took the farm truck into town. The sound of rain pinged against the roof and slow jazz tones wailed from the stereo. It was his father's CD, but Bo was feeling sentimental, and the music made him think of his childhood. He had called ahead, but Tosca hadn't answered her phone. Bo figured if he couldn't catch her at home, he could visit Marsh and Carissa. Things with Hank were better than they'd been since he'd returned from Iraq, but he was out of town for that much-needed vacation time. The light was on when Bo arrived at Tosca's. A peek through the window revealed her and Trent sitting at the kitchen bar, drinking something in coffee cups and talking. Their expressions were serious. Bo had only intended to glance in for a second, but when he saw them there, sitting like that, he felt a gut-deep need to watch, to see them together. So far, he had only heard that they were friends, but he hadn't been able to gauge it for himself. He jumped a little when lightning struck less than a block away, and the thunder almost immediately followed it. Friends? It was hard to tell. He could sense there was a lot of tension in the room. Whatever they were discussing, it didn't make either of them happy, yet neither seemed angry, just tense. Tosca said something, and Trent shook his head. When she lifted her cup to drink from it, Bo straightened from the window and knocked at the front door. Watching for a few seconds was indulging his curiosity. Longer than that made him a creepy peeping Tom. "Who is it?" Trent's voice called out. "Bo Carver." He wanted to elaborate, but his military training kept his mouth shut while he waited for the door to be unlocked. They locked the door while Trent was with Tosca, and for her to open it. "Bo, what are you doing here?" She asked with more surprise than he thought the event warranted, especially since he had a habit of showing up on her doorstep. "I tried calling, but you didn't answer. I needed to get out for a drive, and I thought I'd pop by, so his main reason for being out was to see her, but the details weren't that important." "You're on your bike in this rain?" Her brows lifted, and she glanced over his shoulder as if to make a point. "No, I brought the truck." He looked past her to Trent as if just noticing him. They sized each other up, and Trent rose from the counter. "I'm heading out. I'm on duty still." He drained whatever was in his cup and nodded to Bo. "Good to see you again." "Same here," Bo said. He shifted out of the way and waited for Trent to take off. He wasn't sure what he'd seen in Trent's eyes. He didn't seem to be in love with Tosca, but there was definitely an air of protectiveness in his stance. Bo wondered what the man's feelings really were for her. He shifted his gaze back to Tosca. "I hoped you'd feel up to taking a drive with me. I brought some plastic to wrap up in if we decide to get out of the truck for a while. I love a good rainstorm." She moved to the counter and picked up her cup, turning it in her hands. "A Boy Scout, huh? Always prepared?" "Yeah, I guess. Do you know a lot of Boy Scouts?" She shook her head, her attention still on her cup. "Not a lot of inner-city kids can afford to do stuff like that. There was just one guy I met when I was at the tech who talked about it from when he was a kid, and lots of media references." "Well, Hank and I were card-carrying members, so you're in good hands." He spread his hands face up in front of him. Her eyes shifted to his palms, studying them absently. They're big hands. Hers were still wrapped around the mug. He glanced at the white knuckles and wondered why she was upset. "Yeah, yours are pretty small, though. Perfect when I hold them." That made her eyes snap to his. "What?" He crossed to her, touching her shoulder. "Is something wrong? You and Trent seem to be in a pretty intense conversation. You want to talk about it?" She shook her head. "It was nothing, really. He just got some news that upset him, and he wanted to talk about it." That felt true and yet not true, all at once. Bo didn't know what to think about the obvious prevarication, but decided to let it go. Whatever Trent had said had bothered her as much as it had the deputy. "You look like you could use a drive out to nature to recenter yourself." The preoccupation seemed to drop from her then, and she smiled softly at him. "I suppose that sounds reasonable." "Good." He glanced at her bare feet with their bright orange nail polish. He'd never noticed before how adorable a woman's feet could be. "Maybe you better put something on to keep you dry. It's sort of wet out there." There was a flash of lightning and then a boom of thunder, and she chuckled. "Yeah, I noticed." "Good. 3 points for being observant." She brightened, though he thought it was faked for his benefit. "Really? That's all I need to earn points? Next thing you know, I'll have that spaghetti sauce recipe." Since the only way she could possibly earn enough points to learn the recipe was to marry him, he smiled. "I guess we'll see, won't we?" She scurried off to find her shoes.
The sky was clear and the roads were dry, but the minivan had managed to roll down an embankment and land at the bottom of a ravine anyway. Luckily for the inhabitants, someone had been following close enough to see the accident, or it could have been hours before anyone noticed the mangled wreckage. Hank carried a backboard and associated equipment down the hill to the vehicle, where other firemen and the EMTs swarmed around the 5 occupants. Lois was incident command and pointed him to Joquell's patient. "She needs to get to the hospital first," she said. Hank held in a grimace and headed over. He'd had a terrific weekend away and wasn't sure he wanted to risk ruining his newfound peace by spending time with her. Joquell kneeled by a teenage girl who had an obvious deformity in her right arm. Broken bones. "Here you go." He squatted across from her and set the backboard in line with the patient. "Thanks." Joquell barely looked up from the girl. "Set it out. We need to get her going." Hank was confused. A broken arm wasn't usually the first to go in a mess of this size, but he didn't ask questions. He got a couple of guys to help get the patient onto the board. Before they did anything, Joquell said, "Now, Jessica, we're going to roll you onto your left side. It might hurt a little, but we're going to be as careful as possible, okay?" "Okay." Tears squeezed from Jessica's eyes, and she seemed to clench her teeth against the oncoming pain. Joquell told the EMT at the patient's head to lead off, and they rolled the patient onto her side, holding her for a moment among the whimpers as Joquell slid a hand along her back to check for injuries. "Is there any pain there?" she asked. "No, but my baby." Hank's eyes widened in surprise. "Okay." They rolled the patient onto the board, then shifted her into place and started strapping her in. Joquell held the girl's hand through it all, talking to her and calming her. She asked questions about the pain and put her at ease. "Not there," Joquell said when they moved to attach one of the straps across the girl's belly. a little lower, over the hips. There's a lot of pain there. Her face was drawn and worried, and she carried the oxygen cylinder as the firemen helped hoist the patient up the hill. Hank was grateful the slope wasn't too steep, so they hadn't needed to call out search and rescue as extra support to extract the victims. The last thing he saw as they closed the ambulance doors was Joquell leaning over her patient, worry in her eyes. Pensive, he returned to the scene to help bring the other patients up to the road. When he drove the last ambulance into the ER parking area half an hour later, Hank wondered how Jessica was doing. He helped transport her mother into the ER and to the bed the staff pointed out. They unstrapped her from the ambulance gurney and moved her to the bed. Then he got out of the way. It only took a few minutes to find Joquell still standing beside her patient, holding her hand and talking to her in a low voice. The girl responded, and Joquell released her hand. She turned to grab the AED off of the floor nearby and moved toward the door. Hank intercepted. "Is she going to be all right? I heard her say something about her baby." "Who knows? 4 months pregnant." She shook her head. "She kept asking if her baby would be okay. I hope so." She sighed and then looked at him closer. "Did you drive one of the rigs here?" "Yeah, they were short-handed. I guess you've got me until someone can take me back to Juniper Ridge." He shrugged, not upset that he was stuck 20 minutes from home. It happens sometimes. "Great. Want to help me clean up?" Joquell's smile was tentative, as if she was afraid he'd bite her head off, as he had so often done in the past. "Goody." He feigned excitement, but was happy to help. It would get him home sooner. "No, really, what do you need? Come with me." She smiled and led the way out to where the first 2 ambulances were parked. They stuffed wrappers in the garbage and then carried trash from all 3 rigs and the dirty linen to the hospital to be changed for clean ones. When they were focused on cleaning up instead of their personal issues, they seemed to get along fine. He admired the compassion she showed her patient and the competent way she worked. "So how long have you been a firefighter?" Joquell asked as they stretched the sheet onto the gurney. "Since I moved back into town 6 years ago. I like it. It gives me a sense of community, of being part of something bigger than myself." It was the main reason he'd moved to town, though being independent from his parents had other advantages as well. "And you like the adrenaline," she said with a teasing glint in her eye. "And I like the adrenaline," he agreed. "You too, I bet." "Oh yeah, I'm a total adrenaline junkie, but I'm not crazy enough to skydive or cliff jump or anything like that, and I like helping people." She folded back the second side of the sheet and grabbed the pillowcase. "You were good with her." The admission was grudging, but he couldn't keep the thought to himself. She smiled at him, which brightened her face and made something twist in his chest. "Thanks. You weren't so bad yourself, for a fireman," he chuckled. One of the other EMTs approached with questions, and Joquell excused herself to help with someone's report. Hank watched her go and wondered if he had been completely wrong about her before.
Charles had been looking high and low for anything leading to Margot's whereabouts. The feds had put her in hiding, but he knew Margot. She'd screw up eventually, and when she did, he planned to remove her as a problem. Then the murder case would quietly disappear. After all, there wasn't enough other evidence linking him to the killing. He'd been too careful for that. When Rick came into his house, grinning, Charles hoped it meant good news. "I've got something for you." He opened the laptop he was carrying and connected to the internet. "I've been watching for months and finally, bingo, I got an alert that our dear Leslie had a message. Look at this." He turned the laptop to Charles. "Leslie, this is Margot. Sorry about the way I just disappeared. I've been placed in the witness protection program because I saw Charles kill someone. Thank you for your friendship. Know that I'm safe and have a good new life. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. I shouldn't have written you this, but I don't want you to worry anymore. Take care, and thanks for the birthday wishes." Charles smiled as he looked at Margot's fake profile. He knew having Rick hack into Leslie's account would pay off eventually. It says she's in Maine. Do you think that's right? Had she been smart enough to cover up her location? No. But she left us one little clue. Rick pointed to the picture of the evergreen she'd used as her photo. This was taken in Juniper Ridge, Colorado. The same day this account was opened. Metadata is a beautiful thing. Really? Charles smiled as he started making plans. Great job. Now to take care of my little problem.
25. The accident had been a doozy. Joquell was glad Hank had been willing to help her get one of the rigs operational in case something else came up. She was surprised their truce had held enough for them to have a decent conversation while they worked in tandem. She had been almost sorry when she was pulled away to help with the patient reports. There was something about fire gear that made certain men twice as appealing as usual. Apparently, Hank was one of those men. By the time she emerged from the hospital desk where she'd been working, 2 of the ambulance crews had already returned to Juniper Ridge and taken Hank with them. Telling herself she was not disappointed by this, she collected the 2 youngest members of her team, who had been left behind with her. "Let's head out." It was after 7, and she was more than ready for dinner. She chatted with Emma on the way back up the mountain to Juniper Ridge, and they arrived at the shed after everyone else had finished cleaning up their rigs and gone home. Joquell backed the ambulance in, and then they sprayed it down and scrubbed the floor. Her day was nearly over, but she wasn't looking forward to going home to face the mess in her dining room. She almost had all of the wallpaper removed now, though, so maybe things would start to get better from here on out. She could always hope. When the other 2 EMTs had taken off, Joquell headed to her office to grab her purse and stash the paperwork for filing the next day. When she walked into the office, though, she was greeted by papers spread haphazardly across the carpet, her pens and pencils scattered around her chair and the floor, and the computer keyboard was missing. When she bumped the mouse, trying to put everything back together, the monitor popped on. A file was opened in Notepad reading, "You're not wanted here. Go back where you came from." She stared at the scene. The mess made her angry. The note made her feel vulnerable. Had she made the wrong person mad? Were they going to get violent? Or was this just a stupid prank? She paused for a moment and considered. It felt like a prank, not like anyone would actually try to hurt her. But she thought it would be smart to be proactive, just in case. She didn't want to create an official police report about it, but she did need to do something. She pulled out her phone and took pictures of everything. She saved the note on the desktop and wrote a report about it, emailing it to herself for now. Then she cleaned up the mess. It would take her at least an hour to resort all of the papers into order again, and after finding the keyboard on the floor behind the desk, she shut everything down. With regret, she used her key to lock the office door for the first time, ever. No doubt she would get flack for the decision, but she wasn't going to take any chances that the perpetrator might decide to strike again.
You say you've been feeling a lot of anger since you got home. Why do you think that is? The therapist the VA hospital had appointed for Beau asked from his overstuffed chair. The office held pictures of the mountains, the ceiling of what Beau thought was the Sistine Chapel, and the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. The furniture was well worn and appeared to be standard government issue, much like Lars himself. Lots of reasons. Beau detailed the issues at home, the nightmares, the misunderstanding with family, and the need to protect them. Lars nodded and pulled off his horn rims, polishing them. "And who have you been talking to about all of this if you're angry with the people at home?" Beau rubbed his hands together nervously, wondering why it sounded so much stupider when Lars said it. "I had it out with my brother the other day, cleared the air some." About what? The farm, the stress, the money, and Mom. He felt guilty tacking her onto the end of things like that, but he knew therapy wouldn't work if he wasn't honest, so he'd deal with the twinge. "Who are you talking to about what happened on your deployment?" Lars asked. Beau shrugged. "I thought that was why I was seeing you." Lars scribbled something on his pad of paper. "You've been home how long now?" "A little less than a month." "How do you deal with your anger?" "I put in long hours on the farm. I also have a motorbike I take out when I just need to feel the wind in my face. And sometimes I go horseback riding. I don't take the horses out as often as I should, but a lot of times it's dark when I need the break, so I take the bike instead." He smiled, thinking about Tosca. "Sometimes I manage to convince this girl to go with me. Mostly I just get away somewhere that I can catch my breath, get it under control so I don't spew my anger on everyone around me. It helps." "That's a good start. You need to talk to someone about what happened on deployment too. Catch up with some of the guys in your unit, talk things over, start a journal and write it down, whatever, but you need to work through things, and getting it out will help." Bo wasn't convinced. "You going to tell me to talk to my horse next? If that's the only one you can get to listen to you." Lars checked his watch. "And come back next week for another session." Bo returned to Juniper Ridge after his trip to the therapist, wondering why he bothered going. How could talking to a stranger help him feel better? They'd spent almost the whole hour discussing his family dynamics and what he was most worried about there. Thank goodness the Army was covering these sessions, or his major concern would be how he was going to pay for the treatments. As it was, he had to take the hour-long trip down the mountain to the VA hospital to see the psychologist every week until he was sure he could handle his life better, or until the Army stopped paying for the session, whichever came first. Considering what he'd heard about the Army's largesse in these matters, he decided he better make every session count, because there probably wouldn't be all that many. Bo stopped into the feed store to pick up more supplements for his horses and look at boots. His were getting too worn and needed to be replaced. His trip home took him past the ambulance shed. He did a double take when he caught sight of his brother's truck parked out front, right next to Joquell's Jeep. If it hadn't been for the Calvin and Hobbes sticker in the back window, Bo would have been sure it was someone else. White trucks were ridiculously common. Hadn't Hank been talking only a few days ago about how much he didn't like Joquell? That was interesting. Why would his brother be hanging out with the new ambulance supervisor? It wasn't like his role on the fire department warranted it, unless he volunteered to liaise with her. Bo tucked the thought away to ask his twin about later. He drove past the clinic on his way out of town and noticed Tosca's car. He needed to take her out for another ride again. Soon. The thought made him smile.
"So," Bo said when Hank showed up to help with milking that evening, "what's going on with you and Joquell?" His eyebrows waggled and his grin teased. "What? Nothing. I mean, she's a lot nicer than I originally thought, but that's all." Hank focused on what he was doing, not wanting to discuss it. He wasn't sure how he felt, never mind how to explain it to anyone else. "Why do you ask?" He pretended not to care. "I saw your truck parked there earlier today. Were you on official business for the fire department or something?" "Yeah. I had to drop off some papers. What's the deal anyway?" Hank had volunteered to deliver the paperwork, wanting a chance to talk to her again when they weren't at each other's throats and no one was watching. Or he thought no one would be watching. Not that anything of note had happened. They just talked for the better part of an hour. "Come on, seriously." Bo slapped him on the shoulder as he walked past. "I know you're interested in her. I see the way the two of you look at each other when you're not trying to rip each other's heads off, and it's been nearly a year since the thing with Shani, so that's not an excuse. I hear you've been out a few times with one of those DiCarlo girls, so it's not like you're on a dating moratorium. What gives?" "What, did you suddenly become Dear Abby?" Hank didn't like to think about what happened with Shani. Being dumped by the woman you love because of where you live isn't exactly a confidence builder. And the thing with Joquell DiCarlo had been fun, light, and entertaining, but hardly serious. Bo held up a hand in protest. "I'm not looking to hash over every detail of your relationship problems, but there's something to be said for seizing the day instead of sitting back and watching life pass you by. Besides, she's hot. Someone else is going to ask her out if you don't. That's why you and Tosca took so long to get together? Because you seized the day?" Hank asked, desperate to take the focus off of him and his twisted thoughts about Joquell. "You started talking about her the day you met." Bo grinned. "She was a little gun-shy, but I worked at that wall of hers a little more each day, and we started dating sooner than you think. Of course, It helps that I saw her almost every time I went in for my treatments. Otherwise, she still wouldn't be going out with me. There's something to be said for a girl who doesn't fall into your lap. Yeah, well, focus on your own girl and leave me alone. Just saying. Bo shrugged and went back to work. Just don't be saying anything. How about if you tell me how the corn's coming? Are we going to have enough silage this winter? Even this topic was an improvement over discussing his theoretical love life. So far it looks good. If we don't have a bad harvest, it's been a wet summer so far. Bo tipped his head. Hopefully we'll get lucky. Hank nodded. He knew how that went. So many things could ruin a crop, though. New plants were as delicate as budding friendships. He wanted to see what might happen between him and Joquell, explore the attraction he felt toward her. But did he dare risk his heart again with another woman who seemed so much like Shani?
Trent's discussion on being extra careful about not creating links back to her old life had Tosca on edge. She couldn't help looking over her shoulder every time she went outside now, something she had eventually managed to stop doing after moving to Juniper Ridge. Mindful of everyone in the parking lot around her, she loaded her groceries into the back of the car and grabbed the shopping cart to move it out of the way. Rain clouds threatened, and she wondered if she would be able to get the food into her apartment before the downpour started. She noticed a man in a blue polo shirt and tan chinos watching her over the top of his newspaper, so all she saw of his face was dark, thick hair and dark eyes. He stood in front of the grocery store, appearing unhurried. His presence didn't fit with a husband waiting for his wife to shop. Why wouldn't he have gone inside with her, or waited in the car? When she caught his eye, he averted his gaze, lifting the paper higher before she could get a good look at him. It gave her chills. What she'd seen of his face was thin, and either he had an olive complexion or he was well tanned. She couldn't make out much but the lines on his forehead. A shiver ran through her as she thought of the note she'd sent to Leslie on Facebook. Tosca hadn't gone back to check for a response, though she'd known there would be one. She was afraid that if she did, someone might be watching for her and would somehow be able to track her. So she stayed away. Trent said it looked like Charles' guys had no idea where to look for her, so she would be fine, right? Still, she couldn't help but feel anxious when she thought of the man watching her. She got into her car quickly and took a winding path back to her apartment to ensure no one was following, just in case.
26 Bo couldn't help but think of his advice to Hank. He'd been taking things easy with Tosca, trying not to push too hard, even though they'd had 6 dates already in less than 3 weeks, and he wanted to see her every day. Still, he hadn't seen her since Friday, and it had been a long weekend. He decided he could really use a ride on his bike. He knew he should call before going over there, but he would take a ride either way. And dropping in on her had been pretty successful the past few times. One of these days he'd have to arrange another real date, when he was pretty sure she wouldn't say no. He arrived on her doorstep, pleased to see her car in the drive and her light on, and Trent's truck was nowhere to be seen. Summer flowers perfumed the air, and a light breeze wafted through the trees, making the leaves rustle lightly. It would be a beautiful evening. He tucked his helmet under his arm and strode to her door, knocking firmly. She opened the door, already reaching for her jacket. "I recognize the sound of your bike. Are you looking for some company?" "I sure am. Do you have your keys?" He smiled and helped her with her coat, wanting, desperately, to kiss her. This was only date 7, though, so he needed to keep himself in check. Somehow. Her perfume rose to greet him, taunting, teasing, and he brushed his fingers across the nape of her neck, teasing back. She pulled her keys from her pocket, then closed the door behind her and locked the dead bolt. "I wondered when you'd stop by again. I could really use a break." That made him happy. "You can call me anytime you want to get out, you know. I'm always happy to oblige." They walked back to his bike, hand in hand, and he passed her the extra helmet, which he'd started to think of as hers, though he'd owned it for as long as he'd owned a bike. He helped her strap it on, seeing the excitement in her eyes, loving the way she turned her face to the setting sun to catch its rays on her golden skin. Again, he felt the urge to kiss her. When she looked up at him, He could have sworn she felt the same way. Her gaze fell to his lips, and she swayed toward him for a moment before looking away. Would it be possible to twist the evening to make it count as 2 dates? When she struggled with the helmet strap, he reached up to assist her. "How's that?" he finally asked, running his thumb down the smooth skin of her neck. Tosca swallowed hard, and when she spoke, her voice was a little gruff. "Perfect. Thanks." He stepped back and picked up his helmet, sliding it on again. "Good, that's good." He got on the bike so she could slip on behind him while he adjusted his helmet. Her arms wrapped around him from behind, without the nervousness of the first time she'd ridden with him, and he covered her clasped hands with one of his for a moment before starting the engine. He loved everything about this woman. Her accent, her inner strength, her vulnerability, the way she looked, how she was willing to trust him to keep her safe. He even loved that she didn't fall into his arms too fast. Not being allowed to kiss her had been driving him up the wall, but without that getting in the way on their rides, he'd gotten to know her faster than he had his previous girlfriends. And though he knew he was a bit of a mess emotionally, when he was with her, he didn't feel like such a mess. They rode for over half an hour before he pulled off at one of his favorite hiking trails. It wasn't on any of the maps the hiking clubs passed around. Only locals knew about the rough path and the spectacular views you could get on the other end. They weren't going for a hike, though. He just wanted somewhere quiet. They could sit to talk without interruption as the sun dipped below the horizon and the frogs and crickets started singing their tunes. After dismounting and walking for a few minutes, they found a large felled tree and sat on it. "You seem to like these out-of-the-way places," Tosca said as she leaned back against a big shoot of roots on what used to be the bottom. "Outdoors is the only place I really feel peace anymore." He didn't meet her gaze, not wanting to taint their time together by discussing his problems. She took his hand and turned it over to run one narrow finger down his lifeline, causing goosebumps on his skin. "Are you having PTSD issues? I know a lot of soldiers do." He looked at her in surprise. He debated for a moment, then, hearing his therapist's voice in his head, decided to be honest about it. "A little." Her brow lifted questioningly and he smiled. "Okay, a lot. I haven't exactly been sleeping great and I get jumpy sometimes, and I freak out over things I should be able to handle." He ran his free hand through his hair and noticed it was getting long. One more thing to put on his to-do list. "You kind of came home to a lot of responsibility after a rough year. It's not like you aren't entitled to a period of adjustment." Her hand slid onto his, her fingers teasing his skin, and her voice was a soft croon in the semi-darkness. "No one else's life is exactly easy either, though. My mom, brother, sister, they've all had major things to deal with while I was gone. They still have big things to deal with, so I can't expect them to just cover for me while I step back and take it easy. I didn't say you had to be a lazy jerk who expected everyone else to take care of things." She poked him in the arm. "You've had a traumatic situation, and you don't get over those like the snap of a finger. They take time. I understand that. I'm sure your family does too." It was so easy for her. She had never been to war, so he decided to illustrate his point a little. More than anything, he wanted her to understand, as much as a civilian could. "Have you ever watched someone you know die? Have you had to kill people? Have you been given awards for killing people who have families?" He rubbed a hand over his forehead, needing that few seconds to hide his face, to give himself time to pull it together when emotions rose inside him. Her face went paler than usual, and she looked away. "No, but I didn't exactly grow up in the good end of town. I've seen things I can't talk about to most people, especially people out here." She wet her lips, nervousness radiating from her. Wanting to know, wanting to help, he touched her chin, lifting it so she looked him in the eye. "You can talk to me about anything, anytime. Okay? I'll keep your secrets, if you ever decide you want to talk. You can trust me, really." She stared at him for a long moment, then nodded so slightly he might not have known if his hand hadn't still been on her silky chin. He dropped his hand before he did something she wouldn't be happy about, reminding himself it was date 7, and he could last one more. He wondered if she could be convinced to knock one date off of the list, but dismissed the idea of coaxing her into it. "You can talk to me too," she said. "If you want to, I'm happy to listen." He nodded and decided that if their relationship was going anywhere, he wanted to talk to her, to see how she'd take bits and pieces of the truth. He had to begin somewhere. "I started seeing a therapist this week. I wigged out and yelled at my mom the other day about how stressed out I was, and it scared me. I've never treated her like that before, and I didn't like it. Luckily, they had a cancellation and were able to fit me in way faster than usual. I don't know if it's going to help, though. I can't imagine a day when I don't wake up with the vision of the guys I knew, my friends, dying around me." He rubbed his mouth, tasting the desert air as the memories rose in his mind. "Sometimes I see my family dead in the war scenes, instead of other soldiers. Those are even worse." Her hand covered his on his lap. She gave it a squeeze, and he felt something inside his chest loosen as he talked about some of his experiences in Iraq. Not the worst ones, nothing that would haunt her dreams. Just some rough spots, some good times, interesting things about local customs. She held his hand and listened, asking pertinent questions to show she was interested, but not pressing him too hard. Then she talked about a friend of hers who had been killed in a drive-by shooting when she was 13, about standing across the street and watching the gangbangers cut the friend and her older brother down, innocent bystanders. She talked about how hard it had been for her to deal with it, about her nightmares and the anxiety she'd lived with for months afterward, and how hard it still was sometimes, even though it had been more than a dozen years ago. Something clicked inside him as he realized she understood him on a level he hadn't anticipated. "You always make me feel better," he said after realizing they'd been talking for nearly 2 hours. "How do you do that?" Tosca smiled. "I don't know, but you make me feel pretty good too." He wanted to stay to talk for another hour, but it was getting late and he had cows to milk in the morning. "We probably better head back." "Yeah," she seemed as reluctant as he was. Bo loved the feel of her arms wrapped around him on the bike. He imagined he could smell her perfume, though that was impossible with the air whipping it away from him as he sped along the twisted roads. When he parked in front of her place again, he helped her with the chin strap on her helmet. As excuses to touch a woman went, it would do. "Thanks for coming with me. I tend to pick you up for a lot of last-minute stuff lately. I hope you don't mind." "Going on a ride with you? No, I don't mind." Her gaze lifted to his, and her tongue appeared, moistening her lips. "Good. Then I'll be by another time." He swallowed hard and removed his helmet, setting it aside, and took her hand to walk her to the stairwell, telling himself firmly that it was only date 7, but the flirty way she peered over at him from under her lashes had his resolve crumbling. He stopped in front of her apartment and put his hands on her waist, drawing her a little closer. All of his good intentions about not trying to get her to accept a kiss early went out of his head when she tipped her chin up to look him in the eye. His breath turned ragged. "Tell me I don't have to wait for another date to kiss you. Please?" Her lips curved slowly. "Having a hard time keeping to that rule?" More than you can imagine. He couldn't help pulling her closer so he could catch that hint of perfume and fresh air on her skin. "I think it's time I put us both out of our miseries then." She reached up, brushing his nape with her fingers, and pushed up on tiptoe, setting her mouth on his in timid exploration. Bo wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her tight against him, sinking into the softness of her skin, the warmth of her kiss, the way she relinquished the lead to him as soon as their lips met, giving him part of herself. He let everything else in his life slip away and focused solely on her taste and texture, the way her hair felt against his fingers when he slid one hand up her spine to draw her even closer. She sighed when he tipped his head and he lightened the kiss, teasing, testing, running his lips along her jaw and back again. She tasted like moonlight and hope. He groaned and took her mouth again, unable to believe she was finally in his arms, like he'd wanted for so long that it felt like months instead of only a few weeks. He told himself not to push her, to back off and walk away before she decided for him. Just another moment, he thought. and headed south to see if her neck was as inviting as it looked. Light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't notice at first, totally focused on the woman in his arms. Then another flash had him pulling back to see where the light was coming from. Hank stood in his open doorway, switching his porch light on and off, and grinning. "You want to eat my fist?" Bo asked in a low growl, more than irritated at the interruption. Hank laughed and closed the door, leaving them alone. "You men, you're always so aggressive," Tosca said, smiling despite the complaint. "Only when someone comes between us and the thing we want most." "Would that be me?" she asked, a little breathless. "Oh, yeah." To prove it, Bo leaned down and kissed her again.
27 Hank hadn't been able to quit thinking about Bo's suggestion to ask out Joquell, no matter what he'd said in response to the badgering. He wasn't sure what was holding him back, though. It wasn't like he often felt intimidated by a woman. Or was it that he liked her more than he expected and was afraid of messing things up? It took him 3 days before he got up the nerve to act, though. Despite the way he chided himself for his cowardice, especially after seeing Bo and Tosca kissing on the front porch Tuesday night. Thursday, while he was out for a late lunch, he detoured to the ambulance shed, hoping she'd be there, alone. The doors were down and locked, but Joquell's Jeep was parked out front, and only her Jeep, a good sign, though with the sheriff's office next door, it didn't mean she was there or alone. He knocked on her office window, and a moment later she lifted the blinds. He smiled and waved, telling himself it wasn't that big of a deal. If she turned him down, it would prove that she was more like Shani than he'd thought, and then he could put her out of his mind. Her brow furrowed, not the most encouraging sign. She gestured to the door, and he nodded. The blinds snapped back into place, and he crossed the gravel to the door, wondering if this was a mistake. Why was he so nervous? He was just asking for a date, not a marriage proposal. When she opened the door a moment later, Joquell peered at him in surprise. "Do you need something? Are there more papers from the fire department?" She glanced at his hands as if looking for something he needed to drop off. He shoved his hands in his back pockets, telling himself to man up. "No, I wondered if you'd be interested in doing something with me sometime. Maybe dinner." His heart pounded so hard he was sure she would be able to hear it. She stood watching him silently for a long moment, her forehead crinkling in confusion. Sure. Yeah, I'd like that." She seemed more shocked than excited at the prospect. Hank decided to take what he could get. It was a yes. Now he just had to prove that he could be pleasant when they weren't dealing with patients and equipment. It shouldn't be too hard. They were both interesting people, right? He smiled. "How about day after tomorrow?" She shook her head. "I have a conference this weekend." "Next week? Monday?" he asked, knowing it wasn't a traditional date night, but maybe that would be better in some ways. "Casual dress." "Okay," her brows lifted. "How casual are you thinking exactly?" There was a slight hint of flirt in her tone now that she'd had a moment to adjust. He grinned. "Boots and jeans." "You got it. What time are you picking me up? And do you know where I live?" Her voice was light, with an edge of tease that continued along the curve of her mouth. She had a terrific mouth. He chuckled at that. 6. And I think I might be able to find your place without a map. See you then." He backed away while he could still get out a coherent sentence. The sudden about-face from slightly frosty to flirty was throwing him for a loop, though it was welcome. But then, he'd had a few days to think about asking her out. Weeks, really. And she hadn't. He voted for being happy she hadn't slammed the door in his face. Now to put together the perfect date. Something that showed who he really was, right up front.
Bo was whistling when he came down the steps at 4:30 Sunday morning. He'd had another date with Tosca the night before, number 8. This time he'd sprung for dinner and a movie before they'd gone for a short ride and a long goodbye. He found his mother in the kitchen, buttering toast and scrambling eggs for him before he went out to do the morning milking. "Hey, Mom." He pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Do we have any juice?" "In the fridge. This will be ready in a few minutes." She shot him a knowing look. He ignored it, feeling a little smug and totally awake, despite his lack of sleep. "You must be feeling well. Well enough, I suppose. I woke up hearing you whistling in the shower and decided you should have a good breakfast. I might as well eat too. I don't know if I'll get back to sleep anytime soon. Thanks. He set the table for both of them and poured the juice. You must have seen Tosca last night. She shot him a sideways glance. You seem happy. He smiled when he thought of their time together. Yeah, we talked about all kinds of things, and kissed for quite a while before he dragged himself away. Thankfully, Hank hadn't interrupted them with the porch light this time. You should invite her to dinner tonight, Beth suggested. Marsh and Carissa are coming and Hank will be here. It's no problem to add food for one more person. I like Tosca, she's such a sweet girl. And if you're going to date her this much, we should get to know her better. Tosca almost hadn't come to the barbecue because it was a family thing. Bo wondered if she would have the same qualms about Sunday dinner. I'll call and ask her later this morning. Waking her at this hour was unlikely to get a positive reaction, especially considering the late night they'd had. Good. Beth brought over the plates, loaded with eggs and toast, and sat beside him. It's good to see you so happy. You haven't been very happy since you got home. Bo looked at her, wondering why he felt surprised that she'd noticed. I guess you're right. I've been glad to be home, but it's not been easy either. Somehow Tosca makes things a little bit better. He really hoped this happiness wasn't temporary. If things kept going so well with Tosca, he didn't see why it should be. When Bo had finished milking the cows and feeding all of the stock, he checked his watch. It was nearly 10 now, late enough to call Tosca. She answered on the second ring. Hey, Bo, I thought there was some unwritten law that a guy had to wait at least 18 hours to call you after a date. He chuckled. That's only if the guy is stupid. You're just lucky I decided not to call you this morning before I milked. I wanted to hear your voice then. He switched into a teasing tone, though he was entirely serious. She chuckled. Yeah, that might have been a little early. He could hear the smile in her voice. Are you anxious for another ride already? Always, but Mom asked me to invite you to dinner tonight. It'll be mostly the same crowd as at the barbecue, and we'd love to have you. Oh, family dinner? Sunday dinner? She stammered a little. Are you sure? That's like staking your claim or something. He hadn't thought of it like that, but he was more than happy to stake a claim if she'd let him. Yes, I'm sure. I can pick you up if you like. It'll give us a little time to talk without everyone else listening in. And it would give him an excuse to take her home again, so they could kiss on the porch a little while for a proper goodbye. No, I'll drive in. We could take a walk if we need to get away. That made him think of their picnic in the yard and how much he loved having her there, showing her his home. There were plenty of quiet corners on the farm. Sounds good to me. After they said goodbye and hung up, Bo whistled his way through the rest of his daily chores.
Tosca had met many friendly people since moving to Juniper Ridge, but she'd been a little surprised at how friendly everyone was at the barbecue, and she still couldn't believe she had been accepted into Bo's family so easily. She had thought the family banter and love they passed back and forth between them were relics of television Christmas specials. No one she knew had that kind of open relationship with their families. She knew from listening to Bo that things weren't perfect, that there were frustrations and difficulties between him and his siblings, little irritations they had to deal with, but it didn't seem to ruin things for them. Carissa asked about her dates with Bo, and Hank shot Tosca a knowing look, but didn't mention having seen Bo drop her off earlier that week. She appreciated his discretion, knowing she'd be mortified to discuss any of that in front of Beth. After they ate and cleaned up dinner, Bo took Tosca out to the paddock to see a black colt one of their mares had given birth to. It was tirelessly running in circles. Looks like he's ready for some freedom, she said to Bo. Their fingers were wound together. He had barely let go of her since their kiss hello. When other guys she'd dated had done that, it had bothered her, but not with Bo. It didn't seem needy or possessive with him, at least not in a bad way. She would have to think about it more. Yeah, he's going to be a real runner, he said of the colt. In a couple of years, when he's trained, he'll make a good rider for someone who likes to go fast. He leaned sideways against the metals bars that surrounded the paddock so that he faced her, then pulled her closer. You like to go fast. We never did take that horseback ride. She shook her head. I don't think a spirited ride is quite the right choice for my first experience. He brought her hand to his mouth, brushing his lips across her knuckles. You have to trust me that I'll pick the right horse for you. Carissa's boy, Paul, rides alone. His horse would be perfect for a first-timer. You'll love it, I'm sure of it. His kisses sent shivers up her arm, making it hard to think straight. The fact that Carissa would put her kindergartner on the horse alone did reassure Tosca. Maybe we can arrange that. He smiled and nibbled a little more at her knuckles. The 4th of July is coming up. I'd love it if you spent the holiday with me and my family. We could do the whole thing in the park. It's a big deal around here, a regular smorgasbord of food and activities. Then we could go for a ride before the evening barbecue at the Talmadges. Sounds like fun. It sounded a little nerve-wracking, actually, but she would be with him. What more would she need?
28 Beau's second trip to the psychologist was slightly better than the first. At least it seemed a little more focused than before, and Lars said he was pleased with a few of the little steps Beau had been taking, like telling Tosca about some of his memories. As he drove back up the canyon toward home, he remembered Lars's question about that. Why is it you can talk to her about it, but not your family? Beau didn't know the answer. He wanted to. Knew that figuring it out would be a big step toward dealing with everything that was going on, but he hadn't been able to tell Lars. Evergreens and aspens flashed past his windows, and a blue sky without a hint of clouds stretched above him as he considered his relationship with Tosca. He still tried to keep the focus of their time together on talking or fun activities, reserving the kissing, or most of the kissing, for their good night. He needed to understand her, ask questions, learn more about her. Every minute they talked, he discovered a new facet about her, liked her better, was impressed with the woman she was and where she had come from. She'd overcome a lot to get to where she was, and he respected that, appreciating her determination. Their relationship had started out as a bit of a game. He was definitely attracted, but he hadn't known her. When he convinced her to ride on his motorcycle with him the first time, he found he liked her mind as well. The way she talked, the way she thought, and that she wasn't afraid to keep her distance in some ways, but held on tight while they were on the bike. Now he knew her better than he'd ever expected to, and that initial attraction, the secondary like, was nudging several levels deeper. He remembered what she'd looked like in his mother's kitchen the previous night, the way she'd talked to Paul like he was a grown-up instead of a stupid little kid. She had helped with cleanup, talked with his mother and sister, and slid into the family almost seamlessly. He could see her there in another 5 years, 10 years, with a couple kids of their own, tugging on her shirt for attention or snuggling in her arms. The thought nearly made his heart stop. He'd fallen in love with her. It took only a moment to accept it, and then he nodded and decided his only option was to make her fall for him too.
Joquell hadn't known what to think when Hank had shown up at the ambulance shed to ask her out. She thought from the get-go that he was good-looking, and they'd had a couple of decent conversations, but she hadn't thought beyond that. Not really. His invitation was so out of the blue. How had they so quickly come from being near mortal enemies to dating? Her first reaction had been shock, but she'd seen the nerves in his eyes and remembered how easy he'd been to talk to when he dropped off the paperwork earlier that week. She also remembered how he'd taken care of his mom at the barbecue and the casual way he'd teased his sister. This wasn't a man who was usually bad-tempered, and the curl of hope in his lips was tempting all by itself. She knew that this could go south faster than an outlaw heading for the border, but she decided to give it a chance anyway. Per his instructions, she put on a sturdy pair of running shoes since she didn't own boots, and her favorite jeans that made everything look good. She paired them with a lightweight red blouse that complemented her skin tone and left a black hoodie at the front door to grab on her way out, just in case. Knowing she was early, she decided to check on her birds. Lately, she had been feeding and watering her assorted poultry while wearing her winter boots and snow pants, protective clothing, and carrying a hoe to fend off the overzealous gander. She'd wondered several times what goose tasted like if you chopped off its head yourself, but Nora had stated that he was 5 years old, so Joquell figured he would be too stringy to bother with. She could always check for eggs again. Who knew chickens laid them all day and not just in the morning? Or was it only her birds? She opted not to suit up when she was already dressed for her date, but she did wield the hoe firmly in her right hand for protection. The birds greeted her with honks, quacks, and other assorted noises the moment she stepped out the door, then kept up the cacophony as she approached. She wondered what Carissa and Marsh thought about the noise, and the raucous 2 a.m. parties the ducks and geese often held, but brushed the thought away. If Marsh had lived with it for the past several years, he wasn't likely to start complaining now. There was a spigot close to the coop, so she started there. The week after she arrived, she had saved herself from having to carry water by running a hose from the spigot to the water trough. She turned it on now, scooped up some scratch from the barrel near the door, and tossed it into the dirt for the birds to chase. This made it safer for her to cross the pen since they seemed to think the extra feed was candy, even when they had plenty of grain in their feeders. The nest was accessible from outside the coop, and she was pleased to find 2 more eggs in it. She bent over to collect them when she felt a pinch on the back of her thigh. Ouch! She whirled around in irritation to face the gander. "You stupid bird. You're going to get yours one of these days." He stretched his neck out to her and honked for all he was worth, letting her know in no uncertain terms that he didn't appreciate her presence and wanted her out of his territory. She brought the hoe up between them with one hand, rubbing at her rear end with the other. "Stupid bird. How would you like to become Christmas dinner? Huh?" This didn't seem to change his mind about his aims one way or the other. Maybe he knew Christmas was still a good 6 months away. She adjusted her stance and shifted the hoe to her other hand, then grabbed the eggs and started working her way out of the pen. "I'll have you know some people find me intimidating. Not Lois, apparently, but some people. And that threat of being eaten isn't toothless, you know." He backed away, still cussing her out and hissing as she wielded the weapon between them. When she came around the coop, she found Hank standing outside the pen, watching her. Laughter shone in his eyes, though he didn't let out the sound. "Having trouble with him?" he asked. "Do you need reinforcements? I have a gun if your weapon isn't enough to scare him away. But in case you wondered, I think you're pretty intimidating sometimes." She felt like an idiot, but tried to pretend she wasn't bothered that he'd seen and heard her. "Thanks. He's a mean one." Nora said she thought he kept the raccoons away, though. "I wouldn't want to tangle with him if I were a raccoon." "I second that. So are you ready to go?" He opened the pen door for her. "Yes." She exited, and he latched the gate securely behind her. "Just let me put these eggs in the fridge and grab my hoodie." She propped the hoe next to the gate and took his offered hand. "You better watch out," Hank warned her. "Someday he's going to figure out how to escape from that pen, and then he's going to hide the hoe so you can't use it against him." "I'm quaking in my boots." He glanced at her feet. "You're not wearing boots. Just make sure you keep your house locked against him." They shared a grin. "So what are we doing anyway?" She asked when she had swapped the eggs for her sweatshirt and locked up the house. Obviously, they weren't going somewhere fancy, but that still left most of the town and the out-of-town areas to explore. "Wait and see," he said as he opened the passenger side door to his truck. "Tease. Whenever I can." He winked and helped her inside.
29. Hank had considered what he should plan for his date with Joquell for a couple of days before he decided what he wanted to do. She had grown up as a city socialite. He'd known it from the moment they met, and he didn't want to get too involved if she was going to be turned off by the reality of his life, of where he grew up, and how that made him who he was. The best way he could think of to introduce her to that was to take her back to the farm. Even if it wasn't his anymore, not like when he was growing up, it was still part of him. If she was secretly still the socialite, as Shani had been, the way she reacted to his roots would be the litmus test. On their way out of town, Hank stopped to pick up the pizza he'd pre-ordered, and they drove out the back way to the farm. "Where are we going?" she asked after they turned out of town. Have you been to Wellsville yet? Her eyebrows lifted. I've heard of it. I've seen it on a map. Do either of those count? Not even close. We're nearly halfway between Juniper Ridge and Otter Creek, but dispatch usually sends you guys if someone in town needs an ambulance. Thankfully, that doesn't happen very often. She turned in her seatbelt to face him, though he only took occasional glances in her direction when the road straightened out. Is that where you grew up then? Yeah, our own little piece of heaven. That's what my dad called it. Hank talked about the farm and tending the calves and other baby farm animals when he was growing up. He told her some of the crazy tricks he and Bo used to play on Carissa and about going on horseback rides. He took the long way around by the creek that trickled through the back 40, pulling up near a spot of grass in the shade. So it's to be a picnic, she said. Nothing like pizza in the fresh air. He got out of the truck and came around to open her door, pleased there was only a slight breeze ruffling the pasture grass. Are you sure you're not just hiding our relationship from everyone else? Her eyes narrowed on him. He found himself smiling, even if he was embarrassed to be caught out. Maybe a little. He stuck his hands in his back pockets. I still get a lot of questions about what happened between me and my last girlfriend, even though I've dated a little since then, and I don't want to start tongues wagging, not until we have an idea whether this is going to be something, or if it's just going to be today. Plus, we couldn't have a 10-minute conversation in town without being interrupted by someone. This is better. She seemed to consider his words, then nodded. That makes sense, if you're a pessimist. He lifted his brows in surprise at how direct she was being, but he'd always preferred directness to the alternative. He helped her out of the truck and grabbed the pizza box from the dash. I'm just cautious. You might have noticed the way everyone seems to know everyone else's business. Small towns at their finest. She laughed. Oh, big cities have the same problem in their own subsets. I had a friend whose family was from Italy, and her neighborhood was mostly all Italian immigrants. She couldn't say boo without someone telling her mom what happened, and the gossip was rampant in my parents' social set. She accepted the blanket he passed to her from the box in the truck bed. He tipped his head a little. You said your parents' set, not yours. Is it different in our generation? Joquell shook her head. Not really, but I haven't been as active in either social set since high school. Being a paramedic was hard work that kept me a little more focused on other people's problems, but because they needed help, not because I'd learned a juicy bit of gossip to spread to the rest of the world. When he had grabbed a bag from the back of the truck and turned toward the grass, she followed along. And there was my grandma, she said a little tentatively. I spent a lot of my free time in the past few years helping her out. Why? He couldn't help but pry a little. She had brought it up after all. A moment passed before she answered, but when he took one corner of the blanket to spread it over the ground, she started to explain. She had cancer. She had household staff and all of that, but it wasn't the same as family being there for her. I spent a lot of my off time at her place, reading books to her and tracking her meds. Eventually, she hired a nurse for the time when I was working. She fought hard, but she didn't make it. She focused on the bottles of Coke he pulled out of the plastic bag set next to the stack of napkins. Her lips pursed together and sorrow was clear on her face. He had a new appreciation of her. It took a lot of love and dedication to be there for someone like that. When did she pass? Nearly a year ago. I started applying for other jobs pretty soon after that. I needed a change of pace, a change of place. My parents have been putting pressure on me to go back to medical school to become a doctor, but I don't want to do that. I love what I'm doing now. The money's not as good, but there are more important things than money. The wind blew a lock of hair in front of her face, and he pulled it back, tucking it behind her ear. Her skin was baby soft and invited him to touch some more, but he didn't. They should be proud of what you're doing. It changes lives. You're there in people's worst hour, and you reassure them, care for them. That's important to your patients, to the community. She smiled shyly. That's what I say, but Dad says I could change lives if I were a surgeon like him, even more than I do now. I don't want to go there, though. It's not me. So where do you see yourself in 5 years? Hank opened the pizza box and offered her the first slice. Will you still be here, or is this just a break for you? A getaway of sorts while you reorient yourself, then head back to the city. It was the detail he wanted to know most. It hasn't exactly been a vacation, Joquell said dryly. More like a pain in the butt. And are you just fishing around to find out if you'll be able to buy my house in a year? She passed the box back to him. I do kind of have my eye on it, he teased. I hear rumors someone's renovating it, so I won't have to. You'll have to keep dreaming because I don't plan to leave anytime soon. There are a few wrinkles to iron out in the department still. She frowned a little as she picked an olive off her pizza slice. But overall, it's been pretty good. I like it here, and I like my job. You haven't lived through a winter yet, he pointed out. I've been here in the middle of the winter to ski. That's not the same. She considered for a moment and nodded. You're right, it's not the same, but I think I can handle it. You won't miss the warm winter months? He teased. Yeah, I'm sure I will, but the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. She shot him a considering look, as if she wondered if he might be included as one of the benefits. He decided to keep his mouth shut, since he wasn't sure on that point either. When they finished eating, he took her for a walk to some of his old haunts in the farm's back acreage, and then they climbed into the truck again and went around by the house and the farm equipment. She was curious, so they walked through the various barns and checked out the heavy equipment while he explained how each was used. He was surprised that she seemed sincerely interested in understanding how it all worked. When did you start driving that? She asked as she looked up at the combine, awe in her expression. I was 14, a little old compared to most of my friends, but my dad was old-fashioned about things like that, he teased. She turned and stared at him in shock. 14, but that's not even a legal driving age. He'd been waiting for that comment. It's private property. We can do what we want here. I could work any machine and drive any vehicle here by the time I was 14. That's pretty normal for farmers. When he saw the expression in her eyes, he chuckled. Care to go for a ride? Her eyes widened, and she took half a step in retreat. What? Oh no, that's not necessary, really. He thought that was adorable and wondered if she realized she'd moved away. Scared? She straightened her back a little. No, of course not. Good, come on. He grabbed her hand and pulled her over to one of the tractors. We'll just take this one down that service road and back. You really don't have to. The protest was weak, and she eyed the machine with wariness. No, I don't have to. That's okay, I want to. He climbed up to the cab door, then turned around and held out a hand to help her up. She took it with only a little hesitation, and he pulled her beside him. We all drove the equipment when we were still in school. It's a big operation, and Dad thought hard work made good kids. I'm not sure it discouraged Bo and me from bad behavior often enough, though. He settled in the cab and pulled her so she sat sideways on his lap. Sorry, there's not really room for two up here. He grinned, loving the feel of her in his arms and the way she smelled of lilacs, as always. He couldn't smell it over the engine oil until he had his nose almost buried in her hair, but he didn't mind being that close to her. You didn't mention this part, she said. He caught her gaze and held it. His voice grew husky. Are you having second thoughts? No, I'm having fourth or fifth thoughts. He grinned and twisted the key in the ignition, making the engine roar to life. In a moment, they were headed down the road. He played with the radio until a twangy country song came on. It has a radio? We spend a lot of time in here during the summer. It's nice to have some tunes. Want to steer? When she hesitated, he took it for a yes and stopped the machine. He shifted her on his lap, so she was sitting in between the V of his legs instead, facing the front. He explained all the knobs and buttons, then set his hands on her hips so she could have free range. Joquell twitched a little when his hands came to rest, but she followed his directions and moved them forward again. This has to get boring sometimes. Often, he agreed. My dad said farmers make the best philosophers because they have so much time to think while they work. He smiled at the memory. He used to listen to books on tape on history and philosophy, lectures about better agricultural methods. It's hard work, but it's nice to see what you're accomplishing too. I remember planting seed in the spring and imagining the packed field of corn stalks I'd see there in a couple of months. Then I watched it grow all summer and harvested the small section that was for us to eat before we chopped down the remainder for silage. The memories made him a little nostalgic, but he was too involved in the operation now not to remember clearly how much work it took. What's silage? You cut down the corn stalks with the ears still attached, chop them up, and ferment them for the cows. It increases the nutrients and makes them last so they have decent feed when we have 3 feet of snow. That's what you see in those big long white tarps on some of the properties around here. It has to stay airtight. Sounds like a lot of work, and like a lot can go wrong. True enough. Farming is a little like gambling. You do everything you can to make it come out your way, but Mother Nature is in charge, and she can be unpredictable. When Joquell leaned back into his chest, he slid his arms around her middle, careful not to get too familiar. He didn't want her to slap him away. Definitely not when things were going so well. "What do you think?" he asked. "I think I'm impressed. Now how do I turn this thing around?" He took over the wheel, leaning one cheek against the top of her silky head and loving every minute of it.
30. When Hank returned Joquell to her house that night, she was sorry to see the evening end. She'd had a lot of fun, and despite the stink of the cows and horses, she'd been fascinated by everything on the farm. He'd painted it in a fairly nostalgic light, regardless of the amount of work it took to keep it all together. They'd talked and laughed and not had one cross word all evening, even when they didn't see eye to eye on a topic. As he walked her to her door, she decided she wasn't ready to end the night yet. "Want to come in for a drink?" she asked. "Yeah, I would." Hank gave her hand a squeeze, making her heart race a little more. She doubted he had any idea how much she had learned about him that night. Not just about his farm and how hard he'd worked, but about him, the way he thought, what built him into who he was, the way he ran inside to check on his mom before they left. She loved that he was concerned enough to take a moment to make sure Beth was fine, even while they were on a date. He'd told Joquell about his mother having lupus and how difficult it had been for her since she started getting sick. Add that to everything else that was going on for him, and she understood better why he'd been testy when they met. She liked the man she was finally getting to know. She led him into the house, and they crossed the dining room to the kitchen. "Sorry about the mess in here. I'm about at my wit's end." She gestured to the walls. She'd gotten all of the wallpaper off, but there had been plenty more crumbling bits of plaster. The walls were a disaster, and she didn't know what to do about them. "I'm probably going to have to pay a contractor to come in here and make the room livable again. I'm starting to wonder if pulling down the old paper was a good idea after all." Hank walked over and checked the walls. This happens sometimes with old lathe and plaster construction. He ran his hand over the surface. "I think the rest is pretty stable. You could mud the walls and then paint over them. And again, that's going to have to be a contractor. I wouldn't know where to begin." It made her feel kind of useless, and she was embarrassed to have him see the place looking like this. Was he thinking that he would have taken better care of it? He turned and grinned at her. "Oh, I think I could give you a hand with that. And Marsh has done plenty at his place. It's summer, so he has time to burn. We could have it ready for paint in no time, if you're interested. We work for cookies." She considered, but it didn't feel right to ask them to bail her out. After all, she had only gone out with Hank once, so asking that kind of favor now was a little presumptuous. "I'll think about it." She pulled a jug of iced tea from the fridge and poured them each a glass. "I have some cookies now, if you'd like some." "Sounds good." He looked around the kitchen, studying the white cabinets and goldenrod walls. "I like the new paint here. It's sunny and warm without going straight to yellow." "Thanks." I agonized over colors. I almost went with a pale, pale green, but this works better, I think. It makes me think of a summer's day. I'll use the green upstairs instead. They took it all back to the living room and sat at her coffee table. "Now that you know about my childhood, it's only fair for you to fess up too," he said. She smiled. It was full, I guess. Full of music lessons and tennis lessons and club activities. I studied French and entered pageants and was active in organizations that would pad my resume for college. He studied her for a moment. That was very neutral. Were you happy with that? Her chuckle was self-deprecating. I was, at least as much as most people. I got to go places and learn things and stay active. I had friends I hung out with, and my family went on cultural vacations to New York, D.C., and Europe, where I visited museums and plays and learned all of the right things for the social set I lived in. I didn't see anything wrong with any of that until I was almost out of high school. She paused, reconsidering. No, not wrong exactly, but wrong for me. How? His gaze hadn't left her once, so focused on her answer. It felt somehow disloyal to speak the thoughts on her mind, so she hesitated, but Hank's earnest gaze gave her strength, and she pushed on. I've spent most of my life trying to gain approval from my parents and usually falling short. I know they've always just wanted what was best for me, or what they believed was best for me, but one day I realized that while I liked science and medicine, I didn't want to be a surgeon. Her lips lifted, but the smile was mostly for show. I went to school to become a paramedic, and they've never approved of anything I did since. His hand slid over her knee. But you're happy? Yeah, I am. It felt good to say that with such certainty. Then you've taken the right road, no matter what your parents think. He sipped his iced tea. So tell me about some of the other things your parents didn't approve of. Joquell felt her shoulders relax, and she settled in for a couple of fun stories. When more than an hour had passed, she walked Hank to the door. Thanks for the date. It was fun, he said as he stood with one hand on the knob. It was fun. It was good to see where you grew up and learn something about you. The seed of attraction she'd felt before had grown exponentially. He held her hand loosely in his, the touch like a caress, lingering as if he couldn't quite let her go. She liked it. It felt sweet and unassuming. It was a nice change from what she was used to with some of the guys she'd dated back home. When their gazes met in front of the door, she felt a twinge of anticipation in her chest. I can honestly say I've never had anyone else take me for a ride on their tractor before. It was unforgettable. I wouldn't mind a second go sometime when I'm not so nervous. His lips curved. Good. Go out with me again? I could take you to an actual restaurant Friday, and maybe we could catch a movie. Or we could rent something and bring it back here. His eyes seemed to stare right through her, and they drifted closer with each moment. His cologne swirled in the air around her, as it had when they'd been on the tractor with 4 glass walls surrounding them and the growling engine below. She smiled, loving the idea. Sounds like a plan. You're sure you're not going to be embarrassed to be seen in public with me? He slid his free hand onto her waist, creating a warm spot on her skin, and shifted closer. I thought that issue went the other way around. She lifted her hand to his bicep, sliding it up to his shoulder and leaning in. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and her lips had already started to tingle in anticipation. Who could ever be embarrassed to be seen with you? He asked, then leaned in for a kiss. Joquell held her breath until their mouths met, then let out a sigh at the gentle touch. She could smell his cologne, the fresh air from their date, and feel the warmth and hardness of his shoulder under her palms. His hand slid up her back, pulling her in closer before he tipped his head, taking them deeper, and she was lost. Time became irrelevant while his lips brushed back and forth over hers. She felt a jolt of lightning and shifted closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. She didn't have any idea how long the kiss lasted, but she knew it would never be enough. She'd kissed her share of guys, had several boyfriends, one of whom she thought might turn into something serious, but it had never been like this. Not with anyone. She held that knowledge close when he pulled away, reluctance in every shift of her muscles. I should go. Hank's voice was husky. It's getting late, and we have work tomorrow. Yeah, but she leaned in for one more kiss, wanting one more moment to revel in whatever was developing between them. He seemed to concur. When she finally backed away, it took several long seconds before either moved to release the other. Friday? He asked. I'll pick you up at 6. It'll still be casual, but not as dirty. He grabbed her hand and gave it a squeeze before letting go. I'll be ready. Oh, and Wednesday, he added almost as an afterthought. 4th of July. It's a big deal here, starting with the night before. Interested in joining my family? It's bundles of fun and a great way to get a better feel for the community. We'd love to have you hang out with us. Tosca's going to be there with Bo. I'd love to. Call me with the details, she said, thrilled that she wouldn't be spending the day alone. I will. He opened the door and moved outside. See you. She said goodbye and moved to the window to watch him walk back to his truck. Had she really disliked the man only a few weeks earlier? Her head still felt like it was spinning from the kiss, and she found a seat to get her bearings again. This new relationship could really throw her for a loop, but it was the best loop she'd experienced in a long time. Her heart pounded, and she grinned to herself. Tuesday night, all day Wednesday, and another date on Friday. If this was all just momentary madness, she'd know by the week's end. If it was more, well, then she'd figure that out too. She locked up and turned off the lights, already thinking of what she would wear to the park. 31. When Hank had said that the 4th of July was a big deal in Juniper Ridge, Joquell hadn't quite understood what that meant. She expected a parade, games in the park, and a crowd of people. But now that she'd seen the hot air balloon launch, the tripling of the local population, and the size of the parade, she understood what he'd meant. Practically everyone who had grown up in the area came home for the parade and park activities, and plenty of tourists made the trip as well. Hank walked through the park with Joquell and Beth, holding Joquell's hand and greeting people he'd known since he was a kid. His mom was covered with clothes from wrist to ankle, wore a large, floppy hat, but still spent most of her time in the shade. Several friends joined her, swapping news of their families and friends and cooing over each other's grandchildren, remembering their youths. Tosca accompanied Bo, and Marsh, Carissa, and Paul were there as well. They all played games, tested food from several booths, and listened to kids and adults alike perform in the annual talent show on a park stage. It wasn't the wild frenzy of a carnival, but slower paced and comfortable. It felt like home. That was a simultaneously disconcerting and pleasant feeling. When things wound down, Joquell sat with Beth and looked on as the guys chatted with one of their old friends. Hank seems happier having you around, Beth said after the last of her acquaintances said goodbye, leaving them alone. Joquell smiled, watching Hank duck out of the spray from Bo's water weenie. It works both ways. He's a good man. You've done a great job of raising him. Beth smiled. I think so, though their father had a lot to do with that. I'm pleased with the men my boys have become. Hank has always tried to look out for his brother and sister, and for me. She leaned back on her hands and met Joquell's gaze. He stayed in Juniper Ridge because of me, his dad, the farm. Last year, he had someone he was seriously dating, but she wanted to move away and wouldn't wait until Bo came back and things settled down here. She wanted him to jump and jump now. He wouldn't. Family's important to him. Joquell wasn't sure what Beth was trying to tell her. So you're saying he's too tied to the family to be serious about anyone else? She chuckled a little. No, I'm saying he's loyal to a fault. If you earn his loyalty, he'll be by your side through anything. If you try to separate him from the things or people who are the most important to him, you'll get left in the dust. If the timing had been different, he might have married her, moved to the city like she wanted. He loved her, but she couldn't see that his life here is part of him too. I felt guilty about his decision for a while, but he adjusted faster than I expected. I guess she wasn't the one. Joquell stared at Beth for a long moment. I'm still not sure if that was meant as encouragement or a warning. Beth smiled. Perhaps it's a little of both. I like you. I think you're good for Hank, so I thought you should know. Her eyes shifted, and her smile widened. Tosca, come join us. Tosca and Carissa walked over and sat down beside them. Tosca had been helping one of her co-workers at a craft booth for the past hour, and Carissa had left Paul with Marsh as he joined Hank and Bo's conversation. You have to try one of these Texas Twister drinks, Tosca said. They're so good. Did we miss anything? Not much, just the boys acting like boys. Joquell pointed to where Hank was trying to keep Bo's hat out of his reach. I swear, sometimes I think they never grow up. Carissa laughed. Oh, there's a little boy in every man. It's what makes us love them so much, just so long as it's only a little bit of boy and the rest man. Having known a few who were the opposite way, Joquell had to agree. A familiar blonde woman interrupted the conversation just then. "My mom said to tell you thanks if I ran into you," she told Joquell. "She was so glad you were there when she needed you." After a moment, Joquell was able to place the face, the GI bleed. "How is she doing?" "I know she was scared, worried about her garden when she wouldn't be home for a while," the woman chuckled. "She's much better. They still have her on medication, but she's almost feeling decent again. She should be up and around soon." "Good. Tell her hello for me and that I hope she never needs me again." She grinned at the woman who thanked her and walked off. "That must feel good," Beth said, watching Joquell. A pool of warmth centered in Joquell's chest. "It does. It's nice to have your work recognized as valuable. Not everyone appreciates that." She thought of her parents' attitude that being a paramedic was merely a stepping stone to something more important. But knowing that what she did mattered to the patients she worked with made her feel important. That happiness bubbling up inside her was due to the sense of community she'd always wanted, but never found before. "There's nothing better than being there in someone's time of need," Carissa said. Here, Tosca said, raising her drink in a toast. Joquell allowed the sound of music from a tent a few yards away to wash over her. A simple, folksy tune with guitar and a gruff but soulful male singer. There were people constantly moving in and out of the tent, as well as around her and the others in the grass, where people had laid out blankets to relax in the shade. Everywhere she looked, there was activity, or some new booth or food truck for people to explore. Bo came over and took the spot beside Tosca. "We're thinking about heading home for the horseback ride I promised you last week. Then we can clean up before the barbecue at Vince's, or actually his parents' place. They always have a nice party, plenty of food and lots of fun." He turned to look at Joquell. "You and Hank are coming, right?" "Yeah," he talked about it. He had talked about a lot of options, but the name Vince was definitely familiar. Hank joined them and pulled Joquell to her feet. "Come dance with me. This band is great." He led her to where people were dancing outside the nearby music tent and was thrilled when he pulled her into his arms. He whirled her a little, then settled into the rhythm of the two-step. "Mom wasn't telling you secrets about my childhood, was she?" No. His adulthood was another issue altogether. But he didn't ask about that. She wondered about the previous girlfriend, about whether they really had been serious enough for marriage, or if that was just Beth's impression. She didn't want to start such a serious topic during the festivities, though, so she decided to table it for now. But there was some interesting information in there. "Are you going to tell me what she said?" he asked, pulling her closer. She smiled a little, enjoying the discussion. "Not a chance. It's a secret between your mom and me. You're a tease. Sometimes, but you like it, in small amounts." He didn't answer for a moment, then nodded. "Maybe I do. You're always a surprise to me," he said, his eyes capturing hers and holding her gaze. "You keep me on my toes. I love every minute I spend with you." She wondered if she was blushing. Would anyone be able to tell? Or would they explain it away by the fact that she was dancing with the summer sun hot on her head and the smells and sounds of celebration surrounding her? "I have fun with you too." As the music shifted into a soft love song, Joquell settled in closer, sliding her arms around his neck. They rocked together with a handful of other dancers, and nothing had ever seemed so perfect. "So now that you've been here a while, what do you think of our fair city?" he asked. "I love it even more than before." They hadn't stopped staring into each other's eyes, and Joquell felt a strong tug of emotion in her chest. She had thought him ornery and difficult, but he had been in pain. He was a considerate son, a fun guy who was starting to accept her on her own terms, and someone who understood that she was capable of taking care of her life. He'd offered to help with the plaster mess on her walls again, but left it to her to decide instead of being bossy and insistent. How could she want anything more than a man who could give her that? "Good. We've got to keep you happy after all. That shouldn't be hard. Being with you makes me happy." It was a big admission considering how new their relationship was, but it felt right to say it. Thoughts of her parents' disapproval, of the occasional anxiety she still felt being in a new town starting a new life, and concerns about whoever had trashed her office and who might try something stupid like that again passed only briefly through Joquell's mind. For now, none of that mattered. Hank's kiss was light and brief, as if he was mindful of the crowds of people around them. She rested her head on his shoulder and smiled, completely satisfied for the moment to be right where she was.
32. It had been a terrific 4th of July. Tosca had spent the entire day with Beau, starting with the hot air balloon launch, then sliding into the Lions Club breakfast, the parade, the park, horseback riding, and the barbecue, and working through to fireworks. It had been nearly perfect, capped off when they returned to her place, where their goodnight kisses created even more sparks. She hadn't thought a day like that could exist outside of television. If she'd thought she caught sight of the man who had been watching her at the grocery store, she tried to put it out of mind. She'd been in a public place. Why shouldn't he be there? He could be a local, and she couldn't be certain it was him in any case. And Beau made her feel safe, even when he made her heart race. She should have been exhausted when she got home after the long day of activities, but she was wired, restless, and unable to settle down despite a hot shower and her most comfy pajamas. She'd checked the door and window locks twice since coming home and pulled all of the blinds closed, but she still felt twitchy. Tosca glanced at her laptop, thoughts of Leslie filling her mind. She wanted to check her Facebook messages to see if Leslie had responded. She knew Trent would be livid if he knew she'd sent the message in the first place, so she'd been putting it off, even though the urge had been growing over the past 10 days. Exhaustion won over curiosity, however, and she went to bed instead. She dreamed of being pursued, seeing that man, Carter, fall again after being shot, hearing the glass of her side window shatter, and feeling the little cuts on her arms from the flying shards. With a gasp, she sat up in bed and blinked at the clock. 1 a.m. She'd barely been asleep for an hour, if that. Shaking, Tosca untangled herself from the covers and moved to the kitchen for a glass of water for her parched throat. The nightlight that was plugged into her living room wall cast an odd green glow over the room, and she shivered a little. Her gaze landed on the laptop again. She could feel the urge in her mind, calling to her, tempting her. She sucked in a breath and walked over. For better or worse, she had sent that message to Leslie. The least she could do would be to check for a response. It took only a minute for the computer to boot up, and another minute to connect to Trent's Wi-Fi network next door. As soon as she logged onto Facebook, she saw the notification that she had a message. It was from Leslie. Her heart fluttered, and she felt her stomach twist with a knot of worry as she pulled up the message. "How do I know you're really Margot? I want to believe it, but don't dare. I've had my hopes up before that I'd found some lead to you. I need proof so I know you're really okay. Where are you?" Tosca sat back in her chair, wondering if she dared respond and how she would prove it. There was no way she'd send a picture of herself, or anything else that would make it easier to identify her now that she had the new hairdo and eye color. Her stomach churned. Then she knew what to say. "Leslie, remember when we went to Missouri for that training and we found that out-of-the-way restaurant with the super sexy waitstaff? The guy assigned to our table flirted with you outrageously, and you flirted back. When he asked for your number, you gave him marks. I couldn't believe you'd do that, but we laughed over it in private for weeks. I still say your tiramisu serving was almost twice as big as mine, though. I can't say where I am or give any clues, but I hope you're well. I won't be writing again. It isn't safe. Take care." Tosca looked it over quickly, then hit reply. It hurt to say goodbye to Leslie forever, but she knew she had to. She logged off Facebook, then closed her computer. Maybe now she'd be able to sleep.
Joquell hummed as she dusted her home. She and Hank had been out 4 times that week, and he called or sent text messages nearly every day, whether they had a date later or not. She was starting to think life had taken a turn for the better. The 4th of July had been a blast from beginning to end. She'd never felt so connected to a place, a community, as she did right now. It was everything she'd hoped for when she picked the little town. Most of the upstairs rooms in her home were still completely empty and in need of paint and new curtains. a testament to the fact that she'd bought something way too large for her needs. But she was okay with that. It wasn't like the rooms got very dirty when they weren't being used. Her phone rang. It was her mother. It had been nearly a week since they talked last, which had to be some kind of record. "Hello, Mother. How are you today?" She glanced out the window at the flowers in her yard and decided to cut some and bring them inside. You could never have too many flowers. "You're in an unusually good mood," Lyle said. "Yes, it's lovely out. I'm going to go putter in my yard in a little bit. How are things with you?" Joquell listened to the litany of activities and gossip her mother threw her way, making appropriate sounds of interest and shock as she went. Some of it was rather interesting, if only because she'd known the people her whole life. She finished dusting and pulled her gardening gloves out of the closet. There was a corner of the garden she hadn't cleared weeds out of yet, and she was determined to get it ready to plant by the end of the day. She'd seen some terrific grasses and flowers at Nature's Garden, a local nursery that was quickly becoming one of her favorite places. "So when we come down, I thought we could bring a friend," her mother said. Joquell's attention shifted from her work to her mother's near soliloquy. "When are you coming here?" "Next weekend. We've been talking about it, sweetie. I know I've mentioned it before." Joquell racked her brain, trying to remember anything specific. Lyle had mentioned her plans to visit sometime that summer, but no dates had been mentioned. "No, I don't think you have. I would remember that." Joquell stood still as she thought of everything she needed to do before her parents came to visit. The wall still had to be spackled and painted, and she needed bedroom furniture for her guest room. Lyle huffed. "I know I told you about it because we talked about me bringing George." "George?" Now Joquell knew the subject hadn't come up. "You most definitely never talked about bringing George with you. I would remember that for sure." "Come on. Of course I told you because I remember you said, hold on, maybe I was talking to Jennifer." Jennifer was Joquell's aunt and a far more likely party to the conversation. And she was equally enthusiastic as her mother at the idea of George and Joquell marrying and becoming a force in society. "Yes, you must have been, because you never said anything about bringing George here. And why would you invite him? You know things didn't work out between us." "I'm not interested in him, Mother. Especially since he had a habit of cheating on his girlfriends, as he had on her during the brief time they dated. A fact her mother knew, but chose to ignore. But he's such a nice boy, and you can't stay single forever." There was no way around it. It was time to come clean, before her mother tried to hook her up with another man Joquell wasn't interested in. "I'm seeing someone here. I don't want you bringing any guys to see me." "You're dating someone?" Her mother's voice sounded doubtful. "Who is he?" "His name is Hank Carver, and he's an engineer with a local firm. He's worked on a lot of high-profile projects, and he's a very nice guy." An engineer wasn't as good as a doctor or lawyer in her parents' eyes, but it wasn't anything to sniff at either. "An engineer? Well, that's something. And does he live around there?" "Yes. His family has lived in the area for 4 generations." She judiciously didn't mention their farm. Joquell thought it was terrific, a piece of history they proudly clung to. But her mother wouldn't see past the dirt and cows to what they built with hard work. It's always good to make strong alliances in the community. "Well, I look forward to meeting this man. We'll be there on the 14th and stay for a couple of days. I hope you'll have a room ready for us by then." "I will," Joquell said, scrambling to figure out if she could have her living room ready and furnish the guest room in less than a week's time. "Let me know about your travel arrangements, and I'll clear my schedule for the weekend." "Okay, sweetie. Talk to you later." She ended the call. Joquell looked at the messy garden bed with a sigh. "It's your lucky day, Weeds. I've apparently got a shopping trip to take care of." She pulled out her phone to call Hank. She was going to have to accept his help with that spackle job, and she needed to pick up paint. She started a list. Maybe she'd still be able to squeeze in time for that flower bed, if she didn't worry about sleep for the next week. 33 Joquell felt like a mess. She had spackle all over her clothes and in her hair, and her skin was gritty and in desperate need of some hand lotion. but she didn't mind. They had started spackling at 4, and it took the whole evening to fix all of the spots in her living room and dining room walls. But with the help of Hank, Bo, Marsh, Carissa, and Tosca, they had finished the job, and it even looked pretty good. They had ordered pizza and gorged on some cookies Tosca had brought with her, laughed and poked fun at each other, and just had a marvelous time, and still managed to accomplish a mountain of work. All in all, a very satisfying evening. Arms slid around her from behind, and she leaned back against Hank's chest, enjoying the moment of closeness. The others had left, so it was just the two of them. He'd been over every day, helping her paint the bedroom and bathroom for her parents, assembling the furniture, and just filling her nights with a little extra joy. "We did a good job," he said. "I'll come back tomorrow and sand it down, and then we can paint the day after. Your parents will be impressed. I know I am." He kissed her cheek just in front of her ear and sent shivers down her spine. "Thanks. I could never have done it so fast without everyone's help. I wish Mom would have pushed the visit back a few more weeks, but once she has it in her mind to do something, she doesn't back down." She was happy with the work they'd done, but the thought of having her parents in her house critiquing her choices made her stomach ache. "So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree?" His voice was teasing, but he couldn't know how much it hurt to hear herself compared to her mother, who disapproved of everything Joquell did or wanted. "I suppose single-mindedness is a trait we share," though she had no intention of taking it so far. She turned in his arms, determined to put it all behind her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a lingering kiss between each sentence. "I really appreciate your help, and the fact that you're willing to jump in if I need something, or to listen when I've had a bad day, and you make me laugh. Do you know how long it's been since a guy even tried to make me laugh? And most of the ones my parents try to set me up with have no sense of humor whatsoever." He pulled back so they could see each other better, his gaze soft and warm. "I'm glad. I like seeing you laugh. I thought you were getting in way over your head when you took this house, and maybe that was mostly sour grapes, but you're doing better with it than I expected. I like the changes you're making and the colors you've picked out. Bright and warm, like you. It feels right. You and Tosca have become fast friends, haven't you?" he asked. "Yes. We ran into each other at Errol's after I was at your fourplex tending to your neighbor. She's nice, and she and Bo are so cute together." Tosca had seemed lonely when they first met, so seeing her happy with someone like Bo, who obviously adored her, gave Joquell even more warm, fuzzy feelings. "She's going with me to pick out some more decorations for the bedroom." "It's good to see Bo happy," Hank said. "Things have been rough for him since he got back from Iraq, but she seems to be smoothing out the rough edges." "And you?" she asked. "You seem happier now than when we first met, too." "I had just lost my father and the house of my dreams. Then I found out it was purchased by this incredibly beautiful woman. You can't really blame me for being in a bad mood." He rained kisses down the side of her face to her ear, then down the side of her neck, making her catch her breath. "No? Well, It was getting really hard to think clearly." "Why were you so set on this house?" she asked. Not that she blamed him, really. He found the hollow just above her collarbone, and she sucked in a breath of surprise as electricity zoomed through her. He chuckled and did it again. The phone rang, and it took her a moment to realize it was hers and not his. She nudged him away, trying to put her thoughts back in line as she reached for it. An instant after she hit accept, she noticed her mother's name on the display and wished she'd let it go to voicemail. "Hello, how are you tonight, Mother?" She hoped she didn't sound as breathless as she felt. "Great, I have terrific news. Cousin Sophronia is coming with us. She can't wait to see your home." "Wait, hold on." She pushed back Hank's hands, which had begun to steal around her waist again. She didn't need the distraction. "I don't have a second guest room ready now. The upstairs is mostly in shambles, as I've been redecorating, and I don't have furniture for it yet." This was just like Sophie to invite herself without checking the details. And didn't her mother understand remodeling took time? Joquell had told her she would be pushing to have a room ready for their arrival as it was. "Well, Just get someone to finish off the extra space and then pick up some more furniture. There are still 3 days to go. 3.5 by Joquell's count, but she wasn't going to squabble over the details. I work for the next 3 days and the furniture store is in Denver. I can't just not show up for work, and I have projects here that I have to finish for your arrival. I'll have to call Sophie and tell her to wait until another time. Otherwise, she'll have to stay in a hotel, though there is a DiCarlo here if she's interested. They have a spa that I hear is to die for. She latched on to the suggestion, knowing her cousin preferred the DiCarlo hotel chain when she could get one. That made the hotel a perfect alternative. There was a long silence on the phone. Her mother's voice was petulant when she spoke again. Don't bother. I'll call Sophie and tell her you don't want her to visit. I swear I don't understand you sometimes, Joquell. You complain that the family doesn't appreciate what you do, what you want, but then you won't let people visit you. We'll see you this weekend. She hung up. Joquell let out a sigh of frustration. She would have to call Sophie herself to explain about the space issue, preferably before her mom told her she wasn't wanted. Sophie would understand, or at least be partially mollified if she were invited back for another weekend, Joquell hoped. That sounded interesting, Hank said when she shoved the phone back into her pocket and stalked to the window. Rough time with your mom? He came up behind her and wrapped an arm around her, pulling her against him again. She leaned her head on his chest and soaked in the feeling of being near him. At least one thing in her life was going right. Nothing I do is ever good enough for her, and it never will be. If the house were finished and perfectly decorated and furnished, she'd still find a reason to complain. Knowing that didn't make it easier, though. He turned her toward him. Your mom is missing out then, because there's nothing about you that I don't like. You're strong and capable, smart, and willing to learn new things. You love your job and care about your patients. He brushed some hair from her face. Not everyone could do what you do. Your dad probably wouldn't have the stomach for it, and you jump into life with both feet. He looked around the room they'd been working on earlier. I love that you're doing the lighter renovations on your own instead of bringing in someone to do it. You're making this place yours, and that's something to be proud of. The pain and frustration inside her eased with his words. She closed her eyes as peace filled her thoughts. Thank you. It wasn't until after he'd left that she realized he never answered her question about why he was so desperate to own the house. The mountain biker's tibia and fibula were both poking through the skin when Joquell approached him. He had skidded on the slick rock and rolled down a 20-foot incline. The bleeding wasn't as bad as it could have been, but they needed to find a way to stop it before he bled out. She looked back over her shoulder to Lois. Grab some pillows so we can splint this leg. Make Trina get them, or you can get them yourself, Lois said. You think because you're a paramedic, you're better than the rest of us. Joquell narrowed her eyes at Lois. Get them now. Lois's eyes widened a little, and she headed back to the ambulance, hopefully for supplies. Joquell gritted her teeth, then turned to the patient again, trying to put a smile on her face. She told herself to set it aside. The patient was what mattered. Focusing on the man in front of her was the only thing she had time for right now. She knelt beside him, avoiding the sticker plant beside her and trying not to wince when a sharp rock dug into her knee. When Lois returned, her face was tight from anger, but she had the pillows and other supplies they needed. Joquell ignored her bad attitude and asked Lois to call ahead to tell the hospital the patient would need surgery for his leg. They got the patient into the hospital and returned to the shed. They cleaned up the rig, and Joquell put her thoughts in order. It was time to do something about her little problem. When Lois called out that she was taking off, Joquell stopped her. Just a moment. Could you come talk to me for a few minutes? I really have things to do, Lois said, still heading for the door. Joquell was sick of being pushed around and dismissed. Let me rephrase that. Lois, I need to speak with you right now. Trina looked between them. Her brows lifted in surprise, and she slipped out through the door. I really have to go, Lois said, looking a little nervous. Then don't bother to come back. Ever. Lois turned to face Joquell, shock on her face. What? You're firing me? Joquell crossed her arms over her chest. You're causing trouble in the department. You're insolent and argumentative, speaking badly about me behind my back, but loud enough I can hear you. You've let it be known that you don't want me here. That's fine. I get it. You think your brother should have gotten the job. It's not my fault they picked me, so you're going to have to suck it up. If you want to keep running with this crew, you need to get an attitude adjustment. I won't have your backbiting any longer. Lois blinked in shock. You can't fire me because we have a personal problem. There's got to be some kind of rule against that. It was taking everything Joquell had to keep her anger under control, so she didn't say something she would regret, and that would have been a very easy mistake to make. I can fire you for flaunting the rules, and believe me, I've kept records. She crossed the room to Lois. You're a good EMT, one of our best, but there isn't room on a rig for ego. When I'm treating a patient and ask you to get something off the rig, it's the wrong time to argue. It makes you look unprofessional and puts the patient at risk. Is that why you're working here? Because of your pride? Because if it is, it's past time you found a new way to give back to the community. Lois grew stiff and her face hardened. I'll complain to the sheriff. Do that, Joquell said with a negligent shrug. I already spoke with Captain Wilson about the issue, though I didn't name you. He said if it continued, I was well within department rules to fire you. Lois said nothing, so Joquell continued after a long moment. I'm not firing you. Not yet. I'm putting you on leave. If after that time you decide you're ready to work with me as part of the team, then you'll be welcomed back. If you can't get along with me, then I'm sure the others will miss you. Uncertainty filled Lois's face, and a few seconds passed while she considered her options. So if I apologize now, I can keep running? Not right away. I'm writing you up, and you're not running for 2 weeks. Use that time to figure out what you want to do. Joquell turned and headed back toward her office. Before going through the door, she glanced back at Lois. You're free to go now. Lois's face was tight with rage when she pushed out of the opposite door. Joquell rubbed at the tension headache growing behind her left eye. She sincerely hoped that her decision didn't come back to bite her in the rear end, but for better or worse, it was handled.
34. So are you nervous about your parents arriving tomorrow? Tosca asked Joquell as they wandered down the aisle at Errol's used treasures and hunting supplies. She and Joquell had a boutique in mind for their next stop, but had decided to come here first. It was possible they'd find something appropriate for Joquell's guest room. Joquell touched her chest as if she felt a flutter of worry there. More than I should. I know my mom will say it's very nice, and then start picking it apart. Dad won't bother picking it apart, but he'll allow himself a frown or two as they check it out, and then say that I'm making nice progress or something similar. She shook her head. So why am I so anxious about what they'll think? Because they're your parents, and no matter what, you're going to worry. It's human nature. Tosca passed by some tacky candlesticks and stopped in front of a beautiful vase. It's got to be a knockoff, but it feels like it would work in that room. Joquell smiled. You're right. I'll cut some flowers from the garden and it'll be perfect in the corner. She pulled it from the shelf and checked it out. No nicks. She carefully set it in her hand basket and they continued down the aisle. I'm glad Beth is feeling better, Tosca said. It's good to see her feeling stronger and getting back to work some. Yeah, and it takes some pressure off of Beau, doesn't it? Joquell asked. It does. He worries. They all do, but he's the one there full-time. And she handles the lighter jobs now when she's up to it, which frees up his time to work on fences and stuff. Things between you are looking pretty serious. Joquell shot her a curious look. Tosca couldn't argue with that. They saw each other almost every day and had long phone conversations on the days they didn't see each other. She was getting to the point where she could almost see herself there in that house, kids around her feet. They're feeling pretty serious. I'm not sure that we're there yet, though. Give it some more time. There's plenty of it. They got back to the door where they had started their search. Looks like we've done the rounds. Let's settle up with Mike and check out that boutique you mentioned. Tosca paid for her new cake pan and then wandered to the window, watching people come and go on the street, talking and laughing, licking frozen yogurt cones from the store next door. Her eyes fell on a man walking down the street. He glanced her way and she froze. Was it the man she'd seen at the grocery store nearly 2 weeks earlier, and again on the 4th of July? Her mind said that if it was, he had to be a local, despite her first impression. Then he glanced over and met her gaze. Fear rushed over her. He glanced away and walked on. She tried to convince herself that it was nothing. Joquell came over then, smiling and ready to hit the next shop. Tosca smiled and promised herself that she would talk to Trent again. Even though it couldn't be anything serious, she was probably blowing it all out of proportion.
The sun beat hot on Beau's head and neck, and his hand vibrated with every hammer blow. The summer heat was in full force, but after the hot, dry heat of the Middle East, he barely noticed it. He finished the last nail on the crosspiece, then pulled off his hat and wiped his forehead with his arm. A glance at his watch said he had an hour before he needed to head home to clean up for dinner. He looked down the long length of fence that surrounded the fields and wondered how much farther he had to go, how many more hours he would need to work on this stretch before it was back in shape. Maybe his sleeplessness had been a blessing, he thought. He'd been able to get a lot more done working 20-hour days than if he'd quit after the usual 12 or 14 his father had put in most days. Of course, he was sleeping better most nights now, which he credited to his therapy and the fact that everything else was going well with the farm so far. If he was really careful, maybe the season would be good enough to pull them a few feet from the edge of bankruptcy after all. He was pulled from his reverie by the sound of an engine and turned to see Hank driving out toward him. "Hey, looks like you've made some headway," Hank said as he swung out of the truck and tossed Beau a jug of icy-cold Powerade. "I took care of the milking. I figured you'd be out here working on the fence. Mom said to get you back for dinner on time since our women are joining us. You've been busting your rear out here since before dawn. It's necessary." There wasn't any other answer to make. Beau knew it was necessary in more ways than those he was telling his brother. The back-breaking work gave him something to do, required his focus and effort, and had helped him work through his frustrations. It was another reason he was sleeping okay at night. He motioned back to the truck and gathered his tools. "Help me with the next spot, and then we can head in. Wouldn't want to keep anyone waiting." Hank got back into the driver's seat as Beau slid in beside him. "Sorry I couldn't keep up with things here better." Beau cut him off with a gesture. He had heard it before. "You aren't Superman, and you have a life of your own. Not to mention a very beautiful girlfriend who probably doesn't want to be completely ignored." Hank grinned. "She won't allow me to ignore her. I tried, hard, for weeks. Joquell always gets what she wants, even if she doesn't realize she wants it at the time." His smile showed he wasn't in the least irritated about that fact. "Her parents will be here in the morning?" Hank started the truck and headed slowly down the access road, keeping his eyes trained on the fence line. "Yeah, that's the plan. She's hanging the last decoration in her place as we speak. It's been a crazy week, but I'll mow in the morning and she'll be ready for them, one way or another." "Not looking forward to it then?" Hank shook his head, worry deepening the wrinkles beside his eyes. "They'll be just like Shanny's folks. I'll never be good enough for them, no matter what I do. Heck, it sounds like Joquell isn't good enough for them and she's their daughter. You don't even know them. They could surprise you." It wasn't like Hank to be so pessimistic. Beau wished his life revolved around such mundane worries. Hank pulled the truck over at another spot that needed repair, and they both climbed out. Beau would just focus on what needed to be done now and let tomorrow take care of itself. He had a fascinating, beautiful woman joining him for dinner. Surely everything else could be managed.
"You're still coming to mow in the morning, right?" Joquell asked Hank as he walked her to her car after dinner. "Of course. What time are they coming?" "No idea. I haven't been able to get a hold of them to get an ETA, but Mom is likely to take an early flight, so if you can mow early, that would be terrific." She pressed her lips to his in brief punctuation. He slid his big hands onto her waist and pulled her closer. "I'll be there as soon as we finish milking then. We have several projects to work on here tomorrow." Take care." He kissed her goodbye, making it abundantly clear that he would rather she didn't leave. Since the feeling was entirely mutual, she let the moment and the kiss linger. Tosca had ridden with her to the farm. So once Tosca and Bo had said their own goodbyes, the two women headed back into town. Joquell dropped Tosca off and arrived home 20 minutes later to find a dark sedan in her driveway. Marsh and Carissa were still at the farm, so it wasn't a visitor for them. Who was parked at her place? She got out and found her parents sitting on the porch swing, irritation on their faces. Joquell was surprised to see them and walked to the front door, confused. "What are you doing here tonight? I didn't expect you until tomorrow." "We talked about this, sweetie," her mother said. "We've come for a week-long visit." She turned to her husband. "I swear sometimes the things I say go in one ear and out the other. She never listens." Joquell ignored that remark. "Well, yes, we talked about your visit. For a weekend, not a full week. And it's good to see you." She hugged them both. "It's just that last time we talked about specifics, you weren't going to be here until tomorrow morning." "Pish-tosh," Leal said. "I told you we were coming early. We discussed it." Joquell fought to keep her voice even. "Did we? Or did you tell Jennifer again and forget to mention it to me? I haven't spoken to you since you talked about bringing Sophie, and you didn't mention the change of schedule then." She unlocked her front door and told herself to let it go. Arguing about it wouldn't change the fact that they had arrived. "How long have you been here?" "I'm sorry I wasn't home." Her mother sent a scathing look at the shaggy front yard and then moved inside so her husband could grab their bags. "We arrived about half an hour ago. I thought you'd be back any moment. I'm surprised you were out when you expected us." "We enjoyed the time on your porch. It's a lovely neighborhood," her father said, leaning down to kiss Joquell's cheek. "I'm sorry about the confusion regarding our arrival time." "It's not a problem, and I'm glad you approve. I love it here." She turned to her mom. "And I do apologize about not being here. I had dinner plans since I didn't expect you until tomorrow. We tried calling you a few minutes before you arrived, but it went straight to voicemail," her mother said. "Some of those twists and turns on the road don't get cell reception," she explained, "and since I was on my way home, I was right in the middle of them." Lyle's eyes narrowed on Joquell. "Where were you?" "With Hank. His family lives in a little town called Wellsville, about 10 minutes away. His mother had the whole family over for dinner." "This home needs work," her mother said, looking around her and pursing her lips. "Yes. We just finished the dining room, and I repainted the guest room before I bought the furniture for it. I'm sure you'll approve, though it still needs a few touches here and there." "It's an awful lot of house for a single woman," her father said. He walked from room to room on the main floor, studying the layout and decor. "But I suppose when you finish, you'll be able to turn it for a nice profit." Joquell felt cowed by her parents' critical eyes on her home, as she'd known she would be. "Yes, it is big, but I love it. I have the best neighbors." She knew she wouldn't get full approval for her choices no matter what she did, so she wasn't going to apologize. She promised herself that she wouldn't. She led them up the stairs. "And here's the guest room. The bathroom across the hall is all yours, and I've got fresh towels and toiletries in there in case you forgot anything." It was bright and happy, with pale green paint and filmy curtains at the windows, warm and inviting. Homey, so her guests would feel comfortable and welcome. Classy, so they would feel pampered. Or that was the plan anyway. The distaste in her mother's expression told Joquell this was going to be a trying visit, as if she hadn't already known that.
35. Hank spent the night at his mom's, so he could get up early to help with the milking before heading back to Joquell's to mow her lawn. Afterward, he'd grab Marsh and return to the farm, where they had to spray the fields and get the calving pens ready to separate the new babies from their mothers. He hopped out of his truck in Joquell's driveway and went around to her shed, retrieving the mower. He wondered if she was still asleep or if he'd wake her up. Would she come out to give him a kiss hello before he finished? He smiled at the thought. He started in front, working his way around the back. When he finished, he pulled out the lawn edger and ran it around the beds, humming to a tune in his head. He smiled in satisfaction as he surveyed his work. Now everything would be perfect when her parents arrived. He knew how worried she was about making the right impression on her folks, and he wanted her to be happy. Stowing the tools, he decided to see if Joquell was awake and had a glass of juice or something to spare. His breakfast was already long gone, and it was only 9 o'clock. When he returned to the front of the house, he found a blonde woman that he pegged to be in her early 50s standing on the porch, looking fresh in a perfectly pressed pantsuit. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her eyes narrowed to look down her nose at him. They were Joquell's eyes. "What do you mean coming out here to mow at such an unreasonable hour? It's Saturday, for heaven's sake. I'm surprised my daughter keeps you around if that's the kind of service you provide. She worked all week. Couldn't you have taken care of the yard then?" She pointed to the climbing roses. "And those need trimming back. What kind of gardener are you?" This was Joquell's mother? The woman she'd been killing herself for the past 10 days to please? Hank forced a smile on his face and an easy tone to his voice, wanting to stand up for Joquell without offending her mother. "Joquell likes the climbing roses a little wild, and I agree. It gives the place more of a cottage garden look. It's nice with the balconies and gingerbread. As if a cowpoke like yourself would have any idea what climbing roses are supposed to look like. I insist you trim them back." She crossed her arms over her chest and used a commanding tone he imagined would have most people running for cover. He was raised by Beth Carver, though, and wasn't impressed. Hank pushed the cowboy hat back on his face so he could see her better and slipped into a heavy twang. "Well, ma'am, see, I work for Joquell, so I do what she wants. You can't expect a country boy like myself to know nothing about roses. Can you, ma'am?" She huffed. "She should replace you. You're a disgrace." The door opened and Joquell came onto the porch, smiling. Obviously, she hadn't heard the exchange. "It looks great. Thanks for coming by this morning. I know how busy you are." She descended the steps toward him. He could see the intention to introduce them properly to each other, but was so angry about the way her mother had treated him that he kept up the idiot redneck pretense. "Well, it's mighty fine of you to give me work to do, Miss Joquell. Very good of ya. I'll just mosey now, and you can settle up with me later." Her face scrunched in confusion. "What are you talking about? Did you meet my mother?" "Well, yes, ma'am. She did come out to talk to me. Right friendly of her to point out what a poor gardener I am, but you just can't expect better from someone like me, now can you?" Joquell's eyes narrowed. Apparently she'd caught on. She turned to her mother. "I was just telling him he needed to cut back the roses. They're entirely too wild and uncontained." Joquell's mother flicked a bit of dust from her top. "Prosodies length. They're supposed to be shaped to perfection, every limb and bloom in its place." Hank had the feeling that Joquell was ready to kick someone's butt for bad behavior, and as he thought his might be one of the butts in question, he was entirely too close to her for his own comfort. Her voice was too even to be natural when she spoke. "I like the flowers like that," she said. "You'll notice I'm going for a cottage garden look, less focused and regimented than your place. It fits the house and the area." Her mother sneered a little. "I just thought your gardener was too lazy to take care of things properly. You should have a botanist working on your yard, honey, not this man." Joquell paused for a moment, then carefully explained. "This is Hank, my boyfriend. He came over early this morning to mow for me as a favor because you weren't expected until later today. He's not a gardener. I do my own yard work most of the time and usually mow the lawn myself. Hank is an engineer." "Engineers. Isn't that what they call maintenance men now?" her mother asked, her nose lifting a little higher. "He's a structural engineer, Mother, and he has a very good job." She turned to Hank, her eyes blazing. "What's with the idiot cowpoke routine?" Hank wasn't sure whether he should shrink away or laugh. He'd never seen her like this, her color high, all bright-eyed and angry, and ready to do battle. It was a fascinating new side to her. On the other hand, it wasn't very funny taking the brunt of her anger, even though he knew he deserved it. "Sorry, she irritated me." The tone was more placating than he'd offered to anyone else. Her brows lifted and she gave him a scorching look. "She irritated you. Nice. Don't you have some poison to spread over your crops?" Yes, he adjusted his hat again, hoping this meant he was being dismissed. I thought he was an engineer. Her mother's eyes narrowed on them. I'll explain later. Joquell's teeth gritted and she looked ready to spit. Marsh exited the house next door and came over to the fence. Hank, are we taking off or what? No smooching in public, that's just not on. Like you ever worry about that, Hank returned. I've seen what you do to my sister in the yard. And who is that? Joquell's mother pointed. Marsh was also dressed in boots, jeans, and a tee, with a hat to keep off the sun. It would be a long day. My brother-in-law, Hank said at the same time Joquell said. My neighbor. We do need to go, Hank said to Joquell. There's a lot to get done if we're going to finish in time for dinner. He tipped his hat to the livid woman on the porch and headed to his truck. Joquell rushed after him. What are you thinking? Acting like that in front of my mom, she hissed. If she's going to be a snob, I'm going to act any way I like. Of course, Joquell had to go and take this out on him instead of the person who started it. Why had he offered to help her out anyway? Oh yeah, he really liked her, even when she was like this, though he'd prefer her ire to be directed elsewhere. She scowled. Just make sure you're on time tonight and that you dress appropriately. That offended him. I always dress appropriately. What I have on is the right clothing for what I'm going to do at the farm. You're right, and when we get together with my parents, I expect that polished gentleman to shine through. You got it? She poked him in the chest for emphasis. Of course. Then, partly because her mother was still watching, and partly because he thought Joquell was as beautiful as a Viking queen when she got riled up, he grabbed her around the waist and kissed her good and thoroughly. She didn't fight it at all, but reciprocated eagerly, which surprised him and left him feeling a tad smug. When she pulled back, he heard her mother mutter something unpleasant and stomp back inside. Joquell had a twinkle in her eyes. Don't tell me you didn't enjoy messing with your mom a little just now, he whispered to her. I don't lie, so I'll keep that to myself. She gave him one last peck, then moved out of his arms. Really, don't be late, okay? And as a forewarning, they told me they're staying all week, not just the weekend, after all. He grimaced. Promise, I'll be on time. And thank you, the yard really does look terrific. You're welcome. He nodded to her and climbed into the truck. When they were headed down the street, Marsh turned to Hank. You like to live dangerously, don't you? What do you mean? Getting on her mom's bad side right from the start. It's going to make things much harder on the two of you if your relationship reaches its eventual destination. Hank shrugged it off, though he had started to think the same thing as soon as he put the truck in gear. She was being snooty and obnoxious. She's obviously never going to be pleased, no matter what Joquell says or does. I don't know if there's a point in trying that hard. There's a point, Marsh said. Joquell's the point. Do you want her to be miserable? Hank pressed his lips together and didn't respond. He really hadn't thought through his actions before allowing his knee-jerk response to kick in. He would have to do better tonight. He was grateful when Marsh changed the subject.
When Joquell followed her mother back inside, she was both tingling from the kiss and upset that the incident had happened to begin with. Why had Hank played up to her mother's snobbery? It was going to make things harder. And he's a heathen, that's what. She's dating some hick. Her mother's voice rose loud enough that Carissa might have heard it next door. She hoped Carissa didn't have her window open. Joquell went upstairs to her parents' room and stood in the doorway while her mother and father talked. Now, dear, surely he's not that bad, he said. He is that bad. And Hank. His name really is Hank, not Frank like I thought. What was his mother thinking? It was time to interrupt. His name is Henry, named after his uncle. His twin is named after their father. Since they're family names, I don't see how anyone can complain, considering the ridiculous names some of your friends gave their kids. She crossed her arms over her chest, though it was all bravado. She hated arguing with her parents. Well, that makes it all better. Even Henry is an improvement over Hank, if only marginally. Liesel's voice dripped with sarcastic anger. Seriously, what were you thinking, Joquell? This place must have more select people for you to socialize with than that cowboy. Feeling like a teenager being corrected for a fatal flaw, Joquell forced herself to keep her expression blank. Or at least she hoped it was blank. "Dear, settle down," Caleb said again. "There must be something special about him if she's dating him. She wouldn't go out with someone entirely unsuitable." He turned to his daughter. "Would you?" That was the last straw for Joquell. "He's going to the family farm to spray crops and prep pens for the baby calves to move into. He grew up here, and on our first date he took me for a ride on the tractor and let me drive it. He also helped me with some cosmetic repairs to the dining room before we painted. He's a handy guy to have around, educated and interesting. He's also a volunteer firefighter with the local department, so we end up on calls together fairly often. He's civic-minded and good with people." "A firefighter? What are you doing dating someone like that?" Lyle asked. "I mean, you aren't exactly in college anymore, dear. It's time you found someone serious you can settle down with. The time for dating guys because they appear heroic to your childish ideals is past." Her hand fisted at her side. "I knew we should have brought George." "She's a grown-up, Lel. Settle down. He's coming to dinner tonight, right?" Caleb verified with Joquell, who nodded. "You'll have a chance to find out everything about him, and then we'll know how to proceed." "You'll know how to proceed?" Joquell had thought her father was on her side. Now she felt as if she'd been kicked in the stomach. Her childish ideals, they were deciding how to fix her life. She narrowed her eyes at them and said the first thing that popped into her head. "Just so you know, I'm thinking about marrying him." She turned and stalked off, fuming, while her mother let off a wail of surprise. That was fine. Let her weep, Joquell thought. So what if she hadn't seriously considered marriage to Hank? It had crept into her head once or twice since their first date, but it was far too early to make decisions like that. They'd only been dating for a couple of weeks. She'd only said it to get back at her parents for being so unreasonable. On second thought, though, maybe it was a good idea. Then maybe her mother would decide to never come back to visit again. At the moment, that sounded like a terrific side benefit.
36 Hank felt contrite when he pulled in front of Joquell's house that evening. He should have behaved better when he met her mother, even if the woman had been demeaning and snooty. He stood from his truck and straightened his black dress pants and the front of his soft blue dress shirt. He had barely had time to get through the shower and make it to Joquell's on time after his long day of working with Marsh and Bo on the farm. Thankfully, they'd made a lot of headway, and Bo should be able to finish repairs to the pen on Monday. His nervousness increased as he approached the front door. Had his actions ruined his future relationship with Joquell's family? He had considered what Marsh said about not making this harder for Joquell, in the eventuality that they grew more serious. He was determined to undo the bad impression he'd made that morning, even if it killed him. The door opened only a few seconds after he rang the bell, and Joquell stood across from him wearing a warm apricot cocktail dress. He felt a little like he'd been blindsided. He'd seen her in her EMT uniform, in jeans and t-shirts, but he had never seen her dressed up like this. "Wow, you look terrific," he said when he found his voice again. "Thank you." She took his hand and pulled him in. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, afraid to smudge her lipstick. Besides, he was trying to make a good impression for her parents. "Is everyone almost ready?" "I was on time." Her lips curved. "You're always on time. Sorry I was so hard on you this morning." Her voice was low, barely more than a murmur. "I should have known it was my mother's fault. She shouldn't treat anyone like that, especially when they aren't her employee. It just got out of hand so fast." He agreed, and was relieved that she didn't blame him for everything. "I know, but tonight I'll be on my best behavior. Are your parents ready?" She let out a sigh. "Mother is still primping. She'll probably make us wait another 20 minutes. She tugged his hand and led him into the living room where her father sat on one of the sofas. He was tall, nearly as tall as Hank's 6'2", and his dark hair had gone salt and pepper gray. His blue eyes were shrewd, and his expression said he was reserving judgment. "Dad, this is Hank Carver, my boyfriend. Hank, this is my father, Dr. Caleb Westbury. It's good to meet you, sir. I hope you had a smooth trip." Hank shook hands with him, already feeling himself start to sweat. Hank asked about Caleb's practice and where he went to school, getting far more detail than he cared for, though he did his best to feign interest. Plastic surgery could make a big difference for accident victims, he knew, but post-trauma reconstruction was not the kind of work Caleb did. Hank wasn't impressed by the number of teenagers who thought they needed to change their noses or cheekbones. He kept that bit to himself. Joquell's mother came down the stairs when Hank had been there for 15 minutes, and her father hadn't asked a single question about Hank. He figured they were waiting to grill him together over dinner. Hank stood as Joquell's mother entered the room. "Well, you do clean up nice," she said, eyeing him critically. "Thank you, and you look lovely tonight." He felt like a suck-up, but she did look nice, so it wasn't like he was lying. "Let me make formal introductions," Joquell said. "Hank, my mother, Joquell Westbury. Mother, this is Hank Carver." "Charmed, I'm sure." Joquell's response was anything but sincere. "If you're ready, we can go now," Caleb suggested, standing beside Hank. They all walked out to a dark sedan, and Hank assisted Joquell into the back seat before going around to his own side. His knees touched the back of the driver's seat, and he felt folded tighter than a paperclip. He was glad when they named the restaurant in the new hotel in town and not someplace closer to Denver. "This is a nice place," Lyle said when they walked into the restaurant. The waiters assisted the ladies with their chairs, and the whole air of the room exuded class and comfort. It was just up her alley. "I've heard it is. I'm glad it meets your approval," Joquell said. "That remains to be seen, but I am hopeful. The DeCarlos usually create a satisfactory meal, even if there are rumors about the girls who run this place." Hank forced himself to stay silent, though he wanted to defend the women in question. He'd met them and had even dated one a few times that winter. But he was here to make things easier for Joquell, not ease Lyle's mind about the women who ran the place. "I understand they have a first-class spa as well, if you're interested in getting a treatment while you're in town," Joquell suggested. "What a wonderful idea. I could use a little pampering after the week I've had." They continued discussing general topics until after their orders had been taken and their drinks were served. Hank wished he had left the tie at home, as it seemed to tighten around his throat more by the minute. "So, you're a structural engineer. What projects have you worked on?" Caleb asked, almost the moment their server had moved away. Hank discussed his current project and the most impressive of his previous ones, though none were out of the ordinary. They asked about his family's farm, his work with the fire department, which brought a moue of distaste to Lyle's lips, and his plans for the future. "So you live in an apartment?" Caleb asked. "Actually, I've been saving for a down payment on a house. I was hoping to buy the Ledbetter's place, but Joquell was too quick on the draw." Caleb's brows lifted, though it was impossible to tell if he disapproved or was just surprised by the revelation. "It's an awful lot of house." "It is at that, but it's a good place to raise a family, and I'd like to do that someday. Living next to my sister and best friend has its advantages, too." "Your brother-in-law, he's a farmer, too?" Lassell asked. "No, he's a school teacher, and he coaches basketball and softball. He helps out here and there on the farm when Bo needs a hand, though." "Bo?" Lil sneered a little as she said the name. "My twin, Robert. We use the nickname since it's also my father's name." "And has your father retired from farming and milking?" she asked. Hank clenched his teeth for a moment and reined himself in. "You could say that." Joquell covered his hand with hers, the touch comforting. "His father passed away a couple of months ago." "I am sorry." It was the first truly sincere-sounding thing Caleb had said all evening. "So now you're ready to become a father yourself? And will you expect Joquell to stay home with the children, like a drudge while you work?" Lissel asked. Hank nearly choked on the sip of drink he'd taken. "What? Where did that come from?" "You aren't thinking about marrying my daughter?" She talked like it was practically in the bag. Perhaps she misunderstood. But Lyle studied Hank as if he were a bug, and obviously not good enough for her daughter. He looked at Joquell, wide-eyed and more than a little tongue-tied. "What?" She was unusually pale, looking like she might pass out. "I didn't say we were talking about marriage. We've only been dating a few weeks." "But you did say you want to marry him," Lyle insisted, looking pleased to have caught them both off guard. "Those aren't the words I used." Hank's head spun, and he wondered if there had been something a lot stronger than wine in his glass. Hold on. He sucked in a breath and tried to focus. Look, I really like Joquell. She's really special, and if things progress to the point where we decide to get married, he almost didn't get the last workout, then we'll discuss what she wants to do about working or not. I make a decent living. She wouldn't have to work if she didn't want to, but that doesn't mean I would demand she stay home if she wanted to keep working. But it's way too early to even be thinking about that. There was a glint of triumph in Lyle's eyes. Well, I know what I heard, but that's none of my business anyway. The server brought their food then, and Hank was grateful for an excuse to stop talking for a few minutes. When he looked at Joquell again, she sent him an apologetic look. He just wanted to make it through the night. And then, he and his girlfriend were going to have a heart-to-heart.
Joquell wanted to curl up into a ball on her chair and disappear entirely when her mother started talking about her and Hank getting married and having babies. What had her mother been thinking? By the end of dinner, though, Joquell had figured it out. Lissel knew she and Hank hadn't been dating that long and hoped to freak out Hank so he would run far, far away and never come back. Looking at Hank trying to find a socially acceptable way out of the corner they had painted him into, Joquell was almost afraid her mother's plan had worked. On the way home, he didn't hold her hand like he usually did, and the conversation had been stilted for most of the meal. It was obvious her parents didn't approve, and Joquell felt trapped between the two parties. She really loved spending time with Hank, but this had been a nightmare. When they arrived back at Joquell's place, her parents went inside, but Hank stayed at the bottom of the porch stairs. "Sit out here and talk to me? There's a bench in the gazebo," he suggested. "Yes, that sounds nice." It was getting cool, and she shrugged into the jacket she kept on the peg just inside the door. She descended the steps to him, and they walked to the gazebo and settled on the bench, out of earshot of her prying parents. "I want to apologize," she said before he could start on whatever was on his mind. It was probably the same thing she had been thinking about, so the best she could do was head him off. "When you left this morning, I was upset at the whole encounter, and then I was really ticked at my parents for treating you so badly. I told them more about you, and when my mom continued being, well, my mom, I mentioned that I'd considered marrying you. Really, it was just that passing through your mind kind of thing. I only said it to irk her. I know we're nowhere near ready to think about that yet." "So you used me to make her mad? Is that what you're saying?" Hank's voice was low and even, his face in shadow so she couldn't read it, but she had the feeling his expression was a mirror of the way his words sounded. Guilt slammed into her. "I guess maybe I did. I didn't think of it that way at the time, though." "Yeah, well, when you know what you want from me, you know where to find me. But I'm not a tool you can use against your parents. If you have a problem with them, it's between you and them." He stood to leave, and, desperation running through her, she jumped up and grabbed his arm. "Hank, I'm sorry. It's not like that. Really. I like you for yourself. Can you please just give me a chance? Don't walk away." He turned and looked at her. "Do you know why I took you to the farm on our first date?" "Because it's part of who you are." Was there more to it? "That's it, more or less. If you don't want the farmer that's still in me as much as the engineer, then we don't belong together. I am who I am. I don't intend to change for anyone, and I don't expect I'll ever leave this town, not unless I have a really good reason. Whether this thing between us goes anywhere or not, I won't change who I am for you, and I don't want to be a pawn in a game between you and your parents. So if that's what this is, don't waste my time." "I'm not. You're not." She slid her hand down to clasp his. "I behaved a little badly today. I admit it, but so did you." When he didn't respond, she pushed on. "There have to be 100 other guys I could go out with instead of you if all I wanted was to thumb my nose at my parents, and plenty of those other options would be even better at making my parents mad. Though they don't need me to date anyone for that to happen," she added in an aside. The truth is that she had intended to bring a guy along with her to try to hook me up. She wants to pick out my husband, and she didn't initiate our relationship, so it's going to take her time to get used to the idea of us. Just don't let her scare you away. I like the direction that we're moving. He hesitated for a long moment, then nodded. Fine, I'll call you tomorrow. I'll be waiting for your call. She offered her mouth for a kiss, and he took one, though it was brief and lacked the passion of their kiss that morning. Joquell stood on the porch while she watched him get in his truck and drive away, wondering if this was really the beginning of the end with Hank, despite what he'd said. She needed to go inside and face her parents, but she really wished she didn't have to.
37. You're awfully quiet. Bo looked over at his twin in the milking shed on Monday evening. What's going on? Hank glanced down the line of cows then, seeing they had all been released from the milker, lifted the lever that opened the milking stanchions so they could exit the pen. There's just a lot on my mind. You never said how things went Saturday night. Bo hated when Hank got so quiet. It was never a good sign. If it went anything like the morning encounter, I'm guessing it was a total railroad crash, Marsh said from across the aisle, where he was putting teat cups on the last cow in his row. Hank scowled and opened the gate to let in another batch of cows to be milked. It wasn't that bad. If it had been, I'm sure we would have heard the yelling from next door, Marsh agreed. Bo had heard that Hank's encounter with Joquell's parents on Saturday morning had been bad, but Hank had been spare on the details, and Marsh wasn't talking either. I'm getting more curious all the time. What happened? He used the iodine wash on the teat cups and began putting them on the next set of cows. Hank didn't answer for a long moment. Her mom thought I was the hired hand, bossed me around, and basically treated me like an idiot hick. She didn't know who I was at the time. At dinner that night, she did everything she could, subtly, or not so subtly, to scare me off. I guess that's what she was doing. Joquell was horrified and embarrassed, and we didn't end the evening very happy. That's all? Marsh asked. He helped Bo hook up more cows to the milker. You've dealt with worse, haven't you? No point in letting them mess with your head if you're getting serious about Joquell, Bo said. Just because you have the long-term look in your eyes when you talk about Tosca doesn't mean we all do, Hank said, taking care of the last cow. All done, Marsh said, checking his watch. You guys want to do some target practice before it gets too dark? Yeah, sure. Bo didn't make it out often enough to keep his skills as sharp as he'd like, something else he missed with his schedule being so busy. He double-checked the pen to be sure they hadn't missed any cows. Seeing that they had all moved to the night pen, he nodded. Let me run in to get more ammo and check on Mom. His Glock and his rifle were both loaded and in the truck as they always were when he worked on the range. But if they were going to target practice, they would need more rounds. Marsh had his guns in his truck as well, though Bo doubted they were loaded, not with a kid living in the house. After releasing the end of the cows and starting the automatic cleaning cycle on the pipes, they climbed into Bo's truck and headed for the edge of the property where a hill provided a safe place for target practice. I haven't been out for a while, Hank said. They'd shot targets for years under their father's supervision, and with their BB guns many times without supervision, though they weren't supposed to. They set up in the usual spot, side by side behind the makeshift shelf their father had built when they were still boys. Bo slid on his ear protection and smiled to himself as he hefted the Glock and pointed it at the targets he'd erected after returning home in May. It felt good in his hands, natural from all of the years of use he'd put it through. They each shot through their first rounds of ammo and paused to reload. I'm thinking about getting a house around here, Bo said. He paid attention to the clip, not ready to see the guys' reactions to the thought that had been running through his head. Hank froze, then turned to look at him. I thought you liked living with Mom. I do, but it seems like a bad idea to ask Tosca to marry me and move her in with Mom. You know what they say about women living under the same roof. There was utter silence for a long moment before Hank spoke. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you're getting serious about Tosca, but it seems fast, really fast. and I didn't think you could afford a house with the farm having such a bad year." Bo shrugged, and decided now was as good a time as any to throw out the other major thing he'd been considering. "I've been thinking about making a change here. One mom said Dad considered." "What?" Hank's look was a little distrustful. Bo pursed his lips. "It's a big operation, more than I can handle on my own, which isn't fair to you guys, and it's demanding, morning and night, and all of the hours in between." Hank's eyes narrowed even more. "Yeah." Landon offered to buy the herd from Dad and lease the equipment. I spoke with him about it the other day, feeling him out. He'd lease the pasture too. It would still belong to the farm, but he'd use it for the cows. "Whoa, wait, you want to dump the dairy?" Hank asked. Bo had wondered how his twin would respond to the idea, but just shrugged. "I'm considering it. With the price Landon offered, I could recoup the money I've funneled into the farm account and almost pay off the second loan Dad took out when Mom got sick. It would start me off at a more even keel. And I've been thinking about changing up the crops a little too. Just a little section at first to see how it goes. I'd need capital for that, and more time than I can find when I've got milking twice every day. And you wouldn't have to see his ugly mug nearly so often, since you wouldn't need so much help around here," Marsh said, gesturing to Hank. "That's the biggest perk of all." Bo agreed, grinning. "Much bigger than not stressing over how I'm going to pay the mortgage." Hank shot him a dirty look. "Are you sure about this?" Marsh asked. "I thought it was what you always wanted." "I'm not in love with the dairy end of things," Bo admitted. "Farming is the big thing for me. I like cows in general, and I'd like to keep a few for meat and milk, but not having to worry about milking the whole herd day in and day out would be really nice." "What does Tosca think about the farm?" Hank asked cautiously. "She likes it here. Or at least she seems to." Bo had been watching for any signs to the contrary and hadn't seen them. "I think she would be fine either way, but I admit, it's hard to spend as much time with her as I'd like with so many responsibilities here. I think that cutting back to only 60-hour weeks would be good for our relationship." He said this last with a wry smile. "You're thinking marriage, though, not just seeing more of her." Hank's brow lowered. "You haven't known each other all that long. Sometimes you don't have to." Bo slid his ear protection back on and lifted his gun toward the target again. How could he explain to Hank that he didn't need to spend years or even months dating Tosca to know that his life was infinitely better with her in it? Every bullet pinged the target. He squeezed the trigger carefully but quickly and hit dead on every time. It was why they'd made him a sniper. Shooting was one of the few things he did well, but he was glad he didn't have to do it for a living anymore. It was one thing killing a cougar or an elk. It was another thing entirely having to kill a human being, no matter how necessary it had been while he was in the army. "So are you looking at rings?" Marsh asked when they stopped to reload again. "Not yet, but maybe soon." Bo wasn't sure if Tosca felt the same way he did yet or not. The last thing he wanted to do was to freak her out, but he resolved to at least feel out the situation.
Tosca was tired from a long day at work, but smiled when she exited the clinic and found Bo leaning back against her car in the parking lot. His truck was parked next to it. "Hey, have you been waiting long?" she asked. "No, I only got here a few minutes ago." As soon as she was in reach, he slid his big hands onto her waist and pulled her close for a light kiss hello. "I knew you'd be getting out soon and didn't want to risk you coming out the back while I checked for you at the front desk." "I do have my phone in my pocket, you know," she said. "It rings and everything." He grinned. "Yes, but I like seeing your face light up when I surprise you." She smiled, pleased and a bit embarrassed at the compliment. "I like when you surprise me. I didn't think you'd make it into town tonight." "I had a few errands to run. I can't stay late, but I wondered if you'd be interested in some dinner before I head back to milk the cows." "I'd love that." She slid into the passenger seat of his truck. They went to Wendell's for burgers and fries and sat in a corner booth where they had a little privacy since the dinner rush hadn't begun in earnest. "You going to Denver tomorrow?" Tosca asked, though she already knew he had his weekly appointment with the therapist. "Yeah. In the morning?" You want me to swing by and take you to lunch before I go back to the farm? She chuckled. Right, because it's on the way there. Wellsville was between Juniper Ridge and Denver, not the other way around, but she was always happy to see him. Is that a no? The glint in his eye said he knew it wasn't. Of course not. I'd love it. I have the day off so you can stop in whenever you get to town and I'll be ready. They finished their meals, discussing some ideas he had for the farm, or at least he was discussing. She was mostly listening, rapt and intrigued by his plans. She loved to watch him when he got excited about something he'd read, even if it was just a new farming technique. When he walked her back out to her car in the clinic parking lot nearly an hour later, she was thinking about going back with him to the farm for the evening. It felt good there, comfortable and happy. I could follow you home if you don't mind. Chat with your mom while you do the milking, and we could play Monopoly or something later on. She glanced at her watch and did the math. Except it'll be getting late by then, won't it? He was going to be late starting on the milking as it was. He turned and bracketed her between his body and the car door. It really will. Otherwise, it sounds pretty terrific to me. Do you like it there? A lot. Your mom is great, and it feels good to me there. She ran her hands up his chest and around his shoulders, encouraging a kiss. It feels good having you there. He glided his lips across one cheek, then the other. What would you think about being there all of the time? He touched his lips lightly to hers. Every night. Kiss. On your days off. Kiss. Because you belonged there. Kiss. She soaked up the feel of his lips on hers for a moment before her brain registered what he'd just said. She nudged him away and caught her breath. Hold on. What exactly are you suggesting? Was he thinking marriage, moving in together, or working as a full-time nurse for his mother? The third option was unlikely, but she needed him to spell it out before the wild excitement zigzagging through her carried her away. He rubbed his lips together. It wasn't clear if the action was because he was nervous or if he was just savoring the feel of her kiss. I know we haven't been dating all that long, just for a couple of months, but I can't help but think long term. I want to have you around. If you don't want to live with my mom, we can find a place of our own nearby, or maybe look into building a second home on the farm. Something close enough to check on her, but to give you your own space too. Are you talking about marriage? Hope and excitement and wariness all hit her at once. His hand tucked a lock of her blonde hair back behind her ear. Yeah. I know it's early to talk about it, and you may not have any idea what you want, but I wanted you to be thinking about it because I can't imagine a life without you anymore. He let several seconds pass as they looked at each other. I love you, Tosca. I know I haven't said it before, but I do. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I'm willing to wait for you to get there, too. Tosca's fingers tightened on the back of his shirt as she tried to get her bearings. Several seconds passed as she thought about how he made her feel, about how happy she was with him, and how she could be herself when he was around. She hadn't let herself think long-term before now, hardly daring to believe she could have that life with him. In that moment, she was swamped with love and terrified that he would learn the truth about her past and change his mind. She couldn't form a complete sentence, though she saw the expectation in his eyes. Wow. Don't worry, you don't have to answer me today, he said, but there was a little disappointment in his eyes. Just promise to think about it and let me know how you feel later. He pressed his lips to hers, then moved out of the way so she could get into the car. Yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow. By then, hopefully, she would have had time to get her head on straight. I should be back to town around 11:30. I'll call you if I'm running behind. His words were light, happy, and comfortable, but she saw the worry and discomfort in the way he held himself, in the furrow of his brow. She grabbed his arm so he would look at her. Bo, you are special to me, more special than I ever thought I would feel for a man again. She tried to tell him that she loved him too, but the words wouldn't slide past her throat. I'll think about it, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Good. I'll see you tomorrow. Tosca slid into her car, her lips still tingling from his kisses. Bo wanted to marry her. He was thinking hearth and home and forever. She wanted it so much, had craved it for years so strongly that she didn't trust herself to be sensible about this, not without a little time to put it in perspective. She pulled into a break in the traffic and turned her car toward home. She loved him, but was it enough? She had never had a long-term relationship before, never mind anything this serious. And dreams weren't reality. Maybe, though, she could let herself believe. Maybe this one time she was safe, letting go and sinking into his arms. She believed if any man could be trusted to catch her, it was Bo. 38 Tosca looked across the table at Bo while they ate a late lunch outside a local cafe. He had been in Denver longer than she expected for his weekly therapy appointment, and she was glad to see him. "So you think it's helping?" she asked. "Yeah, it's helping some. Anyway, I'm not so angry and quick to freak out over things I can't control anymore." He grinned at her. The sun had added natural highlights to his hair, and they glinted gold and silver in the bright light. "I'm hoping that with a few more sessions we can maybe cut the nightmares back a little." He slid his hand over hers and she threaded their fingers together. Some things never go away, but a little better is always, well, better. She chuckled lightly. "Yeah, you seem a little less stressed out too." A smug expression slid onto his face. "Could that have something to do with me?" It could. She couldn't help the smile that seemed to permanently etch itself across her mouth when he was around. She thought she had known what love was before, when she was with her high school flame. But this was so much stronger, 1,000,000 times over, and she couldn't believe how lucky she was that he felt the same way about her. She still wasn't sure if she was ready to start planning for the future with him. But after a night alone to think it over, she thought that day might not be far away. That still left the question of how much to tell him about her past, but she would worry about that later. "Good. Making you happy makes me happy. Meeting you is just about the best thing that's ever happened to me." She leaned forward to accept the kiss he offered and heard a funny cracking noise behind her, and another right after. Before she had time to think about it, Bo had grabbed her and pulled her to the ground with bone-jarring speed. "Ow! What's going on?" she asked, but he hunched over her and was looking around them. "Someone's shooting at us." His eyes never seemed to stop moving as he checked out the surroundings. The nearby tables were empty, but a lady walking down the street gave them a stern look, like she thought they were doing something inappropriate in public. "Why would someone be shooting at us?" Bo asked, though he didn't really direct the question at her. Tosca felt all of the air evaporate from her lungs and she had to suck in a breath before she could talk. Even then, her words were breathy and weak. "No way. How did he find me?" There was no other explanation. Charles had to have found her. She'd meant to talk to Trent about seeing that man from the store window a few days earlier, but he'd been busy with work and she'd put it off. Stupid. "What?" Bo shook his head. "Never mind." He grabbed her and dragged her to his truck, pushing her inside. 2 more bullets zipped past them and pounded into the truck while they ran. Crouched down on the floor, he practically vaulted over the top of the truck and dove in the other side, his key already in his hand. He reached for the jockey box and pulled out a handgun, then started the truck engine. Tosca berated herself for thinking she was safe, for putting Bo in danger like this. They turned 4 quick corners before he asked, "Who are you talking about? Why would someone want you dead?" As the adrenaline started to dissipate slightly, Tosca burst into tears. Charles was never going to give up. Why had she ever thought it would be safe to get involved in a relationship? She would have to leave now, leave Bo, and she didn't think she could stand it. "Talk to me, Tosca. You have to tell me so I can protect you." Her voice hitched, and she fought the terror filling her head. "Charles, I saw him kill someone. That's why I'm living here now, because it was supposed to be safe. Now he's found me." She was still crouched on the floor, more worried with every passing moment. Was Bo going to end up hurt or killed because of her? She struggled to put her thoughts in order. She had to get away and protect Bo from Charles and his hired thugs. "How did he find me? We have to call Trent or John. I have to get out of here." She fumbled in her pocket for her cell phone, dropping it before she could find Trent's number on her speed dial. Her hands shook so much she dropped the phone again while it rang. Give it to me. Bo held out a hand for it. Who did you call? She passed him the phone. Trent. He's supposed to be watching out for me. He hung up the phone and slid it into his pocket. The guy found you somehow? Are you sure you can trust Trent? Yes, of course I can. He's been very careful about my safety. Bo took another couple of corners in his truck and looked back over his shoulder. I don't think anyone is following us. He pulled in behind a building, out of sight of the road, and stopped the truck. Are you absolutely sure you can trust him? How many people know where you are? Tosca took several deep breaths to clear her head. As far as I know, just Trent and John. John's the U.S. Marshal who is over my case. I won't testify for at least a few more months. I'm sure there are other people who know bits and pieces. They had to set up my cover and everything after all. How much does Trent know about your case? Most of it, I think. He kind of has to if he's going to protect me. Bo sat for a moment, staring out the windshield, his hands gripping the steering wheel. We have to tell someone. You don't honestly think that Trent turned me in to Charles? She couldn't keep the exasperation from her voice. Her legs were starting to cramp, and she thought she was safe, or he'd have kept driving, so she got up from the floor and sat beside him. Probably not. He pulled her cell phone from his breast pocket as it began to ring and answered it after a glance at the screen. Hi, this is Bo Carver. Someone took a shot at Tosca and me. I got us out of there. Tosca heard Trent's voice coming from the phone, but couldn't understand the words. She was glad Bo was there to deal with it. She looked up at him and saw the hard expression on his face, the blankness in his eyes. I don't think that's a good idea. Someone ratted her out, after all. Is there somewhere else to meet? Dread came over Tosca. She couldn't pull Bo into this. He belonged here, in this town. She couldn't stay now, not if Charles knew where she was. The reality that she had the future she'd always wanted and that she couldn't keep it made tears rise to her eyes and her throat choke. She turned her face away, not wanting Bo to see it. Yeah, you're doing a terrific job of protecting her, aren't you? Tosca touched Bo's arm. I trust him, she said when he looked at her. His jaw clenched for a moment, then he nodded. Fine, we'll meet you there, and we're going to have a nice long talk. He hung up the phone and dropped it on the seat between them, reaching for Tosca, pulling her into his arms. You must be terrified. I'm going to take care of you. His words of promise slid inside her, tinged with the same desperation she felt. She knew she couldn't let him, though. It wouldn't be right. Tosca tipped back her head and kissed him quick and hard, then pulled away, sucking in a calming breath. She had to be strong, even if it did feel like her world was crumbling. Where are we meeting Trent? At the sheriff's office. He'll be waiting at the door and then we'll have a chat. Bo started the truck and backed it up so he could pull out of the parking lot. Get down again. If the shooter doesn't see you, maybe he'll think I dropped you off somewhere. Relief and guilt poured into her as she crouched on the floor again. She didn't know what she was going to do or how they would fix this. That hard, dark look had returned to Bo's eyes. She'd seen it less and less often over the past month, and for once it didn't bother her, but she wondered how much a part of him it really was. They drove for several minutes before he broke the silence. Why didn't you tell me someone wants you dead? He asked. I'm in the witness protection program, she admitted. No point keeping it a secret now. I'm not supposed to tell anyone who I am, or anything else about me. His mouth formed a thin line and the wrinkles on his forehead grew deeper. You saw this Charles guy kill someone? How? She didn't want to admit it. She felt like such a fool for being taken in by Charles and his suave exterior. But Bo deserved the truth. We were dating. I left his place one night and then realized I'd left my cell phone behind. When I went back, I saw Charles arguing with a guy, and then I saw him shoot the man. I ran and I called the cops. They put me in protective custody, and a couple of months later, the U.S. Marshal's office created a cover for me and brought me here. I wanted to tell you so much, but I just couldn't. He nodded, though he didn't speak, or look at her. Tosca thought for sure that he would never forgive her for the omission, for putting his life at risk. She didn't really blame him, but she felt terrible. It was a couple of minutes before they pulled into the parking lot at the sheriff's office. Bo took the corners too fast as he pulled up to the back entrance. I haven't seen anyone following us. Get out! Trent is waiting for us. Bo pushed out and Tosca unbent herself from the floor of the truck, almost falling out when he opened her door. He helped her get out, then took her to where Trent waited with the door open. She realized as she went inside that Bo had been covering her from behind, his massive bulk providing protection for her smaller body in case anyone was watching for them. Trent led them down a hall to a back room. All right, take a seat and tell me what happened. It was still a whirl in her head, and Tosca wasn't sure she could get her mind to work properly. She looked pleadingly at Bo. He told Trent everything, including details she totally missed in the thick of things. Trent's face was as grim as Bo's. I'll have to call John. They'll change your name and move you again. You'll have to start over. The court date is still several months away, but even after that you won't be safe. You can't. Bo's face was grim. His eyes haunted as he looked at her. Tosca looked back at him, her heart aching. I know. Everything with us was just coming together. I don't want to lose you either, not when she was falling in love with him. How could she leave him behind? But it wasn't like he could go with her. He had a farm and family, cows who needed twice a day milking, and a mom who needed someone around to check on her when her lupus flared. Bo's shoulders straightened and he nodded. He put his hands on her cheeks, tipping her face up to him. Hey, whatever happens, we'll be okay. Don't think about tomorrow or next week. We'll work that out later. Think about now. Focus on right now. Do you have any idea how Charles might have found you? Have you been in contact with anyone he knows? Anyone back home at all? She wouldn't be that stupid, Trent snapped at him. Tosca closed her eyes as she suddenly thought of Leslie. Actually, Trent groaned. You've got to be kidding me. Tell me everything. She filled him in on her Facebook messages and how she faked everything about the persona. How she didn't post anything for weeks because she just wanted to check in on Leslie, not make contact, and how her friend's worry had finally pushed Tosca to send her a private message. But I was really careful. I swear. I didn't give her any information about me or where I am. I didn't use my name here. I was careful. Trent grabbed a computer and pulled up Facebook. He turned it to her so she could log in. He studied her account and then swore 2 or 3 times before pointing to her avatar. That tree. It's the one out in front of our apartments. Yeah, but you can't tell where it is. It could be from anywhere. They have evergreens in Maine. Tosca didn't understand the problem. Did you take it with your phone? Yeah. He gave her a look that said she was being stupid. Most phones tag your photos with the location where they were taken. The general city area, at least, and sometimes more specific than that, like GPS coordinates. If Charles knew you and Leslie were close, he might have been watching her account, hoping you'd contact her, and then he could trace the photo back here. Now Tosca felt stupid. What had made her think she could be careful and smart about this? You're sure it was a sniper rifle? Trent asked Bo, changing the subject. That's my best guess. I heard the bullet about a second before the report, so it was probably 400 or 500 yards in any case. You were a sniper in the Army, weren't you? Trent asked. Yeah. My CO was pretty upset when I told him I wasn't going to re-enlist. Bo's mouth was bent in a frown. Great. You have a concealed carry permit? Trent's tone was a little aggressive. In my wallet. You want to see it? Bo asked, matching the tone. Trent shook his head. I'll worry about that later. I'm going to call John. Stay here. Tosca looked up at Bo, unable to believe this was happening to her again, and now of all times. Was he mad at her for lying to him, for nearly getting him killed? Tears started to fall again. His expression softened and he pulled her against him. Hey, none of that. He wiped her cheeks with gentle fingers. First things first. Focus on now and we'll worry about later. Well, later. Okay? I don't want to leave you, Bo. She buried her face in his shirt. The thought of walking away from him made her heart ache. I don't want it either. Just let that go for a minute. You're here. We're both safe. Let's take it one step at a time. His words were soothing, but there was a grim edge to his voice that said he wasn't doing very well at taking his own advice.
39. Knock, knock. Do you mind if I come in? Lyle Westbury swept into Hank's office on Tuesday afternoon, wearing a filmy blouse and skirt and an insincere smile. He forced himself to return the smile and stood from his desk. "Hello, what can I do for you today? Are you looking to build something?" Her laugh was brittle. "My goodness, no. What would I do with another building?" She sat in the chair he motioned her to and settled her soft pink purse on her lap. It perfectly matched the color of her outfit and her 3-inch pencil heels. Dark green accents and jewelry pulled it all together. "No, dear. It's just that with you and Joquell getting so serious, I thought it would behoove me to get to know you better. She's my dearest girl, and no one is more important to me, except for her father, of course." She used a polite laugh that sounded a little like Zazaza Gabor, or was it Eva Gabor? So she was carrying on with the impending imaginary marriage. "I'm glad you're so accepting of Joquell's choices. I know they aren't always what you'd like, but she seems to be very happy here now." "Oh, yes. Joquell has a knack for always making the best of things and being happy in a new situation, at least for a while. The girl is so flighty." She gestured with every word without it coming across overdone. "You know she studied interior design for her bachelor's degree. Kicking against the pricks, I can tell you, simply because her father and I thought she should be in medicine. Then she decided to get her paramedic degree, and it was all she could talk about. She has the hands of a surgeon and could be so important if she would just try, but if we say to go right, she always goes left. We've always known that she will eventually come back to her roots, though. She'll be bored of life here eventually and head off to medical school again because it's the right thing to do, even though she's determined to thwart us at the moment." "So you're saying that saving people's lives, being there in their time of need, and getting them the help they need in their worst times isn't worthwhile?" He fought to keep his tone even, though he really wanted to yell at her stupidity. "You think that she's wasting her energy helping people with broken legs and heart attacks and strokes to get prompt medical attention and get back on their feet again? Oh, now, I would never say such a thing. I'm sure many people have benefited from her efforts, such as they are, but it's not the same. She's a rebellious girl, always has been. Never knows what's good for her until she gets bored with her diversions. And she just loves to get a rise out of us by never doing as we'd like. I know you probably don't see it now, but you will. She could do so much more. And I know she'll come around." Hank thought of the people they'd seen at the party at the Talmadges, of the way Joquell had lit up when someone she'd helped stopped to talk to her, and the comment she'd made about loving the feeling of belonging somewhere. There was no way her mother was right. She couldn't be. "I guess we'll see, won't we?" He straightened a few pages that sat on the side of his desk. "I'm sorry. I know you hoped we'd have time to chat, but I have an appointment in a few minutes. Perhaps we can find another time to get together before you and your husband go home." He put on a pleasant smile, and she returned it, picking up her purse. There was an expression of satisfaction on her face. She'd said what she'd come to say. There was no reason for them to talk longer. "Well, I'll certainly see what we can do, though I'm sorry we didn't have more time now. I don't suppose I'll be seeing you again before we leave Saturday afternoon." You never know. Trocidiel's so impulsive. She may arrange for us to get together one more time. He walked her to the front doors of the building, wanting to be sure she was gone. "You have a good day." "You too." Lessel wiggled her fingers at him and took off. Hank managed to keep his calm exterior in control until he returned to his office. It had been a flat-out lie about the appointment, but he couldn't stand to listen to the crap she was feeding him. He thought Lyle didn't know her daughter at all if she could really believe what she had just told him. He rubbed his temples and turned his focus to his paperwork. He may not have an appointment, but there was still plenty to do.
Trent's call didn't take long. He was back in the room with Bo and Tosca after only a few minutes. Bo still cradled Tosca, feeling helpless to protect her. He wished she had told him about her trouble sooner, even though he understood why she couldn't. All he knew for sure was that she had to stay safe, and if there was any chance at all for them to be together, he was going to make it happen. She was the light that had kept him moving through the motions of life when everything else seemed to be going wrong. "How long until someone comes?" Bo asked. The FBI will send someone from Denver, Trent said, but John isn't sure how long it will take for him to get here. He'll call back with specifics when he has them. He won't be able to fly in to pick you up for at least a few days, he said to Tosca. But they can put you up in a safe house until then. How persistent do you think the person who was after her today will be? Bo asked, trying to get a handle on things. Could it be Charles, or will it be someone he hired? Trent shook his head. Charles wasn't afraid of doing his own dirty work, but I doubt he'd come out here himself if he could send someone else to take care of things. He wouldn't want it to touch him, especially as she's the key witness. This is too far for him to travel without someone noticing that he wasn't where he was supposed to be. So even if they ended up taking out the guy who shot at Tosca, it wouldn't be over. Bo didn't want to give her up, but he couldn't leave everything behind. Maybe it would be different if his dad was still here, or if his mom's health wasn't so bad. But now, with everything else that was happening, was it even possible? It felt like he was looking at a puzzle with pieces that didn't fit together and trying to make a picture. How could he watch Tosca walk away? Bo thought of his mom again. I need to call home, see how Mom's doing, and let her know I'm going to be a while so she doesn't worry. I might need to have Carissa check on her if she's having a rough day. He'd already been gone nearly an hour longer than he'd intended. Tosca looked as if she didn't want him to go, but she released him. Yes, go ahead. I don't want her to worry either. As he left the room, he glanced back and saw the blank, lost look on her face. It made his heart ached, but he didn't know what to do about it. Bo kept the call home short, not satisfying his mother's curiosity about his plans. Then he phoned Hank. Hey, I need to ask a big favor. I got caught up in a few things and may not be back before milking time tonight. He hesitated. I'm not sure what's going on yet, and I can't tell you about it. I don't know how long I'll be, or if I'll be back home tonight. Can you handle the animals for me until I get back to you? I know it's not fair to ask this of you after everything you've already done for me. I'll explain what I can later. Hank's voice was light as he answered from the other end of the line, as if he thought Bo was joking. What do you mean you'll tell me what you can? Is this like national security or something? Are they pulling you back into the army to take out some super secret threat? No, but it is a security thing. Nothing for you to worry about, but, well, I can't talk about it now. It was frustrating not being able to explain himself when he was asking a lot of his twin, but he couldn't leave Tosca until he knew she was safe. He didn't think he could leave her at all. There was a moment's silence. You're serious? Yeah, I am. Okay, I'll see to it. I can have Marsh help out. He's out for summer break anyway. Bo was glad for a friend who taught school. Great, I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm going away again for a little bit when you get this cleared up. Fair enough. Talk to you later. He went back into the room with Trent and Tosca. Hank's going to take care of the animals for now, and I just had my water turn last night, so I've got a couple days before I need to get back. All of the farmers in his area had to take turns using the irrigation water, and missing a turn could be bad news for his corn crop. So what you're saying is you don't plan to leave her side again for a few days at least? Trent asked. I want to leave my options open until we know more, but I don't plan to budge until someone makes me. His stomach churned. He still couldn't figure out how he could make everything come together. Good, because I need to take a look at the crime scene and see what I can figure out before the FBI agents arrive. Officially, nothing happened, at least until the FBI or U.S. Marshal's office decides what to tell everyone, which will probably be nothing, so I can't contact one of the detectives. Wondering exactly what role Trent played with the U.S. Marshal's office, Bo nodded, sliding back into the chair beside Tosca. He pulled her close as Trent vacated the room. Feeling any better? He asked. I guess. I don't know how you've stayed so calm through all of this. He decided against telling her that his heart had pounded and his hands had been sweaty on the steering wheel the whole way there. I've been in a few situations where someone was shooting at me before. She shuddered and tucked her face against his neck. Charles shot at me that night. He shot out my windows. I thought I was going to die. I still don't know how I got away from him. I'm sure glad you did. I'm really glad you came here." He ran his hand down her back, stroking repeatedly in the hopes of soothing her. He just had to figure out how to make this work. "I love you so much." Bo settled in for a long wait. After 20 minutes, he heard her breathing change. She was asleep. He wished he could sleep, but even as tired as he was, he didn't think he would be able to relax until he knew what was going to happen.
40 Tosca woke up when Trent came into the interview room again, sometime later. His voice was barely more than a whisper as he greeted Bo. She couldn't believe she had been able to sleep after everything that had happened that afternoon. Being shot at and their crazy drive through the streets should have left her on edge, but Bo's arms had been so comforting. She felt safe there. The thought that she would have to leave him made her stomach knot with grief. He was holding her tight, her cheek resting against his chest, and she shifted her face so it rubbed against the firm planes there, breathing in his cologne and soaking in his presence. Soon she would have to leave, and she would never see him again. "You awake?" Bo asked in a voice that was little more than a whisper. "Yeah." Deciding to face what lay ahead, she straightened up in her chair and glanced at Trent. "So what did you find? How long were you gone anyway?" Trent checked his watch. "A little under an hour. I couldn't find any bullets, and without them it's nearly impossible to calculate trajectory. At the distance Bo guessed the shooter was set up, there are only a few places he could have been. The FBI guys are supposed to be here soon, so I'll let them look into it more." He slid a chair back from the other side of the table, scraping it against the tiles and sitting heavily. "So now what?" Bo asked. "Now we wait." "What exactly are the U.S. Marshal's Office's rules about taking an extra person into witness protection?" Bo asked in a neutral tone. Tosca's eyes flashed to him, hope filling her chest. "You're not serious." His words were slow and careful. "I don't know what to do. Right now, I'm just looking into things. It's a big decision, considering I might not see my family again, at least not for a good long while." He took her hand under the table, enclosing it between his own, and pain radiated from his face. "I can't lose you, Tosca. But your family, your farm." She paused as she studied his serious face. "You would do that for me? Leave everything?" "For us," he said, his eyes meeting hers. "I've spent the past hour thinking about it, about my feelings for you and how much better you've made my life. Either choice is going to be difficult, but the farm's land can be leased or sold. Mom has my brother and sister to check on her when she needs it. It'll be hard to leave them, but the thought of saying goodbye to you—" He stopped, closing his eyes for a moment. "I don't think I could handle that either." Tosca's breath caught in her throat. She'd never had anyone who would sacrifice so much just for her. She touched his cheek with her free hand and leaned in, kissing him. "I love you too." Trent cleared his throat, as if he thought they'd forgotten he was in the room. When he had their attention, he sat back in his chair again, his mouth forming a grim line. "You'll have to talk to John. It's not policy to take boyfriends into protection, so I don't think he'll be overjoyed at the idea." Tosca looked into Bo's eyes and saw the pain there that echoed her own. Bo had all but proposed the previous evening. It was fast, but she didn't doubt their feelings for each other. What if we were married? When Trent didn't respond, she glanced back at him to see shock on his face. "You barely know each other." "We know each other better than you might think," Bo said. "And we have talked about marriage. I just didn't expect it to happen so fast." Trent shook his head. "That would be different if you were already married. I don't know what they will do about this, though." Answers didn't come with the FBI agent's arrival. They came in a few minutes later, a tall, skinny man in his 50s, and a younger woman with jet black hair. "I'm Agent Riker, and this is Agent Gillespie," the man said as they held out their IDs. "You mind if I have a closer look?" Bo asked. He took the credentials and studied them. "Thanks. What's the plan?" "Hold on, who are you?" Agent Riker asked. "Bo or Robert Carver?" He pulled out his military credentials and passed them over. "I'm Tosca's fiancé." Tosca nodded, pleased by his calm declaration. If they started from that angle, maybe John would be more likely to capitulate. Agent Gillespie's lips pursed. "We'll take Miss Egan to a safe house, and the U.S. Marshal in charge of her case will pick her up in a few days when he's made alternate arrangements for her. I'd say congratulations on your impending marriage, but it does complicate matters. Miss Egan? Bo looked at Tosca. Margot Egan is my real name. It had been so long since she'd said it that it sounded almost foreign on her tongue. He ran his thumb across the back of her hand. That's pretty, too. She shot him a weak smile. Thanks. He returned his gaze to Agent Gillespie. I trust we can work through those complications one way or another. Tosca wondered what that meant. That's something you'll have to work out with the people in charge of her case. Are you ready to go, Miss Egan? Agent Gillespie asked. Her chest felt like it was being compressed from all sides as she looked at Bo again. Give us a moment alone to say goodbye, Bo asked them. Please? Tosca pleaded when they didn't look so inclined. Trent stood. We'll wait outside the door. I need to talk with the agents for a moment anyway, but best to keep it short. They need to get back to Denver. He gestured the agents to the door. They didn't look happy, but followed his lead. As soon as the door shut, Bo pulled Tosca close. I don't know how, but we're going to work this out. You believe me, don't you? Tears slid down her cheeks, wetting his shirt. How can it? You're going to leave everything you know to come with me, if they let you. She bunched the sides of his shirt in her hands as if it would keep him close. Are you sure about this? I don't want you to regret it. You could never come back, never see or speak with them ever again. He lowered his head and slid his lips over hers. I didn't say it would be ideal, but maybe there's a way we could come back, or at least see them again someday. He shook his head, looking discouraged. I want to be with you despite the consequences. Believe in me, Tosca. I love you. She fought to be strong, tears sliding down her face. I love you too, Bo. He pulled her even tighter to him. If they won't let me join you, contact me when you think it's safe again. You can send me a burner phone or something. I'll come for you wherever you are, and we'll go out on our own. He used a finger to tip her head up until their eyes met. I'll see you again. Hopefully soon. She nodded, wanting to believe him. She kissed him one more time, then turned toward the door. It was time to face what was to come. She'd lived through terrible losses before. She could do it again and survive.
Bo waited in the interrogation room until Trent returned. I'll need John's contact information, he told Trent without any other form of greeting. I'll have him call you, Trent promised. Thank you for keeping Tosca safe when I wasn't there to do it. No one owes me thanks. She's my girl. I'm not going to let anyone hurt her if I have a choice. Still, we were lucky you were there and that the first shot missed. Trent stuck his hand on his hips above his utility belt. Yes, she could easily have been dead. Bo kept her alive this time. Would he be allowed to be there for next time? Could he really leave everything here to be with her? Have they left? Yeah, you can leave now. Keep an eye out, but I don't think anyone will come after you. Great. That's really comforting. It sounded like Bo needed to get his holster and carry his Glock on him for the next few days. He wondered if he should send his mom to stay with Carissa until he left town. Have John call me. I will. Bo headed out to his truck. He had seriously considered taking off with Tosca while Trent had been checking out the scene earlier. But he wasn't at risk, and he couldn't just disappear into hiding without at least setting things right at home, though how leaving everything could be any more right than losing Tosca, he would never know. He went back to the farm, his mind muddled with everything zooming through it. How would he explain to everyone? Could he find someone to take care of this year's crop and lease the farm for next year? He would have to leave town for who knows how long and not see his family again for at least a year or two until things calmed down and they could arrange something, maybe longer. He didn't have any skills outside of being a sniper and running a farm. What would he do? Work as a Walmart greeter? How could he support Tosca, and how could he leave his family for any amount of time? His mother, when her health was so bad. By the time he reached home, his stomach was a big knot. He walked into the kitchen and found Beth sitting at the table snapping green beans. You can't be planning to bottle beans tonight, he objected. You're not feeling well enough for that. How did you get all of those picked without falling over? She never knew her limits. Who would watch out for her when he was gone? She smiled at him. Carissa stopped by. I made her pick them. I told her I'd make you do the bottling if I got too tired to stand in the kitchen. Bo chuckled. His mother had put all of her children into service in her gardening endeavors, so he'd helped her bottle produce before. I could do that for you, especially since you're already managing the boring parts. She studied him for a moment. Something's on your mind? Come help me with the boring parts. It'll give us a chance to talk. He took the seat beside her, reaching automatically into the bowl of beans she shifted his way. Yeah, something's on my mind. What is it? Does it have anything to do with why you were gone so long? I expected you back over 3 hours ago. Yeah. He didn't know what to say or how to say it, so he started with Tosca. His family would need to understand what was going on if they were ever going to accept his decision to leave. In December, Tosca saw her boyfriend kill someone. Turns out he was a regular bad dude. She's been in witness protection ever since. Her real name is Margot, and the guy she was going to testify against found her recently. He sent someone to kill her. He paused when his mother gasped in shock. He nearly succeeded today, but he missed, and I got her out of there. Got her somewhere safe. Beth stopped what she was doing and studied his face for a long moment. So now what? The FBI picked her up. The U.S. Marshal's office will put her back in hiding. New town, new name, new identity. He tried to keep his voice even, but there was a rasp of emotion in it that he couldn't suppress. And where does that leave you? She asked. I have 2 options. Both of them suck. I can stay here and miss her, wonder about her for the rest of my life, or I can settle things here, sell or lease the farm and animals, say goodbye to all of you, and walk away. It could be a long time before I saw you again. Guilt rose in him. Looking at his mom now and seeing how tired she was, he knew leaving would be as hard as staying. Oh, honey. Beth put a hand on his arm. I can't leave you here alone with all of this mess on your hands, but I can't stand to have her taken away from me. You're right, both options are pretty terrible. You just got back home again. You really love her? Yeah, we're sort of engaged. He would need to buy a ring and do this right, but she had mentioned marriage to Trent and hadn't disagreed with him when he told the agents he was her fiancé, so he didn't think that would be a problem. Oh my. There was a moment of silence. Then you'll do your best to make the right decision, whatever that is, and I'll accept it, even if it means I won't have you around anymore. He looked over, saw the tears in her eyes, and wrapped her in a hug. Thank you. You're the best. You know I love you, right? Of course I do, and I love you. Your father was so proud of you. I hope you know that. She pressed her hand to his cheek. And so am I. A tear escaped her eye and slid down her face. If he were here, he would understand. Bo wiped the tear away and fought for composure. He reached into the bowl for more beans. Now to talk to Hank. He's not going to take this well. I know. Bo would have to deal with that in a few minutes. He'd forgotten to call and cancel Hank's help with the cows, and he would be showing up soon. When Marsh came alone, Bo was relieved to put the confrontation off until the next day. It would give him time to make a plan before talking to his siblings. He may not have much time, though. He didn't know when John would call with the news.
41 Hank had been right about Joquell arranging for him to spend time with her parents again before they left, though he wondered why she thought it was such a good idea. They had dinner together at Joquell's house, and it was awkward since Hank couldn't forget the memory of her mother coming to his office. She'd said her daughter would tire of the area, her job, and him before long, that Joquell was flighty and refused to live up to her potential. So she didn't become a surgeon, even though she had the ability. Did that make what she was doing less worthy? No. Then why had the conversation been circling in his head ever since? When they finished eating, the women stood to clear the table, telling Hank and Caleb to stay where they were. Hank asked Caleb about what he did when he wasn't working, and Caleb made disinterested queries about Hank's life. So you work on this farm now? Do you need the money that badly? Caleb asked. No, I'm just helping out my brother. Hank clenched his hands under the table. My dad died last spring, and it's a big farm. It takes a lot of work to keep it running with the dairy. Caleb sneered a little. So you trudge around in mud and cow dung. How very back to Mother Nature of you. When Hank couldn't stand the disapproval any longer, He stood and grabbed the gravy boat. "I'll just take this into them," he said. He picked up the water pitcher in his other hand and pushed through to the kitchen. "Come on, sweetheart," Liesl said. "He's a farm boy, and you know you don't plan to settle here forever. You have bigger and better things to do. This argument is getting old. I'm happy here for now, so whether I stay here forever or not is moot. For now, I'm here. If I leave later, that will be my decision, and continually badgering me about it is only going to make me more determined to stay, even if only to spite you." Hank stood frozen in the doorway, unable to believe what he was hearing. Had Joquell just agreed that she wasn't going to stay here very long? That she was only here to make her parents mad and she'd be going along her way again later? But this is such a little backwards town. Sweetheart, the nearest Nordstrom's is an hour away. You can't possibly plan to stay here long. Where's the social life? Yes, it's a podunk nothing, and the social life is dismal, but even the cream of society needs a break now and then. Hank wondered if he was still breathing. He didn't feel like it. It took all of his strength to finish stepping into the kitchen to give them the things he'd brought from the table. "So sorry, did I interrupt you? I thought you might appreciate it if I cleared the table before I leave. I have to go help Bo at the farm." He forced some country into his voice like the first time he'd met Lyle, not even caring if Joquell was appalled by his behavior. He did his best to keep his face impassive. He set the items on the counter with more force than necessary, then turned to Lyle. "I hope you have an uneventful trip home tomorrow." He looked at Joquell. "Good night." What he really meant was goodbye, but he didn't think she picked up on it. That was fine. He just wanted to get out of there before he put his fist through one of the walls. He'd just spent hours helping her fix them up after all. Maybe he'd get a discount when she decided to sell the place and return to more social waters if he could stand being inside it ever again. He called out a goodbye to Caleb as he left the house, careful not to slam the door behind him. Hank just couldn't stop thinking that he should have known. How could he have been so stupid not to realize she was just like Shani? She'd seemed so different, and yet here she was, disparaging his town and admitting she wouldn't stick around. She wouldn't be there for him like he wanted to be there for her. Before he reached his truck, Joquell was running down the sidewalk to him. "Hank, wait, what's going on?" He ripped his door open and jumped into the cab, but waited for her to run over to him. "Sorry, my town and my country ways are too backward for you. I understand now why your mom thought you were flighty and unable to stick with anything for long. Your father thinks I'm the dirt beneath your Jimmy Choos, and you obviously think I'm just fun to pass the time with. I thought better of you than that, though. I guess I was wrong." He pushed the truck into gear and backed out of the parking spot before she could get a word in. She was still standing there when he glanced back in his rearview mirror before he took a turn, putting the house out of sight.
Joquell was stunned. Had all of that been in response to her conversation with her mother? Hadn't he been able to tell that she was placating her parents? Couldn't he see how much their conceited attitudes bothered her? That she loved it here and had no intention of ever leaving if she had her way. "Dear, what are you doing standing out there?" her mother called to her from the front porch. Joquell turned and found Carissa watching her from her own porch. Sitting on the swing out front. Apparently she'd seen it all, even if she didn't hear it. Joquell couldn't think about that right now, though. She had to face her parents. Sucking in a breath, she turned back to her house and stalked up the front walk. It was past time she had a heart-to-heart with her parents. Her father was still sitting at the dining table when she walked in. Her mother was in the foyer, her arms folded across her chest. She was obviously upset. "Joquell, that was very rude of him. How can you date someone like that?" Liesl asked. "He does seem awfully testy," her father said. "You really should find a boyfriend who isn't so hot-headed." Joquell pointed to the chair beside her father and looked at her mother. "Sit, now." "There's no cause for you to take that tone with me," Liesl said, putting a hand to her chest in offense. The anger, frustration, and embarrassment boiled inside her, and she fought to keep it under control. "Apparently there is. I have something to say to you two, and I'm only going to say it once. I want to make sure I have your full attention. So sit. Shocked, Leal sat. Listen up. I am a grown woman. I live here in Juniper Ridge. I hate the social drama in San Francisco. It's part of the reason I moved so far away. I never intend to go back to living like that, no matter what you want or think. I have a good job here, which I love. I have a guy here that you have done your best to scare off. He's a good man. He's smart and educated and fun and well-grounded with a terrific family that accepts me. If we do end up together, I will bring two people into his life who look down their noses at him, treat him like crap, and go out of their way to discourage him. If anyone has been rude, it's been you. Her mother gasped, and Joquell held up a hand to stop her. She wasn't finished with what she had to say. I know you just want what's best for me, but right now, this town, this job, and Hank are best for me, and nothing you can say will change that. You can either accept the decisions I've made, or you can get out of my house. There's a lovely hotel in town that will treat you like the pampered, spoiled brats you've proved yourselves to be. If you choose to be nice, you're welcome to stay. Well, I've never been treated so badly in all my life, Lyle said, standing up. And by my own daughter. No, you're usually the one treating everyone else badly, whether they deserve it or not. It hurt to admit her parents were like that, even if it had always been that way. If you expect to be part of my life, you're going to have to accept me and my choices the way I am. End of story. Stay or go, it's your decision, but I have someone to go find. She grabbed her purse, checked for the keys, and stormed out to her Jeep. Hank may think he could get away from her, but he was wrong. She was going to straighten out everything, if she could find him. 42. Joquell didn't know where Hank went after rushing out of her place. He wasn't parked at his sister's house next door or at his apartment. Getting desperate, she went out to the farm to look for him. On the long drive, she wondered what she would say when she found him. Would he let her talk? Would he believe her when she tried to clear things up for him? And why hadn't he stayed to talk to her in the first place? She was sorry her parents had been so difficult to deal with, but her relationship with Hank was between him and her, and he should have worked through it with her instead of jumping to conclusions and freaking out. She didn't see his truck out front, so she pulled around to the back by the barn. He wasn't parked there either. She sat in the Jeep for a long moment after realizing that if he was this determined not to be found, she was wasting her time. She put the Jeep into reverse. Maybe he was at the fire shed. Before she moved more than a few feet, though, Beth came into view in the rearview mirror. Joquell wanted to be gone, but she couldn't take off right away. If Beth was there, she might as well ask. She got out of the Jeep and walked over. I was looking for Hank. You haven't seen him in the past 10 minutes or so, have you? No. What happened? Beth walked right over to the truck, looking worried. Joquell shook her head. I'm not actually sure. Just something my parents said, I think. He said something about how he thought I was looking down on him and the town in my Jimmy Choos. I don't even own Jimmy Choos. I prefer Manolos. Beth reached out and touched Joquell's shoulder, her face filled with sadness. This is about Shani, the ex-girlfriend he was talking marriage with last year. She thought the town was too small, too far from everything. She didn't think his engineering job for this little firm was important enough. Joquell remembered what her mom had been saying about him being just a farm boy right before he had come into the room. Had he overheard them? Did he think Joquell felt like that? She'd only been agreeing to end the conversation. She'd been so sick of the nagging since they had arrived in town. The thought made her heart hurt, but she couldn't do anything about it until she found him. Thank you. That explains more than you know. I better go. Maybe I'll find him in town. Good luck, sweetheart. I think you're really good for him, Beth said. Joquell smiled half-heartedly and put her Jeep into reverse again. She returned to town, driving past any place where she thought he might choose to go to get away, but wasn't surprised not to find him. Before returning home an hour later, she drove past his place again and saw he still wasn't there. Her parents weren't at her home either. Maybe they had gone to the DeCarlo resort. Maybe they'd gone back to Denver. Either way, she didn't really care at the moment. She was too angry with the way they had treated her and Hank to care. She tried calling his cell phone for the 20th time that night, but he must have turned it off because it went straight to voicemail. She left a message anyway. "Hank, I'm sorry about the way my parents treated you since they arrived. It wasn't right, and I'm not happy about it. I told them to get out until they can treat me and you better. Please come see me. Please just let me talk with you about it." Tears clogged her throat as she hung up, not sure what to do now.
Bo had spent the day working alone, torn about his decision to stay or go and what it really meant. Could he leave his family behind? Things with Hank had been strained since he returned from Iraq, and he didn't know if his brother would ever forgive him if he left now. In his dream world, a couple of years might pass, and then maybe when the dust settled, he could contact Hank and arrange to meet with the family somewhere on vacation where no one knew them. Maybe they could find a way to keep in touch, to get updates on how things were going. But in his heart, he knew it wouldn't work. He was still thinking about it when Marsh showed up to help him with the milking that night, and he tried to figure out what he was going to say when Hank showed up later. But Hank didn't come. The milking machine hummed as Bo checked his watch for the dozenth time that evening. "What's going on?" Marsh asked. "What do you mean?" Bo asked as he released the last bunch of cows from his side of the pen. "You've been checking your watch every few minutes for the past hour, and you're really quiet. Something's bothering you." Bo shrugged. "Hank said he'd stop by. I thought he'd be here by now. Maybe things are going well at Joquell's." His brows wiggled. "Maybe he's asking permission to marry her and her father is giving him the 3rd degree. We could always hope, but I don't think they're that serious yet." Bo hooked the milkers back into place for the night and heard Marsh lift the stanchion across from him to let the last of the cows out. "So what's up with you? You're so private since you came home from Iraq." Bo shook his head. "I just have a lot on my mind." He'd spoken with John from the U.S. Marshal's office that day. They would allow him to go with Tosca, but he had only a couple of days to decide if that's truly what he wanted, while they organized her transfer and a new life before moving her from the safe house. Once that happened, whatever Bo's decision was, there was no turning back. John had told him not to explain the situation to his family, for Tosca's safety, but he needed to talk through it with his 2 best friends. When they finished hosing out the shed, Bo called Hank's phone, but it was turned off. He ended the call and looked over at Marsh. "I do have something to say, but I want to say it with Hank here. Can you and Carissa meet with me and Hank when he gets off work tomorrow? I'll bring him over to your place." Bo knew waiting that long was pushing it, but he wasn't sure when else he'd be able to get everyone together. "Of course." Marsh looked like he wanted to ask again what was going on, but didn't. "You want Carissa to bring Mom too?" Bo considered for only a couple of seconds, then shook his head. "I already talked to her about it." "Okay, we'll be waiting for you." Marsh set his hand on Bo's shoulder and squeezed for a moment, then headed for the door. "I better get home. See you tomorrow." "Thanks for your help. I appreciate it," Bo said. "You bet." Bo heard the truck door close and Marsh starting the engine. He started the cleaning cycle on the pipes, then went back inside. It wasn't fully dark yet. He considered taking his bike out for a ride, but the memories of his time with Tosca, or Margot, were too thick in his mind. Maybe he'd take a quick ride on one of the horses before turning in for the night instead.
Hank spent several hours in his truck in the back of the barn where they pulled in farm equipment for repair. He wasn't up to seeing anyone, not even his mom, so he didn't go into the house. He knew he was sulking, but he just couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he'd picked the wrong kind of woman, again. When things with Shani had blown up in his face, he had been shocked. There had been a few warning signs, but they were talking marriage. It wasn't like he hadn't heard her complain about the small town, but he'd been willing to consider moving somewhere larger, if that's what she wanted. She had acted as though their relationship had been important enough to make it all work out. Then she dropped her bombshell about wanting to move to LA. It was a great work opportunity for her. He couldn't argue with that. But she wanted him to come with her, and right away, Not in a year or so when Bo had returned and things were back to normal at home. She wasn't willing to wait, and he couldn't leave yet. She'd called him a stupid country boy and left. He'd felt betrayed, but not as betrayed as he felt now after Joquell's words. She knew how he felt about his home. They'd talked about it. So why did she play him like that? Was he just completely stupid when it came to women? It was well after midnight when he headed home to shower for work. He should have gone in to check on Bo while he'd been milking that night. He'd promised to stop in to see him earlier, but had kept to himself instead. He didn't care. He just wanted to be left alone. Unfortunately, when lunchtime came, Joquell showed up at his door at work. "Hey, can we talk over lunch?" she asked. "Sorry, I'm working through lunch today. I have an appointment right after, and I've spent too much time in that temporary home of yours, helping you fix it up so your parents can wrinkle their noses at it. Maybe another day." He turned his gaze to his computer screen again. She was dressed in her EMS uniform, her hair pulled back out of her eyes, a sad look on her face that nearly softened his heart. Nearly. But he knew better than to get burned again. He really needed to start dating a different kind of woman. "Hank, please. It wasn't what you think. Don't make excuses, Joquell. This is a resting spot in your journey. I get that. I wish you luck, but I don't want to be your fling. Please leave me alone." Kless walked past the door, stopping to greet them both. "Hank, do you have those plans ready?" "Soon, I promise. I was just making a couple of adjustments." The plans were done, but it seemed like a good excuse to get rid of Joquell. Ms. Westbury just stopped in to say hello. She's leaving now. She looked like she wanted to argue, but glanced at his boss and then nodded instead. "Good luck with your presentation, or whatever." Before she left, she gave Hank another look that said she wasn't giving up. Hank took a breath to center himself and caught the remnants of her perfume, a fragrance that would no doubt haunt him for the rest of his days, before focusing on his work again. A nearly sleepless night hadn't seemed to have helped him put his thoughts in order. He wiped his eyes, which were heavy with exhaustion, and focused on his computer again. He couldn't think about his broken heart now. He hadn't known her that long. Surely he would get over her soon. So why did he hurt so much?
43 Bo missed Tosca. He missed talking to her and having someone he could talk to about anything. He missed her tinkling laughter and the way she felt in his arms. While he waited for the milking machine to finish with the cows the morning after Hank didn't show up as promised, he pulled out his cell phone and read the text messages he and Tosca, Margot, had sent back and forth since they started dating. A few of them made him chuckle, and he put the phone back in his pocket, missing her more than ever. As he and his mother ate a late breakfast a few hours later, he played with his eggs, wondering how to say what he was thinking. "You miss her," Beth said after silence had stretched between them for several minutes. Bo looked over at her. He shouldn't have been surprised that she could read him so easily. She always had been able to. "Yeah, I do. It's okay, if you decide to go with her. I'll miss you like crazy, but you have to do what you have to do." Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she set a hand on his forearm. "I hate to leave you here, though. This is a huge decision." "Of course it is. If you didn't take it seriously, you wouldn't be my son." She pursed her lips for a moment. "You have to tell them your decision today, don't you?" He nodded. "Yes. I told the contact I'd call by noon." "You know what you're going to do," she said, nodding. Bo swallowed the lump that had risen in his throat. "I'm going with her." His lungs tightened, and he felt an edge of panic when he said it aloud. He was sure of the decision, but it was still huge and scary. Maybe scarier than his decision to join the army, though that might have had something to do with his complete lack of understanding about what he'd been signing on for at the time. "I worry about leaving you here." "I'll be fine, honey," Beth said. "Really, I'm feeling better every day, and Carissa has that extra bedroom. When I have a rough spot, I can stay with her. The rest of the time, I'm able to take care of myself and the house. I don't want to be the reason you turn your back on the woman you love." A tear spilled onto her cheek and she wiped it away. "You'll do what you have to do. I didn't raise my boys to take care of me. I raised them to make the right decisions for themselves." Feeling slightly reassured and choked up at the same time, he leaned over and hugged her. "I love you, Mom. I love you too." When he left the room a few minutes later, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number for John, the U.S. Marshal. When he answered, Bo jumped right into it. "This is Robert Carver. I want to go with Margot. What do I need to do?" Bo was restless as the day wore on. It was a good thing he had so much to get together before morning. It had been 2 full days since the attack against Tosca, and he still hadn't spoken with his siblings about it. He'd put off telling them while he was undecided, but now that he knew what he was going to do, he had to come clean. He checked the time on his cell phone once more before exiting his truck and walking up to Hank's office. Hank should still be sitting at his desk, as he rarely left early unless he had to check on a project. A smile shaped his mouth as his eyes landed on the cute brunette sitting behind the front desk. "You're back after your maternity leave. How's the baby doing?" "I hear he's a big one," Bo said to Lori, a girl he'd gone to school with. "Yes, he is." Lori didn't seem surprised that he knew about the baby. Even if Hank hadn't worked there, word would have filtered back to Bo through local gossip. "Already nearly 15 pounds, and he's only 3 months old. How's your mama doing? I haven't seen her for a while." "She's terrific, running circles around me half the time." He leaned on the tall front counter, wishing he had time to stay and catch up with Lori. It had been so long since he'd seen her, and her husband had been a buddy of his in school. How had Bo been back so long already but had seen so few people? He focused on his reason for being there. "Is Hank in still? I hope to catch him before he takes off. Unless he snuck out the back on me. Go on to his office. You remember where it's at, don't you?" "Sure do, thanks." He moved down the hall and let out a breath of relief when he found his brother scratching notes on a yellow legal pad beside his desk. "Hey, how's it coming?" Hank looked up, his eyes wary for a moment before his brow evened out and he smiled. "Hey, what brought you here? You didn't make it over last night and I need to talk with you, so I thought I'd swing by and grab you for a bit before I start the milking." Bo stopped himself from stuffing his hands in his pockets, though he felt anxious about the discussion. "Must be serious. Sit down and we can talk." "Carissa and Marsh are expecting us at their place. I'd rather talk with all of you together." Hank studied him for a few seconds. "Give me a minute to shut things down and I'll meet you there." Considering how Hank had stayed away the previous night, Bo almost would have preferred to follow him, but decided to take what he could get. "Thanks." Bo's chest felt tight and he forced a smile before heading out to his truck. Hank arrived at Carissa's almost 10 minutes after Bo, which had Bo on edge, wondering if Hank was avoiding them. He couldn't put off talking about this any longer since John was flying in to pick up Tosca. No, Margot, he reminded himself, the next day. He'd already had a long talk with his mom that morning about what he was going to do. He watched as Hank got out of his truck and strode up the walk, not even glancing at Joquell's house. Not once. Bo wondered what was going on with them, but didn't have time to puzzle over it long before Hank walked in. "Have you been hovering by the window waiting for me?" Hank's voice had an irritated edge to it. "I've looked a couple of times." Bo did his best to keep his tone light. "Things always take a little longer to tie up at the end of the day than you expect them to, don't they?" "Sit down, have a soda," Carissa said, passing out Cokes. "Can't have you getting thirsty while you fight." "I don't plan to fight with anyone," Bo said, "but obviously something's going on." Carissa sat beside Marsh on the sofa across from Bo. "So what's the deal?" Hank set the soda on the coffee table between them, unopened. "Is it about Mom? Why isn't she here?" Bo ran his hand through his military cut, praying for guidance on how to tell them. "I already spoke to Mom. This isn't about her, it's about me." He set his soda can on the coffee table and leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "You know things with Tosca and me are getting serious." "It's pretty obvious," Carissa said. "We've been talking about marriage, some." "So are you engaged or not?" Carissa asked, her brow furrowing. "I hope you marry her." "I like her a lot, and I think she's good for you." The words made Bo feel a little better about the bombshell he would be dropping on them. "I'm glad you think so. 2 days ago when I was out for lunch with her, someone shot at her. Apparently, she saw something she shouldn't have back home, and that's why she's in Juniper Ridge to begin with. Tosca's not her real name. She's been here in witness protection, hiding from the person who is after her. Apparently, he found her, though, so she's been taken into protective custody again. He rubbed his thumb along the length of his hand, staring at it so he wouldn't have to face them as he spoke. 44 Bo wanted to track down Hank immediately, despite Carissa's advice to wait, but he knew she was right. Besides, it was time to show Landon around the facility and make sure he knew what he was doing before unleashing him on the cows and equipment. Landon was already in the milking shed when Bo arrived, and turned to greet Bo, his blonde hair falling into his eyes and a crooked grin shaping his mouth. He was only in his late 20s, and Bo had no idea how he'd come up with the money for the transaction, but a letter from the bank had stated that the cash for the sale was there. "How are you doing tonight? Ready to get back in the trenches?" Landon asked. Bo had decided to tell people that he had re-enlisted with the Army and was being deployed overseas. It would explain things for a while at least, and why he never would come home for visits. "Yeah, it's going to be a change from here. I'll miss this place." He looked around the shed and felt his throat tighten with emotions. This was home, the only home he'd ever wanted. He turned away toward the milking stanchions so his feelings wouldn't be so obvious and sucked in a breath to center himself. Now Tosca would be his home, and it would be okay. "But I suppose some of us can't get the need for excitement out of our systems so easily," he said. "Glad it's you and not me." Landon came over beside him. "You start on that side, and I'll watch, then do the other side. I haven't done this since I was a kid, and my uncle's equipment was a little different than yours." Bo nodded and focused on the task at hand, explaining each step and giving safety pointers. Soon milk was chugging through the lines on both sides, and Bo took advantage of the break to walk Landon through the cleaning cycle and maintenance. When they were halfway through the milking, and Landon seemed to have the hang of everything, Bo thought he heard the crunch of gravel outside. He turned to see Hank's truck pulling past the open doorway to park on the other side of the building. "I've got this," Landon said. "You probably want to spend a little more time with your brother before you take off." Bo glanced back at the cows and slapped one on the rump. He would miss this, if only because it was part of his past. "Thanks," he offered Landon a hand to shake. "Take good care of them. They're good girls." "I will." Bo exited the shed to find Hank still sitting in his truck, making no move to exit, as if he wasn't sure if he would stay or not. He was here. That was good enough as far as Bo was concerned. This was his last chance if he planned to have a long talk with his twin. He pulled open the passenger side door of the old white pickup and slid inside. "I wasn't sure if I'd see you again today." Hank didn't look at him, just stared out the windshield, gripping the steering wheel. "When do you leave?" "In the morning." Bo watched his brother's profile, catching the way his mouth tightened at the revelation. "How long have you known about this and haven't told us?" Hank asked. "It's only been a couple of days since I learned about Tosca. I wanted to talk to you about it last night, but you disappeared after dinner at Joquell's." When Hank grimaced, Bo nodded. "Something went wrong there, didn't it?" Hank shrugged. "It turns out she's just like Shani. No loss. We weren't getting serious or anything." Bo knew Hank was covering his hurt, but decided not to dredge it up. "She didn't seem much like Shani." "Can't you see it? They're practically sisters," Hank said. "No, Shani was stuck up and elitist. It was obvious in everything she did. Joquell never struck me as being like that." Hank finally turned to face Bo, surprise on his face. "You never said you felt that way about Shani." "No, because you were so infatuated it would have only made you mad. She didn't treat you badly like she did so many other people, so I hoped you two would be happy together, somehow. Maybe I should have said something, but you got defensive when I even tried a little. Joquell's not like that, though. I've seen her talking with all kinds of people in the park, and she never put on airs. She's genuine." Bo sat back in his seat, deciding that he didn't want to argue with Hank over his woman. But if she proved differently, I must have been mistaken. "Yeah, you must have." Hank's scowl was less severe than before, though. "So you're really taking off with Tosca? What's her real name, anyway?" Bo considered for a moment before saying it aloud. Margot, but don't mention it to anyone else, okay? The less you guys know about what happened and about her, the safer you'll be. Someone really wants her dead? That means they'll be coming after you too if you're with her. The thought of her in danger made Bo's stomach clench. Yeah, we'll have to be careful. You said you hoped we could get back in touch again. How will we know it's you? Hank asked. I'll use Great-Grandpa Rowley's name when I contact you. We think the guy tracked Tosca down through her friend's Facebook account, so we have to be really careful. No private conversations online or indication that we're related, but I'll let you know that we're safe, somehow. Hank's thumbs thumped a beat on the steering wheel. It seems like you just got home, and you're leaving the farm behind. Are you sure that's what you want to do? This is what you've always wanted. So you want to offload the cows, I can't really blame you for that. But the rest of it, you had plans. Bo nodded. Sometimes we have to make decisions that are right, even though we don't like all the repercussions. This is one of them, I guess. I'll miss you a lot. I'm sorry I haven't been as open as I used to be. I'm sorry I haven't tried hard to understand what you're going through. It's just, having you gone never feels right. Right back at you. Silence filled the air between them, but this time it wasn't tense and angry, so Bo let it linger. So, Disneyland in 3 years? He said finally. Hank latched onto that in a heartbeat. Oh, yeah. I'm all over that. And this time try not to get sick on the teacups, Bo chuckled. Marsh's SUV pulled into the drive behind them and Bo glanced back. You left before I could tell you that we're getting together for a while tonight. Stay for dinner and some games or something? Yeah, I'd like that. Bo let out a breath of relief. Mom's got a roast in the crock pot. Let me at it. Hank got out and Bo joined them all to go inside for a final dinner.
Charles seethed with anger as he got off the plane in Denver. He hated cross-country travel, especially when he had to go coach so he wouldn't draw attention to himself. He'd been tempted to buy first-class tickets. He was using a fake name after all, but decided not to risk it. He tugged a little on the blonde wig he wore over his own dark hair, and the mustache glued to his upper lip had been itching like crazy for the entire flight. He tightened his grip on his carry-on and headed for the taxi area. His contact here would hook him up with a gun and had said he knew where they were keeping Margot if the guy's information was good. It had better be considering what Charles had paid for it. He only hoped he wouldn't be too late getting there. He should have known he couldn't trust someone else to do the job. If he'd come out here in the first place, the stupid woman would be dead and his little problem would be over. Without her they had nothing on him. He'd managed to get Carter's body away, hauling the bloodied soil with it. They'd found the carcass a little while later, but there was no hard evidence connecting Charles to the death. Charles checked his watch. With a little work, in a few hours there wouldn't even be a witness left.
45 Bo met John, the U.S. Marshal, at a park in downtown Denver. He carried his army duffel with his clothes, a few books, and not much else. He had to leave behind anything that would identify him or connect him with his family, so he'd spent the previous evening going through old scrapbooks with everyone. There had been a lot of laughter and a few tears. Now he looked at the man who would take him to Tosca and hoped he'd made the right choice. You ready? John asked after Bo showed him his military ID. Yeah, I am. Come on, then. They went out to a dark sedan and slid in, then took a circuitous route through town, heading down random side streets and then returning to the main road miles later to ensure they weren't being followed. It looks like we're good, John said as he got back on the main road. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Bo swallowed hard. What if she didn't want him? What if he'd jumped to conclusions, or she'd changed her mind about them? This was forever, and maybe they weren't ready for it. They pulled up in front of the safe house, a smallish home in a cookie-cutter neighborhood. There were trees and bushes around it, making it blend perfectly with its brothers. Bo got out of the car and moved up the sidewalk, anxious to see Tosca again, nervous about her reaction when she saw him. John wouldn't have brought him if she hadn't said she wanted him there, would he? And then John opened the door and led him inside. Tosca sat on the sofa, the blotchy red flower pattern matching the red in her cheeks. Then her eyes flashed to his, and she was out of the sofa and in his arms. What are you doing here? John said you asked him about coming, but I didn't really think I'd see you again. Try to keep me away. Bo dropped the duffel, pulling her tighter to him, and kissed her, despite all of the people watching them. Her mouth was as sweet as he remembered. I can't believe you came to see me, Tosca said to Bo, not ready to let go yet. She studied his face as if committing it to memory. I didn't come to see you, honey. Bo steeled himself for rejection. I'm going with you. As your husband, if you'll have me. I bought a ring, but I put it in the duffel so it's not exactly handy. The words just kept pouring out while he talked to her. She kissed him again. I'd love to marry you. Her brow crinkled. But what about your family? I know. I'll miss them. He brushed the hair back from her face, the memory of last night's goodbyes choking him up. You'll be my family, and I'll be yours. That's very touching. Really, John said with a bit of impatience. But we are on a schedule here, people, so let's get moving. We managed to put together new identities for you both. Margot, your new name is going to be Sarah Pitt, until you marry this joker. Bo, you're now Adam Beckstead. We can get you married in an hour in Judge's chambers, but it'll be backdated 3 years. Adam, you're fresh home from the war, in artillery, ranching background. We found you a job on a ranch outside of town. It comes with a tiny little cottage that you can use until you make other arrangements, or you can stay there, your call. He barreled through the arrangements, giving them each a file with their personal stats and reviewing the plans for the trip. Bo nodded, forcing himself to think about what was to come and not what he'd left behind. He had Tosca. He could deal with the rest as it came.
Charles watched the agents, Margot, and a blonde guy get into a couple of sedans. He hadn't been able to get a clear shot at Margot. The blonde guy was standing partially in front of her, his eyes scanning the area carefully. He had to be military, the way he carried himself. A moment later, Charles realized the man was holding her hand. So there was something personal going on. It didn't matter. He would get her, no matter who tried to get in the way. He slid back into his own car, watching and following from a distance as they headed downtown. If he got a shot, he'd have to take it. Once they moved her out of Denver, it would be harder to find her again. And she was unlikely to make the same mistake twice.
Joquell couldn't get the previous day's encounter with Hank out of her mind, though she kept trying to focus on the report for the ambulance run they'd gone on that morning. Why wouldn't he even listen? When she looked up to see someone standing at her door, she hoped for one instant it would be him. Then she realized it was Lois. After the weekend she'd had, Joquell seriously hoped this wasn't going to be an argument, or she would probably just fire Lois straight out. There were still several days before Lois was allowed to return to work. "Can I help you, Lois?" Lois took a couple of tentative steps into the room. "I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have acted like I did. It was bad for morale and unfair to you. I don't have an excuse for the way I acted." Joquell sat back in her chair and gestured for Lois to take one across from her desk. "I understand that it's hard to have someone you've never heard of step in and take over, especially if your brother wanted the spot and was passed over. But I like to think that the sheriff didn't make a bad decision, even if it wasn't the one you wanted. I'm impressed with the EMTs we have in this group, and I'm excited to be working with them. I'm excited to be working with you, Lois. You're very good with patients and know your medicine. And you know every back road, which is really handy since the GPS isn't always reliable here." Lois's smile was careful. "So can I come back to work?" "Yes. I didn't fill your spots for next week yet. I was hoping you'd come in to talk to me before then." Relief filled Lois's face. "Then I'll be ready to go at 8 a.m. on Monday." Joquell sighed. One less worry. Now if she could just figure out what to do about Hank.
46 Bo was on high alert on the drive to the courthouse. If Charles or his goons were going to find them, it would be now, before they were moved again. Always conscious of things and people around him, Bo made sure they all surrounded Tosca as they went into the courthouse and made it through security. He had to turn his Glock over to one of the agents for safekeeping while they were inside, and felt a little naked without it. He held Tosca's hand from the moment they entered the courthouse. Their steps echoed on the floor tiles, and there was a bustle of movement and noise around one of the courtrooms as they passed it. A moment later, they were led into one of the judge's offices and found a graying woman in a trim blue suit sitting behind the desk. John introduced himself, and she nodded. "Come in." She zeroed in on Bo and Tosca. "You must be excited. This is a big day for you." She stood and came around her desk to shake their hands. "I love doing weddings. A new beginning and hope for the future is much more enjoyable than what I do in the courtroom, though that has its compensations." Bo was surprised at the warm reception. He'd never met a judge who was so energetic. But then he supposed judges would all be different, just like people in any other profession. "Thank you. Sarah and I are grateful you're willing to take the time out of your busy schedule to do this for us." It wasn't at all how he'd anticipated his wedding to be. Not that he'd thought about it much, but he'd always assumed his friends and family would be there, and that his bride would be in white with flowers in her hair. He glanced at Tosca now in a pink blouse and blue jean skirt. She deserved better, but he couldn't imagine her being any more beautiful in a fancy gown. The judge gave them some advice on marriage and then performed the ceremony. Bo spent far more time gazing into Tosca's eyes than paying attention to the judge. They didn't fumble over the rings, which he'd brought with him, or the vows, but he was looking forward to the kiss again and could see that she was as well. When their lips met a few minutes later, he felt as though his world was snapping into place. With her, he was home.
Charles snarled when an hour had passed, then two, and the agents never came back down the courthouse steps with their charges. When the day was half over, he accepted that they had left another way and he had lost Margot again. He would have to start over, infiltrating the system and watching, if he wanted to get Margot out of the way before his trial, which was only 4 months from now. He wasn't giving up, though. There was no way that little bit of nothing was sending him to prison.
Joquell didn't hear from Hank for 3 days. She left him messages and tried to catch him at home, but he never seemed to be around. She came home from work Wednesday evening, feeling discouraged and unsure what to do. She went to Tosca's apartment, but it was dark and no one answered when she knocked, despite the fact that Tosca's car was out front. She tried calling Tosca's cell phone, but didn't get an answer there either. Worried, Joquell headed back to her Jeep when Trent came out of his apartment. Remembering what good friends he and Tosca were, she greeted him. "Hey, I've been trying to find Tosca, but she isn't answering her phone and I can't find her at home." He walked over to the metal railing and set his hands on it, giving her a little nod. His red hair was messy like he'd just woken up, which he may have if he were working grave shift. "She's gone. I mean, she moved. Without her car? She just left her car here. And I can see her things through the window. She left everything and took off?" They were friends. Good friends, Joquell had thought. So why wouldn't Tosca have told her she was leaving? It was an emergency and she's not coming back. Movers will be here in a few days to pack everything up and move it for her. Shock hit Joquell like a wave. "You're serious. What kind of emergency? She didn't have any family. Why would she have left?" "She would have contacted me if she had to move. How do I reach her?" "If I hear from her, I'll let her know to contact you, but I don't expect to see her again. Maybe she was running from the law." He shrugged and moved back inside. Joquell wanted to slap him. Of course, Tosca wasn't running from the law. His suggestion was ridiculous. She turned away in a huff and stalked back to her car. What was going on? Had the whole world gone crazy? And why wasn't Trent worried about Tosca? He should have been concerned for her. Could he be responsible for her disappearance? And had her friendship with Tosca meant nothing? Joquell went home to think about it. She would have to figure out what happened to Tosca. When she pulled into the drive at home, Carissa was swinging on the front porch, her little boy on her lap with a book. They were reading together. She waved to Joquell. "How are you doing today?" "Been better," Joquell admitted. "You?" "I'm well. Come over for a minute, will you?" Carissa whispered something in her son's ear, and he slid from her lap, scampering inside. Joquell wasn't sure Hank would like the two of them talking, since he wouldn't have anything to do with her. But she'd been friends with Carissa before she and Hank started dating, and she wasn't about to let that friendship go. So, I guess you and Hank had a big ol' fight, huh? Carissa asked when Joquell started up the front steps. Would Carissa tell her to leave Hank alone? Wary of where this was going, Joquell nodded. Yeah, I didn't even know what hit me. I keep trying to get him to talk to me so we can work it out, but he won't even see me. Carissa nodded, patting the spot beside her on the swing. Come sit. When Joquell did, she continued. See, there's something you have to know about Hank. He's a terrific guy, but he's kind of broody. Most of the time, he just accepts what is and moves on. But if something, or someone, really matters to him, he just goes all moody and irritating for days and even weeks. The only reason he calmed down enough to talk to Bo before he left was because there wasn't much time, or he would have brooded about that for much longer. He won't be ready to talk to you until Christmas if you let him get away with ignoring you. He's the king at avoiding confrontations when he wants to badly enough. That's not making me feel any better. What do I do? If I could just get him alone for 10 minutes, I know I could make him listen. Joquell paused as she realized what Carissa had just said. Where did Bo go? What about the farm? I thought he was firmly entrenched here, and Tosca just disappeared too. Her neighbor said it was an emergency, but she doesn't have any family, so what kind of emergency could it be? What's going on? There was a pause before Carissa smiled and wiggled her brows. Kind of interesting that Bo and Tosca, who were getting so serious, disappeared at exactly the same time, isn't it? Joquell felt like her head was spinning. Are you saying they're together? That you know where they are? Trent was right about the emergency. It's all hush-hush, and I don't know where they are, but I know they're together. So don't worry about Tosca. Bo will take good care of her. But why all of the secrecy? And why didn't she call me at least? Carissa spread her hands in front of her. I don't know the details, but I know if she could have called you, she would have. But you can't say anything to anyone. Not anyone, okay? The reason Bo got called away is a matter of life or death. Joquell sat back against the porch swing, surprised at the revelation. Why are you telling me this? Because you're like a dog with a bone, and Bo and Tosca are better off if nothing much is made of their disappearance. I know how you can be. You won't let something go if it means a lot to you. I've watched the way you're going after Hank. Speaking of which, tell me what's going on with you guys. He won't breathe a word. It seemed somehow wrong to talk about him to his sister, but Joquell didn't have anyone left to talk to, and maybe Carissa could help. So she told her everything she knew about their breakup. And how do you really feel about him? Carissa asked. Do you love him, or are you just having fun for now like he thinks? Joquell's throat felt tight. I love him. I didn't think it was possible to fall in love so fast, but Hank is special. He's so different from what I expected him to be. I just really love being with him, and I have no intention of going anywhere for many years, no matter what my parents think. Carissa nodded with a satisfied smile. Good answer. Since that's the case, I have an idea what you can do about him. It'll make him seriously pissed for a few minutes at least, but you'll be able to say what you have to say and he'll listen, even if he's pretending not to. Joquell narrowed her eyes at Carissa. It doesn't sound like this is going to put him in the right mood for kisses. Not right away, maybe, but you have to start somewhere. Let me go get the tool you'll need. When Joquell found out what Carissa had in mind, she knew it was going to either be perfect or make Hank hate her even more. But since he wasn't even listening to her at the moment, she decided to take her chances. 47 Joquell hadn't left one message on Hank's cell phone, work phone, or email all day. He wasn't sure if he was glad about that or not. If she'd given up, did that mean she was moving on? Isn't that what he wanted? Then why was he filled with this sinking feeling? He sat in his apartment in front of a baseball game on television, wondering what Bo had been thinking to give up his whole future for Tosca, everything he'd planned and dreamed of to be with that one woman. The thought made Hank's chest ache as he wondered if he'd ever find the same thing. The phone rang, Marcia's number, asking him to come over. He needed an extra hand moving some furniture because Carissa had got a wild hair for rearranging. He grabbed his keys and barely made it to the top of the steps before he found Joquell, who stood at the bottom in a pale yellow sundress that flattered her gorgeous figure. She wore dark red lipstick that made his mouth water to kiss her. He paused and stared for a second, half wondering if he should just let her say whatever it was she had to say so she would leave him alone, then decided to walk on past her. "Hey, Hank," she said as he descended the metal steps toward her. "Hi, no time to talk. I have places to be." "Yeah, well, it will wait." As he walked by, she grabbed his wrist, slamming something around it, then attaching it to the stair railing. Handcuffs. He stared at her in shock. "What are you doing? Get these off me. Marsh and Carissa are expecting me." She shook her head. "Marsh might be expecting you, but I'm sure Carissa will explain when you don't show up." He looked at the handcuffs and realized what she meant. These would be hers then? Left over from her days as a cop. She said they've just been sitting in a box, but she thought they might come in handy for our situation. "Let me go. I don't want to talk to you." He realized he'd been had. He was going to tan his sister's hide, even if she was a grown woman. "She also told me to buy some duct tape to make you shut up long enough to listen. I still have this extra wide painter's tape." She showed him the bright pink roll she'd been using in her house. "It's supposed to come off way easier, so it won't be as hard on your face as duct tape, but I'd rather we had a civilized conversation instead of me having to use it. This has got to be illegal, unlawful detainment or something." He tugged on the handcuffs a little. "So sue me, but you have to listen first. That's the price of being let free." She sucked in a breath. "Then if you still want me to leave you alone, I promise I won't bother you anymore." His gaze lifted to hers again. "You don't want much, do you?" "I want it all, but I'll take what I can get from you. Let's start with what I understand and you can correct me or fill in the blanks." She turned slightly. "First, you were dating someone last summer, Shani, and you were pretty serious with her. She said she loved you, but then she wanted you to leave here. This town wasn't big enough, fancy enough, or high class enough to make her happy. How am I doing?" "Spot on." He glowered at her. "Carissa really does have a big mouth." "Actually, that didn't come from Carissa. I pieced it together from other sources. Some from here, some from there. This is a gossipy little town." He scowled at her. "You got that right. Second, my dad acted like you weren't good enough. My mom acted like you and your town weren't good enough, and you probably thought I felt the same way. Your mom came to my office for a private chat." He was starting to calm down, partly glad that she had made him listen for a few minutes. He'd missed her. He hadn't realized how important she had become to him. Mom has always been one of those hands-on, interfering types. I'm sorry about that. I'd make her apologize as well, but at the moment we're not talking to each other. I told Mom and Dad that if they couldn't accept me and my decisions, then I wanted them to leave me alone. And you're one of those decisions they have to accept, because I love it here and I love you. The declaration stunned him, but he didn't have a chance to say anything because she barreled right along. "I don't think there's a single thing wrong with this town. And right now I even appreciate the gossips. I love my job and I can see myself doing it for a very long time, until I marry this guy I love and have a passel of kids. But that's neither here nor there, because we haven't been dating that long. I just really hope you can forgive me for not making it clear sooner." Hank silenced her the only way he knew how, by sliding his free arm around her waist and yanking her to him and covering her mouth with his. As she'd spoken, the anger and betrayal had washed away, leaving in their wake only warmth and hope and love. Shani would never have come to him to make him listen. She would have expected him to come groveling at her feet, had probably thought he would once she left. Bo was right. Joquell was nothing like Shani. She melted into his arms, threading her arms around his neck and pulling him closer. "Forgive me?" he asked when he came up for air. "Yes, forgive me?" Joquell asked. "Already forgotten." Hank pulled against the handcuff. "Except for this part, I think you might have to pay me in kisses until I forget you cuffed me. It might take a whole lot of kisses." Her lips curved against his. "Those are terms I can totally live with." "Good." He kissed her to seal the deal. July was long gone, and August was underway before Joquell heard from either of her parents again. She'd second-guessed her decision to stand up for herself 100 times, but always came back to how much happier she was without the regular disapproving phone calls, even though she missed the other parts of their relationship. If she wanted them to treat her like an adult, she would have to stand her ground, even if it hurt to do so. When her caller ID popped up with her dad's name one afternoon, she was surprised and a little apprehensive. "Hey, Dad, what's going on?" She did her best to act like it had only been a few days since they spoke last, determined not to hold a grudge if her parents were ready to put it behind them. It was a hard resolution to follow, though. "I'm well. How about you? What are you up to?" His voice was deep and resonant, a sound she'd missed hearing. "I'm really well, too. I'm just going over ambulance reports. We've been fairly busy, and work on the house is coming along. I'll finish up that second guest bedroom soon." She clicked save on her screen and leaned back in the office chair. "Good. I know you were looking forward to having more people be able to visit at the same time. Are you still seeing the engineer?" His voice was carefully neutral. "Yes. We worked things out once you left town, and things between us are going really well." This was like pulling teeth, but Joquell persevered. "And Mother, how is she?" "She misses you. All she has to do is pick up the phone," Joquell stated. "She doesn't have to grovel or anything. Anytime she's ready to treat me like an adult who is capable of making independent decisions about my life, we can move on. I don't need your approval anymore. I only need your acceptance. We know that, and I think she's ready to give it. I wanted to call you a couple of weeks ago, but I knew it would be easier for her if I waited until she was ready too. Easier for her, not easier for me, is it?" Joquell accepted that, though. Her parents had always been a unit unto themselves, no matter what she wanted or needed. She didn't expect it to change. "I'd be delighted to hear from her. I just bought the cutest monolos. She'd have heart palpitations." He chuckled, and everything was all right again. Or at least they would be. "The cold snap is supposed to start tomorrow," Joquell said as she and Hank sat on her front porch in the lowering twilight in mid-September. "Next time we snuggle together on the porch, we'll have to wear parkas." They had just come from dinner at Carissa's. Beth wasn't up to hosting lately, so they'd moved locations. "I'll miss this." Joquell sat in his embrace, her cheek resting against his chest and the sound of a cricket singing somewhere in the bushes. "We'll have nights by that fire of yours instead." "Yes, we will." She smiled, hearing Paul's voice from the neighboring backyard. "What do you think of their announcement tonight? Another niece or nephew? Nothing to complain about there. Mom is thrilled. I think she's already mentally picking out yarn for a baby blanket. There's nothing she wants more than a pack of grandbabies running around." Joquell smiled. She wasn't adverse to the idea of babies herself. "She gave you a significant look after the announcement." "Yes, we got a postcard from Bo today. I forgot to tell you." "Really? Where did it come from?" Joquell sat up straight to look at him. Hank had told her the truth about Bo and Tosca being in witness protection, but they hadn't expected to hear anything anytime soon. One of the army bases. Before he left, he mentioned he might mail letters to friends and then have them mail them to us. He has a lot of army friends, so we may never know where he really is. But the main thing is that they're settled in their new place and doing well. That will have to be enough for now. It was enough for Joquell. Knowing the other couple was alive and well was reassuring. "You never told me why you wanted this house so much." "You're going to think I'm crazy." He twined their fingers together. "I won't, I promise. I've never told anyone before. Not even Bo. You can trust me. I think I can." His thumb brushed over her knuckles, and he looked a little embarrassed. "When I was in high school, I had a dream that I was sitting on this porch with my wife. She was holding a baby, and another kid was riding one of those big wheels down the sidewalk. The moment was perfect. I guess I've always thought that if I had the house, I could get the rest of it, too." He looked away. She took his chin and turned him to face her, kissing him lightly. "I don't think you're crazy." The kissing lingered, and he tipped his forehead against hers as a chilly breeze blew along her neck. "I've been thinking about starting that family, having a baby or two to bring the prophecy to pass." Joquell tried to hold back the squeal of excitement that shot through her when he mentioned children. They'd talked about marriage in vague terms, but he still hadn't proposed. You going to get pregnant? That would be quite a feat. I bet you'd make a mint from the tabloids and those awful talk shows. I wasn't really thinking about medical miracles here. I was thinking more about you and me. He held out a ring with a large round-cut diamond and alternating diamond and emerald baguettes. What do you think of this ring? Joquell almost lost her breath. Her hands fumbled as she took the box from him to look closer. It's perfect. Let's see. Hank removed it from the box and slid it onto her ring finger. Like I said, perfect. She looked at him, hardly able to believe he was finally ready. You didn't ask me. How you liked the ring? I'm sure I did. He acted as if he was trying to recall. Yes, I definitely asked you how you liked it. To marry you, you dope, she whispered. Oh, well, in that case. He took both of her hands in his and looked her in the eye. I love you, Joquell, more than I ever thought I could love. More than I thought anyone could love someone. I can't imagine living without you. Marry me? She sucked in a breath at his words, then felt a lump rise in her throat, making it impossible to speak. She nodded, then whispered low, Yes, I'll marry you. He bent his head over hers and kissed her there on that porch, where magical things could happen, just as she'd known they could the first time she'd seen the house. She'd come to this town looking for a new start, and now she knew who she was and where she belonged. Here with him. Thanks for listening to Identity, Book 2 in the Carver Ranch series, and A Love in Juniper Ridge sweet small-town romance. If you want to know what happens to Bo and Tosca next, check out my novella, Safe Haven. Please like this story to help others find it, and subscribe to be notified when I post other sweet romance or romantic suspense stories. Hope to see you soon.